on board here. Race number 1 of the day. We're running down towards turn 1 with Sauber Zoom, and that hopped up hot rod is absolutely flying up towards T1. A little bit of a moment up ahead, a big moment. Williams, Mitch with the spin around, and that's the driver we were highlighting before this race. Only 2 corners separate him from the checkered flag box with a stunning performance here, Shay.
And look at how clean his car is. There's not a scratch on it. That will not need to go to the paint shop for a little bit of a TLC before the next round. Congratulations, Box, winner of race 1.
Well, Red Bull's strategy seems to be paying off with Box taking the victory, and then behind him, Asics will roll across the line in 2nd place. Further down the field, Sauber Esports will be left scratching their heads a little bit, I think, Shay. And I get the feeling that if these 2 drivers get into each other, if they start really pushing each other, we could have Chris in this battle in no time at all.
Yeah, and especially if they start doing what they're doing right there, going side to side battling, taking the air off of one another. Now, you might be thinking, aerodynamics on these cars? Surely not, they're just large tanks.
Asics wants to come back as well, and this battle lighting on fire here on lap 6 of 11. Chris off the track, siphons back in with Sauber. Zoom now getting in on the action, and Zoom up to 5th place. Sauber, wow, locking out that 5th and 6th space of this battle here, Shay.
You gotta feel bad for Williams Mitch, though. It's a bit like watching what happens when you put, well, a sheep in a pen with a lion. You know it's gonna happen at some point. You really want to look away, you just can't.
The winner, that's RBR Box, taking the win, but we're gonna stay here at least for a second to catch this final battle, the last run through the last corner.
Nope.
With Williams Mitch and Sauber Chemical. No joy.
On the exit of the corner, guess what? There's a wall there that you really don't want to get too far out to meet as Roadrunner gets hit. Who was that who hit him? It was Chris, as now they're 3 wide for the 10th spot, Allie.
Well, I wasn't even watching Chris wobbling around there because Venom threw it up the inside of 2 other drivers.
He loves racing. You know what's going to be the sweetest thing for Williams 7 though, Allie?
Go on.
The driver he least likes to race against? The one who won the first 2 races. So this is victory for Williams 7 and denies Red Bull an opportunity to sweep the match.
Okay, well, 2nd place will be Williams Mitch with Renault in 3rd. With one of the drivers who we know doesn't have those strong race brakes, and I'm just on the edge of my seat as we exit the corner. Mango with a big spin and 2 cars on the outside. That's Hydra and Handicap both off the track. Someone no stranger to tire smoke this race is FRF Bull, who's been following Cammy through and finally having a little bit of bad luck here with his teammate Tesla up his inside. Commando's going to take advantage and do 2 FRF drivers in 1 corner. Commando, his luck finally shifting, the clouds parting.
That eliminates right there any possibility of them getting 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Cammy and Tesla getting caught up with each other on the final lap. Cammy held on for so long. That's so disappointing. Let's check in with our leader. Let's check in with someone who's had a little bit more good luck out here on track, and that's JOTA South. Running through the carousel, he's miles away from anyone, and he is going to win this race and take that 20 points for JOTA. Beautiful job from him. 2nd place in this race, I believe, will be Hydra. what he does. His first run through Long Beach. A little bit of a tap from behind. It looks like Commando's going to be able to keep out the wall. I mean, I say a little bit because he wasn't in the next county. I'm so used to seeing cars fly off in T1 and see them make it through okay. Wasn't too bad. Jay Rich, though, rallying over that bounce.
Now, Hydra, also strongest of the cars in the Plymouth Fury in terms of his team, but not with the most power of anybody overall. So he's got the boost upgrade. He's got something to help level the playing field, but you still have to get around Broken, and he screws up.
Hydra into the wall, disaster. Let's check in with FRF Handicap, who's just come around the final corner, is powering down and is looking forward toward the line to take victory for the Fast Racers Forza team. They did so well strategically in race number 1 and paying dividends here in the second race with real points, a real victory. Now we're on board with Tesla, who does have the benefit of a boost, excuse me, and is heading down towards T1. Chasmo with a bit of a drift initiation there around the outside. Going to make that stick. I love it. There is a battle brewing behind him as well, with Sal sneaking on past Hydra. So South and Hydra just behind this battle are also looking hot. We've got fights up and down this field.
Hang on a second, FRF is first, third, and fourth right now.
Wow.
That is a serious points haul if it was to stay in that way. Drifting sideways through, and now looking at way out wide, avoiding the bump right at the apex, coming underneath the bridge. Just seeing the checkered flag straight ahead and knowing all the work is done.
Handicap will take the win in the final race of the day. Second place is JOTA Esports with FRF Bull.
The last round has arrived, one fleeting opportunity for teams to earn the rankings they deserve. Welcome everyone to the ForzaRC 2019 Invitational Series. We do come to you with some bittersweet feelings as we near the end of the regular portion of the ForzaRC, but it does put us that much closer to crowning champions. And how is it that we plan on doing that? Well, as I said before, this is the final round in which teams can accumulate points, after which 7 teams are marked safe, 1 is sent home, and ranked 8 through 11 will compete in the last chance qualifier. Once we have our top 8 teams, we'll be heading on down to our LAN in November for titles and, let's face it, big bucks, everybody. I know it's a lot to look forward to, and I'm not the only one excited about this, so of course I have to bring in my friends. We have the Berg boys back. I always love this. Yeah.
Nice alliteration. The Berg boys are back.
I love it. The Berg boys are back in town. Brian Meckberg, and Andy Flip Mode Berg. How you doing today?
Fantastic. This is, you mentioned earlier, they're trying to prove they deserve this. Well, the way you prove that you deserve it, the final round, you earn it. Here it is. We're here, the 4th and final round.
It's make or break, and even the teams not racing today are watching.
Yeah.
I can't believe, we've reached this point in time, because if you look at the format and what we have went through so far within our ForzaRC, there has been a lot that we've looked forward to, including this last round, but anything crazier that pops in your mind when looking at rounds 1 through 3 so far?
Well, for me at least, it's been interesting to watch all of these teams adapt to these rules as we go. We've never done team racing before. We're here. They've been having to adapt week after week with their builds, with their strategies, and for me, that's the story of this season.
Yeah, you said it, strategy. And the teams who have implemented their strategy are the teams at the top of the standings.
extra pressure on today because at the end of each match, basically those teams that just raced in those will know where they stand in the points, and everything else comes down to how everyone else is doing in these different races. So I want to get into the standings in just a moment because we've gotten a better idea of how everybody has been doing so far, and it's very important to keep track of where they are in those standings with RBR, Williams, and Lazarus right there in the top spots. This was predicted by many, but do you think that they've had a crazy journey up to this point?
Sure have, and that number 1 spot is still up for grabs. 22 points between them, between the 3 of them, that being Red Bull, Williams, and Lazarus. But Brian, it's closer than that.
Yeah, if you account for the drop rounds after 3 complete rounds, the top 3 teams are separated by just 8 points. So there's still a lot to do. Williams wants to make their statement today that they belong in the number 1 spot, but all of these teams are trying to prove something.
And the drop round itself is very important, but for a team like RBR, where Lage wasn't there last time, they suffered their first loss, and then he won't be there next week either, how important is that in impacting their number 1 spot currently hold?
Well, this is bad news for Red Bull Racing. Yeah. Good news for Williams and Lazarus, so they like it.
Yeah, I mean, Red Bull has depended on Lage to win the vast majority of the races, not just for their team, but the vast majority of races that we've had this season. And now Asics is in. We've seen what he's done in 1 round. Now he's got to bring that again, actually next week when Red Bull will be racing.
And it's important to look at those teams kind of in that 4th through 7th spot as well, because FRF, for instance, have put a big point lead, but it's not over yet. So what is it going to take for them to try and avoid that last chance qualifier?
I think we'll be put it at 51 points is their drop round. So they got to beat that today. They're in the lead. They control their destiny today.
And yes, they've got some tough competition, but they are on the upswing. They have so much momentum after last week's races that I feel really good about their chances in the 2nd round today.
Well, speaking of FRF in the 2nd round going on today, let's go ahead and take a look at the matches ahead. So for our first match of the day, we're going to be seeing AMS, THR, Sauber, and JOTA facing off. And then once they have settled their last race of the regular rounds, then we head into match 2 with FRF, Williams, RDE, and RZM. So any thoughts on what THR, for instance, need to do since they are in that 8th spot currently?
80 points, 80 plus points probably for them to get out of that last chance qualifier and get into that guaranteed land final spot.
80 plus points and a poor performance from FRF.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Well, we mentioned FRF before, but how do you think they stack up against those other teams that are currently in the safe spots?
Yeah, FRF's going up against the likes of Williams today, so you know Williams is going to have a big point haul. FRF's going to be scraping for anything they can get, hoping to get the points they need.
I mean, I expect Williams to win that matchup, but FRF in a good position to get those points.
Well, and Williams, they want nothing less than that number 1 spot. So what are you thinking that they have to do? Is it just winning it, or how are they going to power through this?
I think they've come through with a better strategy this week than they did last week. I think they have the race pace and the command. I don't doubt one bit.
And let's not forget, Williams is the only team on the grid where all 3 drivers have won a race. So any of these guys are capable of getting it done.
And we'll get to touch on them a bit more later on with our 2nd match, but let's get into the teams that are going to be hitting the track first for match number 1. It is Alien Motorsport with Hurricane, TQ, Storm, and Coach Chum. And they haven't had the easiest time, but sure have displayed some teamwork.
They've displayed some teamwork. They've had a rough go of it. They're playing for pride today. This is a team that is going to learn a lot from this season, hopefully come back even stronger next season.
TQ is the guy today. He is in the Audi R8. He's got 1 podium this season, and that was way back in week number 1. He took 3rd. His Audi, though, is underpowered. He's down 25 horsepower from the other guys in his class.
Well, next up on the docket is Team Highlands Racing with Rich, Virus, and Europa, and Coach Sparky. And for them, as we said, the pressure is on.
This match is critical for Team Highlands Racing. Rich, 3 podiums last week, a breakout performance. I think we see a star emerging in THR.
We've seen Rich go up against some of the best in the business, holding off or chasing Lazarus racers a few weeks ago. Rich can get this done. He needs to bring it today.
Rich, 130 laps over the last 2 days in preparation for this.
Well, that being said, though, Rich has pulled away from the PI limelight, and Virus seems to be getting some special attention.
Can Virus take them to the promised land? He's the guy with the PI today. He is in the Audi R8. That's going to be the fastest car on the class. This is a guy with World Finals experience.
I have to wonder, though, we talked about Rich and how strong he was in previous weeks. Is this a mistake for the THR team putting everything into Virus?
Yeah, he's got no podium, but that's going to change today.
Well, moving on from THR, it's JOTA Esports with Bokit, South Commando, and Coach Creviator, and they're sure here to put the pressure on Sauber.
Yeah, exactly. Not to get too far ahead of things, but JOTA is looking directly at the rearview mirror, or the headlights of Sauber in their rearview mirror, wanting to hold off the Sauber team as much as possible today.
64 points is their drop round. They got to beat that today. That's their goal. Commando is in the Audi R8. Look for him right off the rip. Take the lead.
And our last team on the track for match number 1, Sauber Esports with Zoom, Chemical, and Zimdog once again stepping in for Dave. With a mere 15-point spread between 4th and 6th, Sauber are still in contention for that top 4.
Yeah, watch him today. I'm especially watching the guy in the middle. That's Chemical. All 20 allotted performance index points have gone to him. Watch his car. No Dave again today, though.
That's right. Zimdog is the coach, is driving again on the track for the Sauber team. Kind of struggled last time that he was out on the track, so let's see if he can pull his weight.
Now, of the Sauber players, Zoom as a driver in particular, we have talked a lot about going into the season. So how do you feel he's upheld those expectations?
Last 4 races, 4th or higher. Zoom only 1 podium this season. Can you believe that?
It's hard to believe because this was the great hope of Brazil, as we were talking about him last year in the Forza RC. Not to say he isn't excelling, but he's in a great team that is committed to teamwork.
Are they misusing him maybe? You know, maybe holding him back?
Yeah, how would you think that he should be used then?
He was once the #1 world ranked driver last year. It seems a long time ago, but
it seems like they're treating Chemical as that driver now. It's interesting. We'll see how it plays out, I guess.
Yeah. And one thing that's going to play a big factor in that are the builds that each individual driver is bringing to the table, because we have stock cars, baby. Now, of the different classes that we're seeing, which one do you think is the one we have to watch most?
Oh, that's easy. That's the car dead middle of your screen, the Audi Flying Lizard R8. That's going to be the fastest car on track. Every team has invested heavily into that car. It's easily going to be 1 to 2 seconds, depending on the track, faster than everyone else.
Fascinating to me that some of the more desperate teams who are looking for maybe to shake things up, the RDE, the RZMs of the world, didn't choose the Lamborghini with its all-wheel drive, trying to get a fast start off the line, but everybody went R8.
Those NASCARs, very subtle differences in them. Tough, only a keen eye will really find them, so that really comes down to racecraft.
Only one team has put any points into the NASCARs today, so it seems like all bets are on the R8.
Yeah, and in a moment we're going to get to see that in action. So before we send it over to the casters, predictions from each of you of which team is going to perform best here in match number 1.
Oh, boy, THR has all the motivation. I'm looking for Sauber to repeat their performance, their teamwork performance from a few weeks ago, earn their boost the right way. Chemical has a big day. No mistakes, Chemical. I think Sauber could come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Commando is the guy to watch, Commando Chemical matchup, but you're right. I think eyes are on THR. Can they get enough points today in this match?
Well, the drivers have their eyes on the prize, and our analysts have their eyes on the drivers. So, casters Ali and Shay, who do you have your eyes on today?
We've got 4 teams to keep our eyes on throughout these races. Alien Motorsport, THR, Sauber and JOTA will be battling it out across COTA, Homestead and Road Atlanta in our first race of the day. Ali Tak here with you and joined as ever by my good buddy Shay. Shay, it's week 6 of the competition already.
How did that happen?
How did it happen?
Wasn't it just August?
I feel like we were just a second ago starting off.
Yeah, it really does feel like that. No, the teams have accrued a lot of points so far. We've got some good ideas of who are going to be going for that $250,000 prize pot. But we also have to wonder who's going to make it. We've got 3 teams in the first matchup whose future, well, they are in jeopardy.
Well, we've got stock cars this week. We just had a little look at them. What do you like out there on the track?
I'm a Flying Lizard fan through and through. I love the fact that everybody went for that Audi R8 Ultra, the LMS version. I completely understand why they went for that over the Lamborghini. It's a much better tested race car. The Lamborghini is more built for a one-make series, so the Audi is used to battling against a lot of other cars.
Quite right. For me, I feel like the V8s are going to be a real challenge to the drivers.
Yeah.
Heavy cars, skinny tires, lots of power, so that'll be an interesting one to see. We are heading, though, towards our first track, and that's going to be COTA this week.
Yep, Circuit of the Americas. We get to go back, but this time running the full course, 20 turns of this place, 3.4 miles. It was built in 2012 and has been featuring racing ever since, all the way from Formula One down to even supercars, which ran there back in 2013. This track, which has many corners that people all around the world are familiar with, that long climb up to turn 1, where there's about 7 different lines that you can take through turn 1 and still come out faster. You've got the hairpin at the back part of the turn, the back part of the course, that's turn 11, and then the long bumpy straight going down towards turn 12, a tight left-hander. I say bumpy because the track was actually built on a floodplain and has been slightly shifting ever since they built it. So the track that they went to in 2013, very different from the one we go to in 2019. You've got the long, never-ending right-hand complex of corners around the stadium section. You've got the section at the base of the tower. You've got the stadium. It's just so fantastic, this circuit. A great place to go as a spectator because the possibilities of where to watch from are truly endless.
It's such a varied circuit. We've already had the cars out on track one time for qualifying, and that sorted the teams into their seeded position. And we can go ahead and check out the grid heading into race 1, because after their seeding, each team is given 3 grid spots, and they can allocate which drivers they want to put into which of their spots. JOTA, Shay, putting Commando right up on the front row of this grid.
Yeah, Commando, who already has 1 win so far on the season, he has been the worst driver to convert PI points into race result points, though. So they're hoping that changes today. He does have the additional boost. Commando looking to start this race and run off and hide.
All right, well, pole position with the boost. We're going to check out Sauber now, and joining Commando on that front row will be Chemical, another celebrated driver, but I don't see a boost sign there.
No, he doesn't have boost, but he does have PI points put towards his car, so that Audi still will be strong. Interesting that the boost goes to Zimdog in the Ford Falcon, halfway, well, actually all the way toward the back. Zimdog is the one we need to watch for the most passes made.
Great call, Shay. We've got to keep in mind that Sauber are always going for that hard charger in the first race. Third team out there on the track is THR, Team Highlands Racing. We can see Rich up in front here and Virus in the mid-pack. Going to be a little bit more of a scrappy battle, I think, for THR.
It is, and it's interesting to see THR putting so much faith into Virus today. He has gotten the team the least percentage of points out of all 3 of their drivers, with only 18% so far. He is the boost upgrade, and guess what? The most PI towards his car. Virus is going to be up battling for the front.
All right, our final team out there is Alien Motorsport. We've got TQ, Hurricane, and Storm sitting on this grid, 4th, 8th, and 12th, so the 4th seed, this team. What tickles your fancy here, Shay?
TQ with the lightest Audi R8 in the field, the lightest car in the field, and that boost advantage. TQ is going to be fighting with Commando, I bet, off the start of the race because both of them are so front-loaded, well, to drive toward the front.
Well, speaking of Commando, it's going to be an interesting battle on the front row of the grid, and we can check out 2 drivers who we're expecting to see getting wheel to wheel here. That's Commando and Chemical. Very, very similar stats, Shay.
Very much so, and it's a bit misleading to see positions gain -2 for Commando and -5 for Chemical. First week for both of these drivers was brutal. They didn't shine. They have come into their own ever since then. Both drivers 27 years old, both with 85 points to their names. And look at the percentage of team points that each have gotten. Each of them is a team leader.
Picking up on something you said earlier, though, I would say a difference between these two is maybe Commando has more to prove. We can check out how it works out for him, though, because we'll already go at COTA. We're going to get trackside. We're running on board with Storm down towards turn 1. It's a heavy braking zone here. You can see him judging the gap to the cars ahead, keeping it smooth, keeping it cool on the inside line there, and running out down into this long complex of sweeping right-left turns. Storm holding steady here in 12th position, and up the road I can see every other car making it through this first set of corners in one piece. Everyone's through, and that, Shay, is great news.
Yeah, breathe a sigh of relief. All the coaches will be at this point, because trying to slow down a stock car into that turn 1 is a lot easier said than done. We should not be at all surprised, though, that the first 4 cars on the track are all that Audi R8, the LMS Ultra version. 5.2 liter normally aspirated engine. Yeah, it was the same as the Lamborghini, but this car perfectly balanced, and it really did come to the fore in GTD in IMSA racing.
As Virus throws it up the inside of TQ, keep in mind both these drivers are using the boost, so equal machinery. It does bring up that point that Andy was making in the pre-show, that the R8, the Audi, is a significantly faster car on a few of these tracks. We may, though, later on see a closer race.
Yeah, we will. And Commando, we shouldn't be surprised that he's pulling away from Chemical. He's got 46 horsepower more than the driver in second. So that's another further advantage of the boost. Whereas Sauber gave a little bit of help towards Zimdog in the form of the boost upgrade. They didn't give that. They put all the eggs in the Commando basket. TQ gets aggressive.
Getting into the rear bumper there of Virus. Misjudging his braking by the looks of it, but it hasn't hurt either driver. Hopefully no harm, no foul, and the adjudication team will allow AMS TQ to get away with that. I will think they'll be looking at it, though.
Yeah, he backed off a little bit to try and cover his mistake, and that was a smart move by TQ, but still trying to figure out a way to get around Virus. As we come to the end of lap number 1 of 7, no surprises that the leader is Commando.
Up in the lead of the race, Commando heads off for the JOTA team. We can hop backward, though, to Sauber's with their big play here, which is putting their boost on with Zimdog, who's up the inside of 2 drivers, heading 3 wide now into turn 1. Saw South open up the gap there to his outside, trying to run a smoother line, and Zimdog muscling his way through. They're still going to be side by side as we head down towards turn number 2. South wrestling his way across the curbs, has to filter in. That's a touch. Zimdog keeps it on the road, zooms back in contention, and South, after a little bit of a nibble at the rear bumper, losing position after position. THR Rich now through as well. But the big news here, Shay, is that Zimdog, Sauber's hard charger they put at the back of the field, is all the way up in fifth.
And Zoom is not helping himself. Look at over his car, more than 5 seconds of penalty, and we're only starting lap 2. Zimdog doing exactly what he needed Sauber for him to do, because he is the hard charger. So far, started in 10th, up now to 5th. It's a very good progression. He's not going to be able to catch up to any of the Audis unless some miracle happens, but still, that's a very good start for Zimdog.
Amazing start for Zimdog, and a very difficult time for THR Rich, who we're running on board with right now. Back in 6th after starting 3rd on the grid. We're back with South, who's had that tumultuous lap 2, and he's late on the brakes, manages to keep that car clean. I don't know how he got away with that, Shay. Looked like he was about to collect Rich into the hairpin there.
Well, and there is a 5-second penalty on Zoom for collecting Rich, so that penalty is going to be applied as well. But for South, not the way that he was hoping this race would be in. He isn't the heaviest of all the supercars, but he does have the most power. South is a driver that we've seen, if he qualifies well, he goes well. It wasn't a great qualifying, though, which means,
That's right, South very much in the mid-pack at the start of this race, starting in 5th position. And we can see the challenges of that for this particular driver writ large on the screen in front of us right now. 8th place for South, who's battling it out with another driver behind. That looked like a little bit of a tap from Zoom in Sauber's. That'll be the Aussie V8. Up ahead, Bokit continues to fight it out with Rich. The two of them going all over the track, getting very defensive there into T1. Bokit will hold Rich behind just for now. But wow, this mid-pack battle, Shay, it is electric.
That's crazy. Bokit doing this in the Camry. That should not be happening. The supercar is just much better suited to turn left and right than the Toyota Camry, a car which, by the way, in 2017 won the Manufacturers and Teams Championship, so it's not like it's a bad shot. That's just
here with this mid-pack battle. THR Rich continues to try and recover his race. It was a 3rd place start and put right at the front for THR. So THR putting a lot of their resources into this driver, and wow, not really working out here in race number 1 for a team who need a lot here, Shay.
I get why they did what they did. Starting Rich in the 3rd position in the Falcon when he's surrounded by the Audis, you knew that he was going to go backwards. But THR was really counting on Virus to move forward. He started in the 7th position, and now he's up to what, 3rd? That's not enough for the hard charger for this race, though, because we had that impressive start from Zimdog.
That's right. So Virus and Zimdog very much fighting it out. It looks like Virus might need, one more position. He can tie it out. So if Virus can overtake Chemical, that could be huge strategically for THR. It would mean they'd win another boost going into the next race. We're on board here with Virus, running in that 3rd podium position and looking forward up the road towards Sauber Chemical. Sauber Chemical may be a sitting duck here, Shay, without that boost.
No, and it is true that the car is definitely better beneath Virus than it is Chemical, but Chemical has the advantage of confidence on his side. 2 wins so far this year, and last week, the last time that we saw him out, very impressive drive from Chemical. So if I'm one of these 2 young men, I would much rather be the chasee than the chaser right now.
Let's stay on board here with Virus for a second or two. The THR team, big picture here, Shay. The THR team are trying to fight their way out of the last chance qualifier today. They, right now, are struggling for points and they need to do a lot.
They're doing exactly what they need to, though, because Rich, making the pass on JOTA South just a few moments ago, gains another position. That puts THR up into, what is that, 6th place now for their car. So they've got 3rd, they've got 6th, and then a little further back. So they're getting points, they're just not getting enough yet.
We're running on board now with JOTA South, just behind Rich. I believe Rich has sneaked his way on past South just a few corners ago. We can check in with the JOTA team in general now. Lap 4 of 7 already, Shay. So strategies playing out all around us. JOTA with the lead of this race, so there's nothing to be sniffed at. But at the same time, maybe further down the field, they might have hoped for a little more.
Yeah, they might think about trying to balance it out between all of their drivers a little bit better. 7th and 8th as well as 1st. So that's not a great run in terms of a point swing for JOTA. Certainly not enough to try and knock off their best score of the tournament so far.
Let's sit here and listen in for a second or two to the awesome sound of these V8s. Such a great formula of racing. Lap 5 of 7 just ticking over on the ticker there. And we've got JOTA Commando taking up the second half of this race. It's been a really strong run from Commando, who got the benefit of that boost early on and managed to break the pack. Further down the field, Commando's teammate, you can see him just up the road there, South, continues to run away from Bokit, who makes up the last of the JOTA drivers out here on track. And all 3 of the drivers in this team continue to push their way towards good championship points here in round number 6. Let's keep in mind, JOTA are battling for the championship lead here with Red Bull Racing, Lazarus and Williams. So a strong performance, Shay, could mean a huge difference.
Yeah, we've got 3 teams in this race right now who we're watching very closely, Ali, because their future depends on how these 3 races go. We've got JOTA, who's battling for 1st. We've got Sauber, who's battling for 5th. And then THR battling for that last safe spot. So for Virus right now, the pressure is on. He needs to get around Chemical. And Virus, well, doesn't really do well under pressure, does he, Ali?
Virus traditionally being a little bit of a risky bet for THR to put their resources on, but this is him paying off with a big lunge down the inside of Chemical, showing desire, Shay, if not showing necessarily a steady head.
I have seen that move made so many times, Ali, and guess what? It has never, ever, ever worked. Virus going for the inside line and braking into turn 12, overshooting his braking point, and Chemical goes, bye, buddy. It's not exactly the over-under because positions weren't changed, but it was the over, bye-bye, and back on the track, and now you're well behind me.
Well, let's be completely real about the stakes here, Shay, as well, because Zimdog, Sauber's hard charger, ran all the way from 10th on the grid to 5th on track. He's 5th right now, no cars ahead closely, so he's more or less safe there with 5 overtakes. Now, if you want to beat another driver for that hard charge reward after the race to get your team those extra resources, you can get more overtakes than them, or you can get the same and finish higher up the grid. And that's what Virus is trying to do here.
Yeah, he's trying to salvage a desperate moment of getting that extra boost for the next race. Unfortunately, the driver he's going up against isn't getting flustered. Chemical realizes, if I hang on to second, that's more points than if I settle for third. So you know what? I don't think I'm going to give you third, even though you clearly want to get around me. And look at Virus getting all wiggly through the S's, losing the back end of the car. It's just allowing Chemical to pull away ever so slightly.
And I can tell you, Shay, Virus picked up a 1 second penalty for that little excursion off track right there. I was about to call out that Virus had the advantage. Chemical running a 1/4 second penalty up ahead. Virus could keep it cool, keep behind. No longer. Virus will need to do this on track. He will need to gap Chemical.
Virus, whose favorite driver is Kimi Räikkönen, the Iceman winner at Circuit of the Americas last year in the Formula One race. So he'll be feeling a little bit extra inspired to come into this track. But it is appropriate that Virus is driving an Audi because in real life he works in an Audi dealership. So I'm sure he's very familiar with the platform of an R8.
Running down into the back to the scene of the crime. Where Virus tried it last lap. It's that deep hairpin at turn 12. Not the wisest move in the world for Virus in the end, but was at least has Chemical looking in his mirrors, I should think, as they move round through the back of the circuit and proceed toward the beginning of the final lap. That's the second time this lap, Shay, that Virus has got a little bit sideways under power.
Yeah, he's really struggling with the handling of the car, and he's missing a lot of the apices around the track. As we jump back to Zoom, fighting in the 9th position for Sauber. So Chemical up in 2nd, and Zimdog in 5th, Zoom in 9th. That's not a bad haul of points, but it's certainly not ideal.
Well, we can check forward with our race leader, and that's JOTA Commando. We haven't seen a lot of him, and that's because he's been doing such a great job out there on track. Just pulled away from pole position with I mean, let's face it, some great kit underneath him, but also bringing home the points that JOTA desperately needed here in race number 1.
He was given one mission, Ali. Go out there and run away. We're giving all of our faith to you. Boost upgrade, all the PI points. This is on you. Commando, who only has 1 win on the year, is trying to prove to his team, hey, if you believe in me, I will repay your belief with big old W's.
Be a great feeling for Commando. Somebody else trying to repay a little bit of belief as Virus running in 3rd position. We're still on with this battle. We're going to monitor it all the way in toward the close of this race as Virus chases down Chemical and looks for a way through. This is everything for THR and may be the difference, Shay, between scoring the points they need to stay out of the LCQ, to get themselves into the final, and pushing themselves back in this field. This is huge for Team Highlands.
He's going to have another chance, Ali. At the end of the back straight, he's going to get a nice draft off of Chemical's Audi. Chemical trying to break the draft by moving over to driver's left and blocking. Virus deciding not to sacrifice his line, take the more traditional route through the corner. And see, Virus, that's how you take a racing line. Look at how close you are to the back of Chemical now. Now you've set yourself up for success.
Well, you've set yourself up for success, perhaps, but I'm racking my mind now, Shay. Where is the best place to make a move? He's running out of corners and running out of laps.
Turn 20. It's going to be a last lap, last corner dive for Virus. If he can get anything done, it's going to be there because he's too far back to make a move before. All
right, all or nothing now for THR as we head through the final couple of turns. They're going to be left-handers. Virus, too far back, too far toward the rear, and JOTA Commando will cross the line and take victory in race number 1 of the day. Just further down the field, we're seeing Chemical now. He held on, he stayed cool, and he's going to lock up that 2nd place with Virus forced to chase down in 3rd.
What a fantastic race. So it is JOTA Commando, the winner. Sauber Chemical in 2nd. And then 3rd for THR Virus. So close. That's a situation of what could have been for sure, but a great start to the day.
I love how the team format and strategic racing is changing the way we're looking at racing on Forza. And wow, what a strategic race.
Oh, it was. It started off when we got the grid, when we got the little piece of paper saying who had the boost upgrades and where people were going to be starting. It proved out to transpire exactly how we thought it would, which credit there, because these are not easy cars to muscle around a track with 20 corners. It's a lot of effort for stock cars.
Looking forward in the day then, I mean, are you saying that the tracks are going to get a little easier for these drivers? A little bit more straight lines, a little fewer bumpy curbs?
Homestead will be easier than COTA, for sure. Road Atlanta will not be easier than Homestead. So it does come in waves, at least for our first match of the day. It does make a big difference, though, from a track that is not meant to have NASCAR type of cars out on it at all, to Homestead, where very much is.
All right, well, with THR perhaps suffering and Sauber doing such a great job, I'm very curious to see what the analysts make of our first race. Gabby, what's going on?
Well, what I think's going on is we knew there was a lot of pressure on these teams going into it. So with how everything played out, do you feel that they're feeling that when they're on the track?
In terms of just general pressure across, yes, of course they are. I mean, it's like we talked about at the top of the show. This is your final chance to score some points. THR is looking at Virus as their savior. He had a great performance to begin with, but I'm not sure that the guys in the back of the field are feeling the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, going back to Virus for a second, his job was to pass Chemical.
Yep.
And I think we'll get a replay package and we'll get to it, but he ultimately didn't get it done. But it got a little desperate there in the first few turns. It was scrappy.
Oh, yeah, and we'll definitely have a lot to say about Virus in a moment, but things got really intense right off the bat there in lap number 1 of this, because all the way across the board, that 3 different wide spread that we're seeing on our screen right now, how impactful was this in leading it all?
A lot of impact here. 3 wide running up to turn 1 is incredible to begin with, but for me the story was this Zimdog and Zoom. Both of them have a sort of a tale of 2 matches. Zimdog definitely going for that hard charger, and Zoom getting 5 seconds of penalties in the first lap. We didn't see what happened there, but he's sort of undermining his team's chances there with 5 seconds of FRR penalties.
Yeah, what you're seeing here is a lot of V8s and, a lot of V8s.
Yeah,
Supercars and NASCAR stock cars going head-to-head, really, really close on pace. And that's probably going to continue in this match, so expect some shuffling positions 6 through 10.
Yep, and speaking of Zoom, we did highlight him a bit going into this match, and having those 5 seconds of penalties right off the bat. Then on the opposite end, Zimdog seemed to have to do a lot for his team, focusing on that hard charger. Was he able to make up for it in any way?
It looked, by the looks of things, provisionally, it looks like Zimdog had an amazing race, making up 5 positions from the start. Exactly what he wanted to do. This is feeling a lot to me like earlier weeks when Sauber was using their strategy to the best advantage. And here's Chemical holding off Virus here. Crucial match where Virus was trying to get those hard charger passes as well.
It took Virus too long to catch Chemical. We're on lap 5, and this is when he really started to make his moves.
And he should have had it here.
The moves start to get desperate. This is where he's faster, though.
Yep.
He's got 13 more PI, 46 more horsepower with the boost than Chemical.
Well, that's what I mean. It's like you have at least 2 opportunities on COTA to take advantage of that horsepower. It felt like he just got a little too desperate here and then couldn't get another good opportunity to make that pass and take advantage of that power.
Chemical beat Virus without a boosted car.
Well, and whether it's Virus, whether it's Chemical, the fact of the matter is, as you pretty much predicted, Andy, those Audis were right there in the top of the pack. But it was a split between those that seemed to be trying to hold on to that position, if you're looking at JOTA and Sauber in particular, while the remaining 2 teams were really focusing on that hard charger. So what are your thoughts on the fact that those Audis were performing so exponentially well?
Well, we knew that coming in. The Audis were going to be the fastest car, and that's pretty much going to be the same. I liked the call from Sauber. Zimdog gets the boost, and it worked. I honestly didn't think it was going to work. Started the race in 10th, found his way up 5 spots. That could have gone south, though. Wrong. Funny, south, but it could have gone south. There was a lot of scrapping there.
I see what you did there. All right. I
Well done.
appreciate it. I just want to say that anyway.
Yes, indeed. You're right. It could have gone south for them in the metaphorical and the literal way, but hey, it worked.
It worked.
Sauber is once again executing their strategy the way we expect Sauber to do.
I want to pivot a bit over to THR, and one person in particular, Virus, really showing out on the track and putting the weight of the team on his shoulders. So looking at the moments that he had and being able to pull so far ahead in that contention, going back and forth with Chemical, what do you think he was doing well that really took advantage of the speed in his build?
He had the right car. He had a build that suited this track. And I want to say he got 90% of the way there, right? He had all the expectation, all that PI. He couldn't make it stick over Chemical. That may have repercussions for the rest of today.
He made some desperate moves, and he did I would do the same thing. Attack.
Yep.
And see what Chemical can do. Chemical has all 20 PI in his car. So, yeah. Virus, thank you, is up on horsepower, but Chemical's got a pretty decent car himself.
Yeah, and I think if we look back at some of those moments from Virus on the track, and it almost looked like he was about to get it for a second here and there with Chemical, but there were a lot of build differences between those in the front as well.
I would have liked to have seen a bit more patience from Virus because, like I mentioned earlier, you have some really great opportunities to make this happen on COTA to take advantage of that power. If he had been this close in, say, lap 6, we're looking at lap 5 right now, if he had been just a bit closer, lap 6 in the same section, I think he would have gotten him here.
Yeah, I'm just really impressed with Chemical's performance there without the boost. To be able to hold off a boosted Audi R8 there, that's, job well done.
Yeah, and also kind of looking back at the front where Commando, he was very secure in that top spot, which you expect with the extra horsepower that he had at his disposal there. But what do you make of just his control of the vehicle and trying to maintain that?
It's we might call it a Lage-like drive, right? Yeah. Lage likes to start in the front, and he's comfortable there. And some people get a bit complacent when they're in the front, but not Commando. He showed a lot of poise there. He can handle that car expertly. Did a fantastic job. Exactly what JOTA needed.
And putting Chemical second on the grid allowed that to happen because Chemical did not have a boosted car and the other boosts were behind him. Commando had the boost as well. Was it a wasted boost? He was so far out in front.
You can't call a wasted boost for 20 points.
Well, I guess you're
20
right.
points is 20 points.
Well, speaking of boosts, we did ask you a question in chat. Who do you think used their boost the best out of all these teams? Because every team did use their boost, even though they do have the option to bank it through. So we want to hear those answers from you in chat of who you believe, but who do you guys think?
Well, I actually want to take it a step back and you're right, every team used a boost. That to me is telling me, hey, all cards are on the table. We're not playing silly games. We're not going to risk waiting till race number 3 to use all our boosts. We're going to use them right now, and that was the strategy we saw all over the board.
Was it Zimdog getting the hard charger and earned another boost? That's what I think. When you use your boost and get another boost, that's got to be the right call.
That's right.
Yeah, well, and then Zimdog and Virus both using the boost trying to go for that hard charger, but it was different vehicles in the end. And I know if you're looking at Zimdog, Sauber has probably led the forefront in bringing a lot of strategies to the front. Even when we've seen before the bank the boost strategy, they're the first to see, or that we saw do it. So do you think that they've kind of been trendsetters in that way?
Absolutely, and and I think they shook it up a little bit here as well with this race because they put all their points in the car starting on the second position in Chemical. And so Zimdog was in a different car. He wasn't an R8, so he was going to be, I'm going to be the fastest car in the rest of the field. That was their approach.
Gutsy calls. The strategy's worked out, but they've been gutsy.
Gutsy, gutsy, gutsy. I like that word. And you know what else I like? Race results. So let's see what ended up happening. As we know, Commando did a really great job of securing that #1 spot. And from there, we saw a lot of passing on through with those hard chargers.
What I see here, obviously Zoom, 5-second penalty, Brian. I think that happened early in the race. I don't know if we caught that on camera, but also what I see JOTA. Remember, they may have a clean sheet here. I don't know that they have penalties.
Yeah,
so
doesn't look like
they may have earned a big boost here, which would be 2 boosts, which means 2 cars get advantages going into the next race.
And that's one of those things where you can't necessarily plant that. It's not really a strategy, but boy, does it work. When it works fantastically.
Yeah, and aside from South and Boca in those 7th and 8th spots, everyone else is kind of a bit more spread out across. So does that make it more difficult to go into the next races and figure out what your strategy should be?
I think we'd like, if I'm THR, I'd like to see those blue blocks a little bit further up the field and scrunched up a bit more. Virus, obviously, a third place is going to be fantastic for him, but needed a bit more from Rich there, and Europa down all the way down there in 10th. It's not a great, but this is what we're expecting. We were saying, hey, look, these points are going to be spread evenly across JOTA and Sauber. THR's got to make something happen.
They got to make something happen now because JOTA has indeed earned a clean sheet, so they get 2 boosts. Sauber has a hard charge reward. They get a boost. THR, no boosts. They're in trouble already.
Yeah.
So do you think we're going to see boosts banked in this next one, or are some just going to try and come out of the gate running?
If it was me, I'd be using everything I've got because who knows what happens in this race. Use what you've got, worry about race 3 in about 20 minutes.
Someone's going to boost the Falcon here, boost the V8. That's a race displacement add part, and that's 50 horsepower. We're going on Homestead. There's some high speed there to be gained.
Oh, so that's the thing too we haven't really touched on is the track also being a determining factor here. So going off to Homestead for the second one, is that something that played a factor in trying to use those boosts?
Perhaps. I mean, I think Homestead has some curious little kinks to it that are going to be a struggle for those V8s in certain, similar to what we saw last week in the muscle cars, the final chicane, cars bumping up on that outside wall to the right-hand side there. I think some of these, 2/3 of this field is going to struggle on those parts. I think the R8 is going to be fine.
Yeah, the R8. They'll still be at the top of the field.
Yeah.
We actually haven't gotten to touch on AMS very much because it was more the quiet team kind of going into this. And actually, in the past, they've been on the receiving end of some of the bumps and scrapes that have happened on the road. But we saw early on where it was actually TQ that did some of the bumping himself. So what do you think of their performance here?
Well, you know, TQ finishes in 4th, but it's last in his class there. So he got some points for the team. Can't take that away from them, but yeah, it feels like they needed to do a lot better. I don't know if we expected them to do a lot better considering who they were going up against today, but yeah, they need to do more in the next 2 races.
Well, they're destined for the last chance qualifier.
Yeah.
So strategy today and their performance today, they can evaluate it and find ways they can improve for next week's race.
And back over on THR, obviously Virus was a big talk of the town in race number 1. They've put a lot of PI into him, clearly a big, huge component of their strategy. So do you believe that that is something that can end up carrying over into the second race?
No, they're going to struggle. The cars around them are going to have boosts. Virus is going to have to fight for his life just to hold on to the back of Commando and hold on to the back of Chemical for this next race.
Yeah, I mean, Virus is shown, I questioned Virus, their strategy with Virus. It worked out in the first race. They don't have the advantage they have going into the second race, so they're asking a lot, once again, of THR Virus.
Their strategy right now should go for a clean sheet.
Yeah.
Go for a clean sheet Homestead, get 2 boosts for that next race.
But at the cost of positions, perhaps, you know, it's hard to say. I mean, at this point, every point matters in this round, of course, but that sacrificing position for potential boost in race 3, I'm not sure that would even work for them.
I don't think Virus's car is faster than TQ's. So
The points matter, and we do have the match results going into this, so let's see how it all added up. 29 points to JOTA right there at the top. Sauber trailing with 24, 20 to THR, and then Alien at the back of the pack with 13.
Boy, it's a matter of what could have been for Sauber with Zoom. With those 5 seconds penalties, took them all the way down to 11th place in just 1 point. But good on Zimdog, taking it all the way up to, 5th place for those 8 points. Amazing, and gets the boost. It's like there should be an asterisk next to that 8 because he was a much more valuable player to the Sauber team than just 8 points.
points are pretty even across the board, and that's simply just because of the class for the Audi 1 through 4, and that's probably going to continue. Expect the scoring to get pretty close. The only teams who may separate here, in my opinion, JOTA and Sauber with the boosts. I still think that's crucial.
Well, speaking of boosts, because Sauber is kind of going for this almost refresh boost strategy, put a lot into Zimdog with the boost, to get the boost, to do it again, and then hopefully keep going with that cycle. Yeah. So is that something that is enough, though, to try and close up that 5-point spread?
I think so, yeah. Don't forget, he's a coach. He's a coach coming in here, stepping in for Dave.
Yeah, he's a coach, and, you know, maybe you got to figure Zoom's going to bounce back. So there's more points. Sauber left a lot of points on the table. There's more to score in races 2 and 3 for Zoom.
Yeah, and Zoom, when you are hit with that penalty early on, you take that 5 seconds, it really impacts the rest of your race, it almost feels like, right? So
I totally agree. It's, he's racing and he knows that he's got 5 seconds of penalties, so that's definitely going to weigh on him during the middle of the race. At this point, put it behind you. 2 more races to go.
well, race number 1 is in the past. Race number 2 is now in the present. So Ali and Shay, what do you make of all the ruckus we've seen so far?
Wow, it has been a ruckus so far, but what a great morning of racing! What a great start to the day. Returning viewers, Shay, you may at this point withdraw the ducks that you've been saving because we're heading back to Homestead.
I was just going to ask you if you've been saving them all week. Have you? Have you just been collecting them?
Oh, if only I had a duck!
No.
Sadly not.
No, we have a kangaroo. No duck, though. Should have had a duck. No, we are going back to Homestead, running a slightly different configuration of the track than we did last week, though. It's one that's a lot closer to my heart. It's a version that runs on the banking as well. So you come down the backstretch, and instead of turning into the infield on what is a technical portion of the track, I say technical because not all people like it, we get to stay out and have some fun. You have to look so far up, Ali, so that your eyes don't actually get sucked into the banking. It's a whole nother skill.
You've got so many laps around Homestead, Shay.
This configuration, too.
Talk to me about the difference between running a corner on flatland, on the infield, compared to running through the banking.
You're pushed down into your seat like a fighter pilot. You get lateral Gs when you're driving a race car normally. You get vertical Gs when you're on the banking, and it's a sickening sensation if you're not used to it. It really does push your stomach up into your mouth, and it takes a lot of adjustment to try and adapt to that. Running this version of the track in particular is difficult because you're getting all the Gs thrown at you. And even doing rides, as we do for my dad's charity day, Rides and Smiles down at this track every February, you run maybe 50 to 100 laps in a day just taking kids for rides. You're exhausted by the end of it because this track is so demanding in terms of the physicality. I love it though, and particularly for the cars that we've got lined up. The Audi is going to be super strong as always, but this is a NASCAR track. This is where they come for their finale every year. Those stock cars are going to be brutally fast on the second half of this track.
Well, whenever I put this jacket on, I feel a little bit fighter pilot-y.
Exactly.
So maybe there's something there. There's something. Oh, hold on. All right.
Yeah,
all right.
Just like a fighter pilot,
Okay.
You've got the area to store a pen.
I also now have a pen to
Hey!
talk about the grid with. The grid for this coming up race, we're going to have Commando up there on pole position again, Shay. JOTA with that top seed. And then looking at my sheet here, we've got South in 5th and Boca in 9th.
Yeah, but the important thing is the Commando with the boost once again means that in theory he should be able to replicate what he did in the first race, run away and hide.
Well, I mean, that's all the more impressive when we look at the second seed on the grid. And that's Sauber again. Chemical back up on that front row, but no boost.
No boost for Chemical once again. He did fine without it in the first race, but once again, they've put all the boost on Zimdog, and they've put Zimdog at the back of the pack, starting in 10th once again. So he's going to be another person to watch for this hard charger.
But that's super interesting. Zimdog and Boket, maybe we can have a little look at that
Yes.
later on. The third team out there is THR, Team Highlands Racing. We saw how close they got in race number 1, how frustrated they were not to pick up that hard charger boost. They're going to put Byrovus back up the front of this pack, and further down it's going to be Rich and then Europa in 7th and 11th respectively.
And Europa's going to have his work cut out for him in the Chevy SS. That's a lot of responsibility at the back of the pack. It's a lot of difficulty to try and get it slowed down for not the first turn at Homestead, but the second. That's where you really need the good brakes. And then, of course, at the hairpin at the back part of the course, that's going to be a hard day for Europa coming from the back.
All right, well, the last team on this grid, AMS, Alien Motorsport, have had a little bit of a tough start to the day, but I will say, massive honourable mention to AMS TQ, who came across the line last time around in 4th position.
Yeah, TQ had a really strong race going in. He's going to have another bit of work cut out for him, though. 3 Audis in front of him means that he has to get around them on pace. No boost means that no bueno, because it's no additional help to try and get past everybody. We'll have to see what sort of ducks AMS have kept, and if they listen to you, Ali, because if they did, that'll be an advantage. Otherwise, it'll be a long day, and especially with Huracan in the mid-pack and the Falcon, a lot of light cars starting around each other doesn't mean for a lot of opportunity for passing and getting through the field.
All right, well, in race 1, we saw a very deep strategic battle for that hard charger award, which is awarded to the driver with the most overtakes. Now we can look at 2 drivers in this second race who are going to be competing for that very team feat, and that's JOTA Esports and Sauber Esports.
With JOTA Esports, he's in the Camry. He's got 5 podiums on the year, but no wins. Then you look at Zimdog, who's the coach. He's been thrown into this situation, not desirable. Only 3%, well, 6% now of the team points accrued. But this is not a situation that he would have wanted for at the start of the day. In the Falcon, though, the Falcon versus the Camry, 2 very different mentalities of cars, 2 completely different points of them being built. I don't know who's going to come out on top.
All right, well, we've got 12 drivers, and we're going to be taking them to Homestead. It's an awesome alt road circuit, so we're going to be running that banking at the back of the track. I can't wait to get underway. Let's get trackside. We're straight on board with Storm as he heads down towards that run, that drop down off the banking into the infield straight away at the start. Storm monitoring the cars ahead, just like back in COTA, keeping that gap ahead of him and making sure he doesn't get in any silly accidents off the start of this race. All very well behaved up the road from him as well, as Sauber Esports falls back down to 9th position. Commando continues to lead the way, and Chemical some 30 feet behind.
Still early morning in Homestead, just about 7 o'clock by the look of where the sun is in the sky. There was a little bit of banging going into turn 5 as we jump up a little bit further to Chemical. Started the race in 2nd and is still in 2nd, but with an opportunity to make a move at Commando. A much better line from Chemical coming through that final turn, and now onto the long back straight. Commando should pull away.
Here we are with Chemical in lap number 1, just halfway through it. We're onto the banking for the first time, and we're going to be able to see the power of a boosted Audi up against an Audi without a boost. Now, as a refresher, Shay, these boost upgrades, they're single use and they add a few parts to the cars.
Yeah, they can add a lot of horsepower. It was more than 40 horsepower advantage for Commando on Chemical in the last round. I'd imagine it's the same coming into this one. And we saw that because both of these cars running the 5.2 liter naturally aspirated V10 Audi that's also in the Lamborghinis. It's a mouth-watering engine to begin with, but then you throw an extra 46 horsepower at it and hello, just gets even more fun.
Yeah, we've dropped back into the wars with Zimdog here in the mid-pack. Keep in mind, Zimdog started this race in 10th position. He's now up to 8th, so that's 2 positions made up. We should be comparing his progress against Bokit, though, who's back in 10th, hasn't managed to make any positions up with the power of that boost. So Bokit not able to compete with Zimdog at this early stage in the race. We're on board with Hurricane now, though, in 9th position, sitting just behind Zimdog. Hurricane started this race in 8th, and right now, more or less keeping his position.
You want to talk about the beautiful features of this track, alley. Part of it comes into the wide first turn. You've got a lot of room to make a mistake and not hit anybody, and guess what? First turn was clean. Yay, no penalties from that. So that's an exciting moment for us to be able to announce. But you listen to the throttle modulation on AMS Huracan as he went around the banking. It's not easy flat in a supercar. It's not a given. In the stock car, oh heck yes, it's easy flat. That's what they're designed to do.
They are designed for it, and they are absolutely awesome to race around a circuit like this through that compression that Shay was talking about before the start of this race. Those bank corners are an incredible place to put a car. We're on board right now with Sauber Zimdog in the Ford Falcon Aussie V8. This is a very different style of motor car, but one that's racing at a similar pace out there on track.
Yeah, it's a different car even than the one that they race now this weekend at the Gold Coast for the Gold Coast 600. Congratulations to Craig Lance and Jamie Whincup for winning race 1. Spoiler alert, by the way, sorry on that. They now race the Mustang. This is still the Ford Falcon back when it was built in Australia. Zimdog making a beautiful pass for the 7th position. Now has his sights set on THR Rich. And I was hearing that Virus went off, so there was a bit of drama further back in the field.
A bit of synchronized swimming there for the 2 Sauber drivers then as Zimdog gets moved up 1 position, 1 more overtake, 1 more notch on the belt for Zimdog. Let's hop on board with Virus right now. who we're hearing has been in the wars. He's running in 4th place up the inside of TQ into that first corner, dips a tyre. So easy to do, out wide and into the wall. Virus with too much speed through turn 1, and it's going to pay the price for it. Slipping back now into 4th position, and wow, Shay, that looked like an absolute wreck of an incident.
That was terrible. So we saw TQ getting on the brakes going into turn 1. Not something that you always have to do. You can't carry the speed in through there. Virus was able to go down the inside because, well, he didn't apply the brakes. But then you saw too much momentum going into turn 2, clear off the track. And Virus now falling back into the 4th position. TQ pulling well away. I think Virus might have some damage, though. He's limping around as JOTA South goes past, too. By the way, Ali, Zoom can't help himself. Another 5 seconds worth of penalties.
Wow,
Two
so
races
Zoom
in a row.
slipping up there. Virus surely damaging that car. We can see it on the pace on track as South walks past as though it's nothing. So Virus will be slipping back now, and THR's hopes surely going with him. You've got to remember, Shay, that this is a massive race for the Team Highlands group. They're looking to try and keep themselves out of the last chance qualifier, and that may be going up in smoke before our eyes.
Yep. I'm just going to look at you and say one thing, Ali. Nope. We were joking about that before the race began, and Virus into the pit lane comes to a stop. So that is terrible news for THR. But we have a rule on tracks in which we run the banking. Low is slow, and that's what Virus did. He was telling everyone else in the competition that he was limping around, and he did the right thing ultimately.
Let's stick around and look at THR for a little bit longer, Shay, because with one race left in the normal championship for this team, in the 4 rounds that each of the teams are given to impress, to get points on the table, THR are now starting to look like they're not going to be able to do enough to get themselves an auto-qualifying spot into the final.
Yeah, now all the hopes go to Rich and Europa, and Rich, who does have 3 podiums on the year, Europa, who has 2. But the interesting thing to me isn't on Rich and what he can accomplish, because we know what he can do. It goes to Europa, a slightly impulsive driver who is known for being a little bit egocentric, which, let's face it, name a race car driver who isn't egocentric, and I'll give you $5. For Europa, he's in this only stock car that weighs less than everybody else. Everyone else is at the standard weight. So Europa should be able to make hay while the sun shines, but right now it's a pretty cloudy day for Team Highlands Racing.
Okay, well, another team who is struggling out there on track here in lap 6 of 12, so at the half distance on this race, is JOTA. I'm hearing that South has picked up a huge amount of penalties.
Has he now?
What I heard was 12 seconds of penalties. It sounds like an awful lot.
I heard 12 seconds gets you booted from the lobby.
Wow.
So if you get 12 seconds worth of penalties, then you are hurting your team and jeopardizing the possibility of making it through guaranteed safety. That's not good news.
Well, South currently running in 4th position, so that would be a massive impact for the JOTA team. We're still on board here with THR. Rich, though, running in 6th position and looking forward up the road towards Sauber Zimdog. Rich and Zimdog are both differing here on track, running the same car, but Zimdog, of course, with that boost, and that's why we're seeing Zim fly off into the distance. I will say, Shay, while we're looking forward up the track, while we're looking at that little white speck in the distance that is Sauber Zimdog, it is a moment to say, you know what, this guy was brought in as a coach, low expectations, and he has performed so well.
My hat is off for Sauber Zimdog, 27 years old from England, a very strong coach. He's articulate, he's strategic, but we didn't know if the driving ability would necessarily come through in a team situation. All right, he was 18th in the world last year, so he's not bad at this. But he works for a software consultancy company in normal day-to-day life. So Zimdog is not necessarily sitting on his Xbox and able to practice for 3 or 4 hours a day like the guys he coaches maybe are. He's got to worry about reporting to an office and speaking to a boss and all that jazz.
Well, what's super impressive about this as well is the consistency. Race number 1, he started 10th, he ended 5th.
Yep.
Got the hard charger. Here we are, race number 2, repeat performance. It just feels like Sauber can say to this guy, all right, here's what you need to do. We're going to throw you back there, and they can expect him to deliver.
Yeah, good luck. Go have fun.
Yeah,
bye.
have fun.
Bring home the gold.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got the bow tie.
Exactly. It's been a very impressive performance, especially considering, Ali, that this isn't the first time we've seen a coach participate in a race or in a match. And I would say that Zimdog, out of all of the ones that we've seen so far, has been the standout. And that's including Asics too.
Including, well, quite right. I mean, Asics, we've only seen out there one time so far. Of course, the coach from the Red Bull Racing team, who are right now leading the championship on points and really are the benchmark for all the other teams out there. Asics, we may see again in the next week of competition, and so we might get a better read of how well he compares against Zimdog.
Yeah, but Zimdog, as you rightly say, consistency is the name of the game. They've given him an opportunity to really stand out by making him say, the hard charger is your goal, go get it. But the fact that he's delivered in the first race and now looks on par to deliver in the second as well, I'm very impressed.
Somebody else who's been impressing an awful lot here at week 6 of the competition is JOTA's Commando. He's been out on track running incredible laps, incredible lap times at a pace that's really alien compared to the rest of the pack. Commando was given a lot of trust from his team, a lot of faith put in him, a lot of expectation on those notably broad shoulders, and certainly he's been able to carry it.
Well, he's not breaking any controllers today. That's the good news for Mellish. Always worries about his buddy. So Commando just doing his thing. It's almost like a time trial for him because there's nobody around. And even the ghost car isn't even showing up for Commando. So it's a really good effort so far today.
JOTA right now are 4th in this championship. They are looking to push their way up, potentially to battle Red Bull, but maybe closer in their sights, the likes of Williams or Lazarus.
1st, 4th, and 8th for JOTA. That is going to be an excellent points haul if it stays the way it is. They do have to do 3 more laps of this track, so a lot could change, but if that's the way it stands, that's a fantastic day for JOTA. I love listening to the sound of that V10, don't you?
It's awesome. What a great car. Twin V10 for Chemical as well. Just the same Audi R8 with that incredible engine. Chemical has run a strong second race. Really, Shay, could we have expected the win from him here? Could we have? Was it too much to ask?
Yep. He's going into this race with exactly the same car as Commando, minus about 50 horsepower, give or take. Yeah, he's done exactly what he needed to. He's beating everyone else who's in the same car, even some people with a little bit different build and a little bit more advantage at different places around the circuit. But Chemical, again, looks like he's running a time trial with nobody there to comment on. It's what Chemical needed to do. We've really seen an impressive job so far today from Sauber. Chemical, Zoom, all right, Zoom hasn't been thereabouts and has gotten penalties, but Zimdog and Chemical really stepping up today.
Hop on board with Bokit now back in the...
Good call.
Back in the mid-pack. Bokit in 8th place right now and catching up Sauber Zoom. This is an interesting battle. We were just talking about Commando and Chemical up front. The battle between JOTA and Sauber more broadly, and that battle's being played out very much on track here between Zoom and Bokit, although Zoom running 5 seconds of penalty there just up ahead.
Yeah, which means that Bokit will jump up into the 7th position because Zoom will be knocked back a spot. So that in itself is an interesting discrepancy. And of course, we've got the Toyota on which we're on board right now. This car, 16 wins on the season, and of course Martin Truex Jr. taking the championship in the final year of Furniture Row Racing. Ahead of him is a Chevy. Sauber Zoom, 10 wins on the year for the Chevy. They did get that, no, they didn't get the Daytona 500 win. That was a Ford with Kurt Busch, but still, it was a good year for Chevy. It was a great year for Toyota. The cars with different shapes, slightly different aerodynamic tendencies, but engines according to the build of the manufacturers. So the Chevy engine, which was done by Hendricks, the famous shop that's run Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, Dale Earnhardt Jr. The Toyota, which is out of Joe Gibbs Racing, Kyle Busch, Martin Truex Jr., Denny Hamlin, you get my point.
Sauber Zoom here, seeing on the defensive on the inside of this track. I wanted to talk a little bit about Zoom. We'll hop forward to Zimdog, who's done a great job today as well. Still up there in that 5th spot, I believe. So running well, running strong. We're up to 4th now, in fact. So 4th, a little bit better for Zim, who was looking for that hard charger.
But he passed south. wasn't clean. There was contact between the two of them, and it was initiated by
That's
Zim.
right.
So that gets a little bit uncomfortable when it comes to trying to decide who is in the right and who is in the wrong. But we are on the last lap of this race, so for right now, Zimdog is lapping all the way to the bank. He is in 4th.
All right, well, Sauber Zoom is somebody who's had a little bit of a challenging race, well, season so far. I will say in previous rounds, he's done a great job of moving forward through the field. Looked very buoyant out there on track. Not this time, though, and not working out for him so far. Up in the lead of this race, though, JOTA Commando is going to be heading towards the finish line and looking to get lap 12 of 12 into the books and getting this thing finished off. What a round from Commando, who crosses the line and takes victory here in race number 2, forcing Chemical back into second, settling for those 15 points. And Sauber will be scratching their heads saying, what can we do to beat JOTA? TQ as well. Wow. AMS getting him across the line in 3rd place.
Once again, we have an Audi. 1, 2, 3. Everything is right in the world of nature as far as sports car racing goes. Zimdog bringing it home for 4th on the road. We'll have to see if it holds ahead of South. But congratulations, Commando for the win, Chemical for the 2nd, and TQ for the 3rd.
What an interesting race. Again, we're seeing Commando get that boost, get the benefit of that super fast Audi, and just set off in the lead of this race. I don't know if there doesn't seem to be anything that can stop this guy today.
As long as he keeps getting these boosts, he is going to keep getting these race wins. The only change is going to be if when we go to the next track, spoiler alert, it's Road Atlanta, if anything changes, if there's no boost for him, maybe there's a boost for Chemical, the tides are going to turn.
Do you think that's likely? Do you think they're going to throw a boost Chemical's way? I mean, Sauber this race, I can't see how they've earned any.
I don't know. We have to wait and find out.
The last track, you mentioned it just now, Road Atlanta. We're going to be heading to a different circuit, a very different feel from the previous two we've gone to.
I was just there.
You feel...
What?
Was there recently an event at Road Atlanta?
A 10-hour race, perhaps?
Perhaps some kind of a 10-hour race.
I think that would be dandy. Let's go, shall we?
We're going to talk a lot more about Road Atlanta in a second or two, but before we do, just to give us a taste, a flavour, a feel for it, what's the big difference when we move from track to track?
Elevation is the big difference when we get to Road Atlanta. There's that last turn, which is long and diving. You've got many more straights to contend with at Road Atlanta. I know they don't feel like that. The turn 1 at Road Atlanta, oh, it's amazing, because if you get it just slightly wrong, you're going to be going off for quite some time. We had a car with brake failure actually in qualifying, and Robbie Foley was saying how grateful he was that the brake failure happened at turn 9, because if it had happened at turn 1, he would have been going all the way out to the Atlantic Ocean, and that's a long way away. But it's one of those tracks that it's so many possibilities, so many opportunities. Driving it in a NASCAR supercar, driving it in the R8, oh yes.
Well, we've seen how much of a difference strategy can make in the Forza Racing Championship 2019. And so there's a huge amount to break down after every race. I'm very interested to throw it over to our pundits and find out a little more.
Well, speaking of finding out a little more, I always love getting the insight from Shay, who has been on these tracks. She was just there not that long ago. So great getting that perspective. But going back to what we just saw, man, oh man, was there some craziness right off the bat. And before we get into some of the specifics, that was a downturn for some of the teams. I want to talk about Sauber and some of their struggles, particularly with Zoom, once again facing some penalties.
Yeah, we talked about penalties in that last race. It turns out we might have had a little bit of incorrect information for some of the drivers, but Zoom definitely had another race with 5 seconds of penalties again. Now, we didn't see exactly what happened, but boy, you got to imagine that it might have been track limits here, Andy.
Yeah, track limits is something that seems to always strike everyone. Even the pros struggled today here, and we certainly saw Virus being one of them. But yeah, Zoom, I think that's 2 races in a row with a good amount of penalties. Got to change that around, but 7 provisionally, not bad. Mm-hmm.
Well, the thing is, we talked kind of internally while we were watching about the difficulties of some of these turns on this track, but having 2 races in a row where you're having that struggle, is that starting to get a bit more on the driver and what he's been displaying on the track, or is it other factors here?
Zoom is, I think he's driving the NASCAR, is that correct? If so, that's a car that doesn't like Homestead, especially, remember before the race we talked about those tight chicanes going back onto the oval there.
Coming off the bankings, probably more tricky because you're coming in a lot, really high speed, and you're braking and turning at the same time. Cars don't like that.
Yeah.
They don't like that.
Well, one thing that cars and drivers and coaches alike don't like are when you get a little struggle and you have to go into the pit. So let's talk about THR and what ended up going on with Virus, because I'm sure he wasn't very happy about this.
Well, go ahead, Andy.
It started out good. He's in third place,
Yeah.
but you can't send Soup back at the deli. You got to deal with it.
This is
And
exactly-
Virus. Ugh.
No soup for you,
No
man.
soup for you. And this is exactly the turn that Andy was talking about earlier. That turn 2 coming off the banking, high speeds. The angle is weird. The camber is weird. Everything's strange about the car. You got to get your braking done early and get your turning in. And he had this battle with Tiku, and he couldn't make it stick. And it goes off and hits the wall to boot.
Yeah, this is where it all changes for him. I mean, it's wheel to wheel. He's got a better car. I think he's better racecraft. But
misses brake
and
point.
then everything changes. Hello, wall. Virus would eventually have to pit, and provisionally, it's probably going to stick last.
Ooh, and you can feel it coming on when
Yeah.
you're watching the specifics, and you can almost see him going into the wayside before it even happens. But what does this make about their chances for THR? Because they've had a lot riding on this, trying to make it into that spot and avoid the last chance qualifier.
They're probably headed to the last chance qualifier. Regardless
Yeah.
of what Fast Racers Forza does later in their match later on today, you got to think FRF are certainly jumping up and down right now.
20 points in the first round for THR. They're going to score less this round as well, most likely. So, yeah, their day's probably done. They got to start thinking ahead to that LCQ.
Yeah.
I want to take a look at some of the other drivers on the team, though, because it is a team effort after all. So Rich, he started off there kind of in the number 7 place, it looks like, and tried to make his way through. So what do you make of his performance?
Second in class, I believe, 6th provisionally. He's just racing in pack. And then we still saw the V8s, and we still saw the stock cars and the supercars really battling it out. They're just so close on pace. You know, he escaped. 6th place is pretty decent.
I think the big beneficient here, I guess we'll say, is Zimdog. If we move over to the Sauber team, you know, he takes advantage of the fact that Virus went off and damaged his car. There's no way Zimdog should be up in the top 4, but it looks like he might manage it provisionally because Virus went off.
And he had a boost.
Yep.
So he earned his boost again. He's earning his pay, right?
That's right.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You look at 2 different races where Zimdog is given the boost, and we saw him just charge forward in the first one, attempting to do so here in the second one. And he is the coach stepping in for his team. And that's a very important point to emphasize because it takes a lot of mental fortitude to make that switch when your team needs you.
Look at that, a Masters of Science and Performance Analysis. He's the guy making the builds for these guys, and he's stepping in as a driver, and he's done it twice in the same race, starting in 10th and getting the most passes of anyone in the field.
And his team gave him no PI coming into this race. No PI. That all went to Chemical, so Chemical was given the strongest car today. So he's doing this on his own. And then given the boost, the strategy's working. Lee Campbell says in chat, his favorite meal is chicken gizzards.
Chicken gizzards.
Wow.
Isn't that the thing like underneath here? We'll have to ask our animal expert. That's Allie, right?
That's Allie, yeah. We'll go to him for that.
Chicken gizzards.
I don't think I've ever seen that on a menu anywhere. So for that to be your favorite, is that something you grow up eating? Do you?
Maybe at the land, we'll find a place that serves chicken gizzards.
McGizzards, that's what we'll go.
Gizzards, no.
We'll have to start pulling what everyone's favorite food is, and that'll
That's
be
right.
the real question with this. Now, I know that you were writing down kind of provisionally where everyone was at.
Geez.
So
Okay,
if we're looking at this as everything's getting tabulated, is there anything outrageous? Of course, we know Virus being in that last spot.
Hey, how about AMS getting their 2nd podium of the year? Tiku did it again, 3rd place.
On the back of Virus going off, of course. I mean, I'm not going to take a 3rd place away from anyone, but for me also, provisionally, we've got Zoom at 7th. You got to figure he's going to fall back down that order as well.
Yeah, A team that we haven't talked about much yet this time around is JOTA, who brought out 2 different boosts. They clearly were not happy with only having a 5-point spread after race number 1. So do you believe that this was a strategy that ended up working for them to bring?
I mean, again, they won the race provisionally, so Commando is slotting right where he needs to be, feeling really comfortable there. Good for him. South, I don't know if they got as much as they wanted.
I don't see another car on track.
Yeah, look at him. He's just
He's out there hot lapping.
Yeah, and Boket, I guess I should say, he's finished provisionally in 8th. I'm not sure they got enough out of him for him having that second boost.
Well, and that's the difficulty. It seems like some of the other teams have been doing a lot more of that passing and really accumulating just those big jumps that way. So JOTA, when they are trying really hard to maintain this positioning in the top 4, and you're kind of feeling stabilized, what does that do to team mentality, not making those jumps like the rest?
You wonder if they're like, we're going to get 60 points today at the bare minimum because Commando's going to win all 3 races and anything else is icing.
Yeah, and icing on the cake, soon enough we are going to get those race results and figure out how everything went from provisionally once everything's accounted for. But if we are looking once again, I'd want to point on JOTA again because we're talking about the importance of the coach strategy, and Sauber having that coach on the road is clearly doing well for them this time around. But as we look at the results right now on your screen, I want to get your thoughts on how that strategy for JOTA is really pulling a play here and demonstrating that team effort.
There's a great team effort here because I don't see a single penalty for the JOTA drivers. Another clean sheet. So again, that's not something you can necessarily plan for, Gabby, but when it works, yeah, I'm going to take those boosts into race 3, no problem.
Zimdog, 3-second penalty, falls down 2 spots to 6th. So JOTA will be likely increasing their lead in this match.
Yeah, 6th is still great coming from 10th place, but nothing compared to what he had achieved during the last race. So maybe going into this next one, thinking about the way that boosts are going to come into it, could try and repeat.
But look at it, they'll have 3 boosts going into the next race because they've got 1 from Zimdog getting hard charger, and then the clean sheet is 2. So they will all 3 of their drivers will be boosted for race 3, a carbon copy of what they did a few weeks ago.
I think I'm going to start eating chicken gizzards because Zimdog got the hard charger award with a 3-second penalty, and he dropped 2 spots.
You start eating gizzards, I'll get a master's in performance analysis.
Man, what a race. So I think other things of note here quickly, AMS is also going to get a clean sheet. THR, no boosts earned this round.
All with the race results in, so are the current standings within this match. And let's see what happens. 64 points for JOTA right now at the top. Really keeping that spread out with the 49 for Sauber, 31 for THR, and Alien with 28.
Every driver in JOTA improved their performance in the second race, so that's a good look going into race number 3.
And looking at THR, I know we kind of said it's that stamp, right? You're trying to think if they're going to be in that LCQ. So with that, what do you do going into the 3rd race, feeling probably a little low on morale?
No, I don't know about this one. I'm in trouble. THR's in trouble. So they got 31 points, and AMS, I think, believe is in last, second to last, excuse me, just ahead of MGC. So I would not have thought THR would be struggling this much where they are with AMS right now.
The interesting thing is their drop round was 32 points, so odds are they're going to get more points this time around. It's obviously not the points all they want.
They'll get more points.
But they'll get more points than 30. So this round will be their second lowest round, most likely.
And it's counting, yeah. They're destined for the last chance qualifier, regardless of what happens here in this next race. I think if they get 1, 2, and 3, they're still going to be in the last chance qualifier.
We've talked about the different drivers that have really showed out so far, but are there any that you feel that have underperformed or that you're hoping to see more from in this last race?
It's got to be Zoom. Got to be Zoom. We expect pace from Zoom. We don't expect mistakes, and that's what we've seen. We've seen a total of 10 seconds of FRR penalty time for Sauber Zoom.
It may not mean anything, but why not let's go 3 races in a row, Zimdog hard charger.
Hey, and that hard charger was really working out for him before. Love to see it again. And once we know with the boost coming out and everything, that's always going to play a big factor. So if you're looking at Sauber right now and you've got kind of more of that spread in point discrepancy, do you think there's any hope of them trying to get into the number 1 for the match?
It's going to be tough. I mean, on the plus side, they've got 3 boosts to work with. They've got Zemdog, who is driving out of his mind today. They've got to, if I'm the coach of Sauber, I'm in Zoom's ear. I'm talking to him. I'm saying, calm down, put it all behind you. Let's have a great race 3 and see if we can pip JOTA today.
I think JOTA got a clean sheet, so they got 2 boosts. Expect Commando to get boosted again and probably take off again.
It's interesting to think, too, about some of the other teams. When we've talked about the drivers, we talk more about how emotion plays into it because some have more vibrant personalities than others. Is there anybody today where you feel they have to work on that mental fortitude or might be more influenced by those things that are out of their control?
That's hard.
I would have said before today, I might have said Commando. Commando has been the victim of bad luck in previous seasons and hasn't always handled it great. Today, he's got no problems at all. He is cruising to win after win. So I like this. I like this new Commando. The strong guy, strong performance. I like what I'm seeing of him today.
On the opposite end, THR, they're just going to have to forget this round. Ultimately, it's going to count, but they already have to start preparing for next week.
Well, and that's the nice thing is we talk so much about wanting to get into that top 7, but that doesn't mean you're out of it. You still have that last chance qualifier. But the thing is, then only one person or one team rather is going to be able to make it out of that situation. So we've seen how crazy things can get in a single race and completely skew the results. Is that a lot of what these teams are trying to escape, the fact that so much just can happen within a single match?
Absolutely. Just as you say, Gabby, all the points are completely reset for the last chance qualifier. It is a winner-take-all format. So, yes, it's the ultimate version of forget everything that's happened before, put everything counts in each individual race.
Yeah, next week's going to be palms sweaty, mom's spaghetti, right?
Oh,
yeah,
I like that.
Yeah. It's going to be rather going to give you goosebumps.
It's going to get vicious.
It's going to give you goosebumps, yeah.
I think you're channeling, was it Virus? Who was it? Somebody has Lose Yourself by Eminem as their favorite pump-up song. Yeah. And you know what? I approve of that. So I actually want to know, Ali and Shay, what are your pump-up songs if you're trying to get ready for a race?
My pump-up songs getting ready for a race? That's a good question. Where are you at, Shay? What's your
anything by Taylor Swift.
Okay, bit of Tay-Tay.
I took you
bit
for that one.
Bit of Tay-Tay for Shay-Shay. Right.
Sure.
Okay.
Let's run with it.
A little bit of Saving All My Ducks for Homestead. I like to listen to that sometimes.
That is platinum right there.
That will raise up the spirits. Doesn't matter where you're
Raises up everything. Yeah.
That's right.
Spirits, a little bit of lunch. It's all good. Yeah.
Spirits and lunch, a good mix.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of not that, we're going to Road Atlanta next track up. And this is a track, Shay, that you are very familiar with, just there the other week for the Petites, of course.
Very, very familiar. 27 miles walked in 3 days at Road Atlanta a couple weeks ago. So I love this place, though. Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta as it is now. Thank God that old building has been completely decimated. And they've built this new, beautiful building that doesn't smell like anything it shouldn't. But we've got 12 turns, 11 laps of Road Atlanta, 2.54 miles located in Brazelton, Georgia, just about an hour north of Atlanta, assuming there's no traffic, which, let's face it, there never is no traffic. But it's got 2 separate pit lanes. The one on the right, which you see, is dedicated for the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and the Petit Le Mans. The one on the left is for all the support series. So you have to remember which pit lane you're in which category of class you're running in as to which side of the track you enter the pit lane on. It's a great circuit, though. You've got the S's, you've got the hairpin down at the other end, and the final diving turn. I love it.
What an awesome, awesome track. We're going to have a very short run down towards turn 1 in Road Atlanta. And so grid position makes a whole lot of difference. We can take a look at the grid immediately, but we're going to have JOTA in that top seed coming into this third race. And wow, Commando back in front, back with that boost.
Yeah, bye-bye. I might as well just count him out right now, assuming he makes it through turn 1 cleanly. What stands out to me about JOTA, they've got 2 cars running the boost. So Commando in the first position and South in the 5th. Now, South is boosted ahead of 2 other cars who are also boosted. We'll get there in a minute. But Bokit back in 9th in that Camry. My sympathies go out to you, man. You're going to have your work cut out for you in this race.
Wow, heavy car, twisty track. It's going to be hard for Bokit. Let's check out Sauber in that second seed. We've got Chemical up the front. No boost for the 3rd time in a row. So Chemical, are you writing him off, Shay? That, for me, this feels like a big ask suddenly.
He's not going to win the race unless some small puffy cat walks out on the track and knocks Commando off of it. But Zoom, with the boost upgrade, they have elected to not give Zimdog the opportunity to pass everybody, mostly because he doesn't need the hard charger for this one. But Zoom being given a little bit more faith back put in the young Brazilian's hands. I like that call.
That's right. Well, Zimdog's got his gizzards. He doesn't need boost. Let's look at Alien Motorsport in the 3rd seed. TQ. It's been an impressive run from TQ with a 4th place finish in race number 1 and a 3rd place finish in race number 2. Although I am hearing those 2 boost icons shouldn't be there. So TQ with no boost, Hurricane with no boost as well.
Correct. And poor Storm. It's been a rough day. It's been quite the bad storm for Storm 1919. It's not going to get any better running in the NASCAR, the Chevy in the back of the field, starting in 11th. The good news is that behind him is another Chevy, so at least he won't feel bad dicing it up for the 2nd to last position.
Right, let's check out our 4th seeded team. That's THR, Team Highlands Racing. Virus will be in 4th, right up the front of the field again, with Rich in the middle and Europa at the back. So still THR throwing some of their resources towards Virus, even though he had a little bit of a scrappy race number 2.
Yeah, and still no boost for this team, so THR gonna have a rough day. Rich starting in the mid-pack, though. Watch him in the 8th position.
Well, we've got an interesting battle cooking in the mid-pack, and that's going to be between Hurricane and Sauber Zoom. These two starting 6th and 7th in this race, Shay, and not drivers we've really focused on a lot so far today.
No, we haven't, but look at the percentage of team points that they've managed to accumulate. Almost identical until you look at the numbers. Sauber Zoom, 73 points. That's one heck of a grab. And then Huracan only on 36. Just goes to show you the different levels of these two teams.
It's all to play for here at the Forza Racing Championship, and either of these drivers could make or break their racing careers here at Road Atlanta, but we're going to be heading trackside and getting on with this race, the final race of the first match of the day. We're going to have another match in just a few minutes' time, though, so plenty of racing more to come as Europa gets heavy on the brakes into T1. That's Hurricane off the track. AMS Hurricane didn't make it through the first turn in one piece, slipping back into 12th up the road. You've got to watch that outside line, watch that outside lane, and make sure there are no cars off track. Everyone through the S's for the first time and down the hill now, tumbling towards T5. That difficult compression through the apex. Zimdog looking strong as he powers out and back up toward the back straight. Strong run here from Zimdog, who's already up into that front battle.
Shadow coming up behind Zimdog as he's no longer the one who's hunting. He is being hunted without that boost upgrade, falling back into the clutches of the cars behind. Zimdog down in 8th position. Right behind him, JOTA Esports, though, looking to try and make a move.
Well, in the front of this race, Commando continues to lead the way. Sauber Chemical just behind with AMS TQ in 3rd, and we're on board with 4th place runner. That's THR, Team Highland Racing's Virus, a driver who we saw some optimistic move, to say the least, in race number 2 from. But he's back up here at the front of the pack and has another bite at the apple, another chance to impress at the Forza Racing Championship.
South has 808 horsepower in his boosted Falcon. So it's the first time that we've seen that. It's going to be something to keep an eye on as the course of the race goes on. No wonder he was fighting down the cars ahead of him. Right now in the 4th position, he's going to be able to maybe mix it up with the Audi of THR Virus. It's just heartwarming to see the green and white curves around this track, which first opened in 1970. Everything now blue and yellow to represent Michelin. But here comes Virus.
Powering down out of turn 5 and pulling up to the outside lane with TQ. Next turn's a right-hander over that little crest into the braking zone. And Virus fishing, looking for a gap, looking for his opportunity, a tap.
No.
And he's going to try and use it. So Virus here, using all the resources he has, including his front bumper. A little bit rude there, Shay.
Did you notice, though, JOTA South just looming into the picture behind when that little bit of contact was made? Not a bright move. You don't want to try and do anything to slow yourself down coming onto a straight. And JOTA South goes, thank you very much for making that contact. I'll go past you now.
That's it, up the inside, down and through that chicane at the back of the track. And South moves up into 4th position. Relegating THR Virus out of the top 4, and right behind him Virus with a few nibbles, a few taps, a few rubs on South's rear bumper through that last corner. I'm sure South will be looking backwards with maybe some choice words for THR's driver, but he continues to hold that fourth position, and hopefully will be able to get his eyes forward, get his pace down on track, and move up the road towards a podium position. Sauber Zoom also past Virus, who is falling backwards in the early phase of this race.
Okay, so keep in mind, JOTA South running 808 horsepower in his Ford Falcon. No surprises to see him being able to pass people. Sauber Zoom with the boost upgrade on his Chevy SS NASCAR. That's a bit of a surprise to see him getting around THR Virus. I wonder if maybe there's a little bit of damage on his car from the contact that he made, not only with the back of AMSTQ, but the back of JOTA South.
We can check out that first turn moment. I think Hurricane that slipped off the track just as Virus gets alongside. We'll keep that in a little P&P up the top there, but Hurricane off the track around that first corner. You saw there's a little bit of contact, a little bit squirrely, and Hurricane had to recover that car very quickly. Did a good job to keep it on the asphalt, but did lose a whole lot of time, a whole lot of positions. Meanwhile, in that battle for third place, Virus continues to hang on, to hold on. After losing a couple of positions, he hasn't dropped out this race. His shoulders haven't dropped yet. He continues to push forward.
No, but he definitely looks like he's lost some of the wind from his sails, Ali. He's not driving with the same level of aggression and intent that we've seen from him in the past. So perhaps Virus just feeling a little bit down in the dumps. 20 years old from Germany.
You get a feeling that just a couple of good apexes, just a couple of sweet turns, and he could be back on the rear of Sauber Zoom's car. It's down the hill, you see the front downforce of that Audi R8 coming into its own, giving him a little bit more front grip than maybe those NASCARs, those Aussie V8s have, as they tumble down towards turn 5. But now on the back straight, it's going to be all about the power of this gaggle of cars. A lot of machinery there, a lot of hardware trying to fit its way through a very small piece of track. South continues to hold that position. Virus with a glimpse there of 6th, but I think we'll be overtaken by Rich again on this straight.
Well, it's an interesting point that you just brought up there, Ali, because these three types of cars, three very different philosophies as to how to build a race car. In the stock car, in the NASCAR, you've got a Chevrolet that is a purpose-built race car. It's a tube-frame car that has effectively an engine of the manufacturer plunked in it and then a little bit of aero to match. The Ford Falcon is another step up from that. It has more input from the manufacturer, more work done, but again, not exactly a street car. The Audi R8 shares so much of its DNA with the street car. You've got basically a machine that you could go and buy in an Audi dealership, which, I mean, I'm sure that Virus would hook us up with that one. But you've got a car that is very similar to the street car and is a purpose-built race car to a sort. It did start life, though, out of the same factory where the street cars are built.
We just got a little glimpse of our behind the scenes there with a replay being put together. These cars all driving live and in front of us, and it's a great thing to watch live sports. We've got JOTA South on 4th place and looking up the field towards AMSTQ, trying to bridge that gap, trying to close it up into his slipstream. It's so interesting to hear Shay and Shay Adam joining me on the desk today. It's so interesting to hear that insight into the different types of car out there on track and how they're all put together. They're such different cars, fast in different ways, but similar on their lap time here.
Yeah, the way that they've been built up in the game is so that they are ultra competitive with one another, particularly JOTA South. As soon as you put the boost upgrade on it, you bring more than 800 horsepower out of this V8 engine, and all of a sudden you can compete with the likes of a GT3 purpose-built car. Now, the Audi R8 LMS Ultra is the version that we're seeing on track right now. This is the 2014 model year, so a car probably somewhere in the region of about 5 seconds slower per lap here at Road Atlanta than the R8 that was racing this year in the Petit Le Mans. Very different aero, but still the same general idea and concept coming out of Germany. Now, one thing, Ali, we are very, very lucky. Blue skies around Road Atlanta. You see all the orange clay on the curbs and just the orange coming onto the track. That Georgia clay, if it starts to rain, will never come off of your shoes. You thought they were white? Nope, they're orange.
Orange now, just like the JOTA color there that Commando is running. That awesome orange Audi R8 He's been untouchable all day long. JOTA Commando, winner of race number 1 here of the first match of the day. And race number 2 winner as well. Looking good for a 3rd win, and that perfect 60 points for a driver. Hoping to bring that home. Commando's been so strong, Shay.
He has been, not only physically, but mentally. And in terms of gameplay, he has dominated today. As Commando, just using a little bit more curb than I would want if I'm out there leading all on my own. Might want to get on the phone to him and say, hey, tone it back a little bit. I mean, I'm not telling Craviator how to do his job. He's done a perfect job so far today. The coach of the JOTA Esports team, known for being very friendly and popular, who actually says that Commando is his enemy on track because he never wants to race against this guy. Today we have seen exactly why.
JOTA Bokit is in the wars in the mid-pack. He's just slipped on past Virus, who was off the track at turn 5. Virus slipping off, very easy to do on that downhill chicane and falling down the field. But Bokit, well, his loss is Bokit's gain in many ways. 7th place now for JOTA's second runner here, and hoping to move up towards Rich. This battle's been great though, Shay, in the mid-pack. I love watching these cars go wheel to wheel. So
we've got JOTA right now in 1st, 4th, and 7th, with Bokit being the weakest of their drivers so far in this race. And take nothing away from Bokit. And by the way, buddy, that was not an insult aimed at you, the 19-year-old from Wales, but they are running very strong for the points. They've already accumulated enough points where this will be stronger than their drop round. Wow. So it's been a very good day for JOTA. The same thing can be said for THR. Unfortunately, it just hasn't been good enough for THR to ensure their security. They needed to score more than 32 points to make sure that this would not be their drop round. They've got 31 right now, and they're guaranteed to get at least 2 points by having 3 cars in the race.
So on the math side, both teams, JOTA and THR, will improve their championship scores today, will threaten the teams around them and hopefully move up that leaderboard a little bit further. Something that would help JOTA do that is Bokit getting around Rich. Rich is definitely putting up a fight, but you can see that 6.5 second penalty sitting above Rich's head will, I'm sure, give Bokit pause for thought as he thinks about whether or not he needs to actually get around this car, or whether he can sit behind it and run these laps out.
Exactly. You don't need to make a brash move, then don't. The other team that's catching my attention, Ali, we've got AMS, they've got TQ in 3rd position. That would be a good points haul in 12 points for them, but that's not enough for them to benefit, to really feel confident moving forward. It would be their 2nd best points haul, but still underperforming.
Virus up the inside of Bokit there, and wow, bumping, pushing each other around. Virus looked like he was only throwing that move on to defend his teammate, and well, it's good team play to do it. Virus is going to get stuck in here, I think, at every chance he can get. Maybe on pace alone, Shay, Virus is surely out of position on track after a whole bunch of errors.
Yeah, Virus looking, are we sure that's an Audi R8? Are we sure he's not maybe driving, I don't know, a shopping cart in disguise? Because that car is not going nearly as fast as it should be, particularly with the cars around it. Bokit, who's now got his sights set on Rich, yep, there's a penalty coming to Rich, so he doesn't need to make any brash moves, but he needs to get away from Virus.
This Virus is going to stuff that car in front of the nose of Bokit, just try and slow him down in any way he can. I think he's trying to create a gap here for his teammates. He needs that 5 seconds. He needs to get 5 seconds up the road, basically, and Virus is going to dart around Bokit's car, run rings around him until that gap opens up. I would say that's already a 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, that's where the Audi excels. Although Bokit not exactly running with one hand tied behind his back, still a good run in that Camry. I'm just surprised that Virus isn't able to clear Bokit, check out, and go bye-bye. There is definitely a team game being played.
With Bokit, with that petulant R8 sitting up in front of him. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see Virus drop back into his front bumper any second now, take it a little bit slower than maybe he could through these apexes, start to open up that gap a little longer. We've got to remember there's only 2 laps remaining of this race, and if Bokit's going to finish behind Rich for the THR team, then Virus is going to need to extend that gap as much as he possibly can. There's a point Shay, where team driving like this, like the kind we're seeing on screen in front of us, becomes dangerous, becomes obstruction.
Yep, I don't like it. I'll say that right now. I do not like this kind of behavior. If you are not good enough to move out of the way and, you know, keep your position, then don't interrupt someone else's race. Virus has a 3-second penalty over his head. He's definitely going to lose that position to Bokit. Yeah, he's trying to make it be a 5-second gap to Rich so that Rich doesn't lose his position, but Bokit doesn't deserve this. He's driven clean. He's got, all right, a quarter of a second penalty. That's nothing.
Nothing. Yeah, Virus definitely stretching the rules here. It's the first time we've seen this kind of a play at Forza Racing Championship. You know, we're maybe putting some thoughts into his mind. It could be that this is just Virus's pace that we're seeing on track. Certainly, though, my read is that R8 could check out if it wanted to.
Yep.
Rich continues to hold that gap and maybe isn't extending as much as he's going to need to hold that position. Up the road a little bit, though. Maybe it's time to check in with our leader, JOTA Commando, who's heading down the back straight and looking forward towards what is surely his third win of the day and a perfect streak for the Welshman.
And a great accumulation of points for JOTA. They needed it. We talked about it during the first race. The battle for first is on for the Forza Racing Championship. Commando has done everything he needed to try and ensure that JOTA Esports takes that first position.
Commando will take the victory. Chemical a few seconds behind, but he will roll across the line into second place. And a strong run from Chemical as well. And further back through the field, TQ will take his second third of the day, covering himself in glory today, TQ, and putting in performances far above our expectations of him. South in fourth, Zoom in fifth. But it's that battle, Shay, that fascinating battle between Virus and Bokit in that mid-pack that's really blowing my mind right now. Virus doing everything that he can to optimize his team's result.
Rich, Virus, and Bokit, because we can't say that Rich is clean and clear and out of control for this one. He definitely holds some responsibility with this too, because he accumulated that penalty to begin with. That sort of was the first domino to fall in this team result playing out. So it's going to be interesting to see when the final results come out how all that was affected, and then of course how many points everybody walked away with.
Well, how many points people walked away, we'll have a little look at that in a second. But before we go and chat with our analysts, before that, Shay, what are your thoughts coming through this first match of the day? How did it all weigh up to you compared to your expectations with these stock cars on these tight little tracks?
A really good strategy. I was not at all surprised to see the Audis running away. Finally, it corresponds to what I know, that the Audi should be the fastest race car on these types of circuits. It's going to be a slightly different story when we get to the next set of tracks, but I'm pleased with what we saw by and large. The racing was clean, it was fair, and yeah, team orders didn't really come into play until the end.
And for my money, a very professional performance from JOTA, who, well, coming into this round, weren't the top team. They weren't considered one of the top three. That's RBR, Lazarus, and Williams, who really have that sort of privilege. But JOTA putting in such a professional, impressive performance here in round number 6, that really they've put themselves on the map. They've said, hey, we're out here to win this thing.
Yeah, and, you know, they did everything that they needed to. They stayed clean through 2 of the races. They basically put all their ducks into the Commando basket, and it paid off. So, you know, congratulations to JOTA. They finally did what we've been hoping they would do all tournament long.
Right, well, what an impressive first match of the day. Gabby, what do you make of all the action out there on track?
Well, what I make of it is we have some really smart analysts, because before we even got started with anything, people were talking about JOTA and the potential that they have. So the fact that Commando, for instance, really great performance from him across all 3 races, don't you think?
Unstoppable.
Yeah.
Unstoppable.
This is where JOTA Commando probably believes he should have been for the entirety of his ForzaRC career, right? We talked earlier about, I remember Mexico City last year, the Season 2 finale for the ForzaRC. Commando was struggling. His controller gave out, whatever his problems were. I know that Commando is a confident guy. He's got a lot to race for. it's so good to see that happen for him.
Commando, 3 fastest laps today. Fastest lap here, 117.9. The guy didn't miss one apex today. 64 points was JOTA's drop round. Commando, 60 points by himself today.
Ooh, naughty.
Which means I actually did a little back of the napkin math here, and depending on how things shake out provisionally, we could have JOTA with around mid-90 points today, depending on how this final race goes, which will give them around 180, which with all drop rounds included would give them somewhere in the neighborhood of 277 points all up. Obviously, they'd be the leader on the day with the second match still to happen, but that's now the target for Williams and other teams to look at.
It's really easy, I think, to get caught up in what's going on in the bottom half of a race because, you know, collisions and all of the action that just naturally happens there. But there is a lot of nuance that goes into holding that #1 spot, something we've talked a lot about with someone like Lage, who loves to be in that position. And you were just noting that all the fastest laps that Commando is able to pull through. And what does that say about his skill as a driver and the development he's put, but also the confidence of his team to believe he can hold in that position?
Hey, they gave him the PI today, and he earned every point. Like I said, 60 points, you couldn't ask for a better performance from him.
It takes a certain type of driver to be out front and stay out front, and not just stay out front casually, but continue to gain and continue to set fast laps. I think that's a certain mindset that Commando is demonstrating here. It will serve him well heading into the finals.
Fast laps with the fat points.
Commando?
Yeah, Commando's not fat.
Nothing fat about Commando.
I mean, that score is, though, what he's been able to bring through. And another fatty is the build that South had, because he was really bringing a lot with that 808 horsepower is something that you were noting, Andy?
Yeah, 808 horsepower. That displacement boost, huge, and you saw that on the back straight there. Provisionally, I got him in 5th and the fastest Falcon with the boost.
The right car, the right build on the right track. That long straight at Road Atlanta, boy, just everything came together for them in that moment.
And
results.
Got ourselves some results.
Yeah, we got a fancy results in front of us here. But one thing, too, we talked so much about the Audi and that choice being had, but the Falcon, for instance, really putting it into there seemed to be a pick that worked well. So what do you make of that and even like the Lizard that was brought through?
Well, Go ahead, Andy.
The boosts clearly played a part there. South got the boost there, and that displacement boost is huge. You saw it come out. So again, he earned his spot, won his class, and then the other side, you mentioned that the Audi worked for Commando, didn't work for Virus.
It was working for Tiku too. I mean, he put up a great defense of his 3rd place there in that Audi R8.
And unfortunately for THR, things weren't working as well for them here. So some of those moments that may have been less than favorable, let's take a look at that, particularly Virus, for instance, and Rich.
Yeah, both Rich and Virus struggled today. And I have to say, like, we called out Virus in the strategy of putting everything in Virus at the top of the show. I got to question that decision here in hindsight because Virus had a lot of unforced errors here. These are not mistakes that are made due to contact or anything else. He went off at Homestead. He had some offs here at Road Atlanta too. For me, I got to kind of question, is he dedicated? Is he putting enough laps in before this competition begins? Because he's just all over the map, it's felt like today. And for me, let the THR team down.
Yeah, he got outraced by AMS TQ. And who would have thought that? Remember Virus, this guy was World Finals last year.
Yeah.
That does not look like a World Finals driver.
And even there were moments that were reflective of that world-class driving that he's displayed in the past, but not enough to go and collapse upon the whole thing. And one whole thing that we have for you are the race results. So taking a look at that, and we have it in front of our eyes here. Now you have it in front of yourself on the screen.
Is that really Zoom with another 5-second penalty? Is that 3 times in a row for Sauber Zoom? That's hard to believe just looking at it.
Maybe it's his favorite number.
5 is...
He did come in 5th as well, so...
Yeah, that's right. Maybe it's a pattern here. Really unfortunate, though.
Yeah, but still coming up, and I mean, of course, this does play into the fact he did start in that 6th position, but kind of not necessarily the worst place for him to be, though, would you say, for Sauber?
Best result for the day. But I think, again, without that penalties, where could he have been? Could he have been in 4th place? Could he have even gotten a podium?
I think those two swaps, I mean, 4th for 5th, though, ultimately not going to make the difference in the match. THR though, 7, 8, 9, too late for a perfect form.
Right, that's always the kind of hurt, oh, if only that had happened in the previous race and that would add a extra benefit, but middle of the pack isn't exactly where you want to be. So if we're looking back at JOTA, Commando, South, and Bokeh all really in that top half of these finishing positions, and that says a lot about their caliber as a team.
Absolutely, and it sets themselves up nicely. Like we said, they are the current leader out of the box here on the day, and setting the score for Williams to achieve and setting themselves nicely up for their performance in the finals.
And when you're looking at the collective points, and we are going to get those standings ready for you, the match results, 100 to JOTA. And we know that is an honor that a lot of these teams have been really seeking after to get that. So when you're thinking not just about trying to secure a spot in the LAN, but basically the statement that you're making to the other teams that are doing so, how does this 100 points that JOTA has brought to the table really impact that statement?
It's the second time in a row that JOTA has scored 100 points. They scored 100 points in round 3 as well. So consistency across the board. Their drop round will now be their round 2 result, which was 64 points total. So yeah, they're saying we've done this for a long time. Our second half, we come back stronger in the second half of the competition. We're here to play.
Yeah, JOTA's drop round coming into this, reminder, was 64. Well, that's gone.
Yep, big time.
I think 92 points was typically the benchmark we saw for winning teams. 100 is a good score. Sauber, tough match, but I think it's a good points haul. Second place.
Absolutely.
Good job.
And this does actually finish the races for these teams as far as outside the last chance qualifier that'll be coming up. And we do want to get words from one of those coaches right now. So THR Sparky is standing on by for us to speak with. Because Sparky, how you doing today?
I'm doing well. Day started, so I'll say give or take. Got a lot to learn from this week.
Yeah, speaking of things to learn, I want to learn just a bit about your coaching style, because you've kind of switched it up week to week on who you focused on build-wise, whether it be Virus, whether it be Rich. So talk us through your decision-making when trying to figure out who to put that build into most.
Well, starting last week, after Rich pretty much gave most points, we want to at least give Virus another try, a good try as well. Give him a chance to get in the spotlight, as you could say.
Spotlight is a good place for any driver to be, of course. And while I know maybe some of these results aren't exactly what you were hoping for, there is still a lot to be proud of. So what is something that you are most proud of when it comes to your team's performance so far within the ForzaRC?
It's probably just everyone working together to get all those boosts. Rich did an amazing job getting second place in the was it last week? No, 2 weeks ago. Europa did an amazing job recovering from the first week. Then, yeah, Virus is always trying to do his best in the back of the pack or the mid pack.
Now, one thing that isn't secured yet who will be competing in the last chance qualifier, but it's obviously something to keep in mind. So if that is something that THR has to face, how do you plan to prepare for that over this next week?
We started to prepare for it since the car list was released. We knew the cars were there, and we knew the chance was going to be there. We could get last chance qualifier or we could get it out. So it's sure a thing of we just needed to test as soon as possible, for sure.
Well, thank you for speaking with us, Sparky. Always a pleasure to get that coach insight, and best of luck to you and the rest of the team as you compete through the rest of the ForzaRC.
Thank you. You have a good day.
You too. Yeah, good days had by all, everyone, right? And he brought up a really great point about the fact that they started prepping for the chance of a last chance qualifier way in advance. How important is that?
Yeah, you know, it's good to see that they were realistic about their chances here. Yes, they would have loved to have that 7th position, but let's prepare in every circumstance, right? That's what you want from a coach like Sparky. Prepare for every possible permutation of what might happen. Maybe we'll get that 7th spot. Maybe we'll be competing. Maybe we won't. Let's plan for both.
And I know you have a lot of insight into THR and the inner workings.
Yeah, he's a guy who, I think there's two people who kind of stand out who know like the inner workings of Forza. Rossi on Lazarus, and to a lesser extent, and not as many people know, but Sparky. math guy in a calculator. They spend plenty of time trying to perfect the best build. Didn't work. I think that was the racing today, not the builds. The builds were right, the strategy was there, the racing was not.
Get your laps in.
Yeah, get going right now.
Yep.
Sparky, I also didn't see your jersey, by the way.
Ooh, team foul. Team foul.
Heat coming to you from the analyst.
Those are like $60 a pop.
So you want them to wear it 24/7 all day, every day?
That's
THR
laundry.
jammies. We need THR jammies.
Yeah.
Onesies.
Get some THR sweats, and I feel like everyone would be wearing them all the time. Joggers are the rage now, right?
That's right. Athleisure.
I'm not wearing no joggers.
But this makes it all in the books for match number 1 of our round number 4. And when we return, we'll have our second match of the day where 4 fresh teams will be taken to the track for the very first time in week 6. So everybody, stay tuned.
So we're going to get trackside. We're running on board with Storm down towards turn 1. It's a heavy braking zone here. You can see him judging the gap to the cars ahead, keeping it smooth, keeping it cool on the inside line there, and running out down into this long complex of sweeping right-left turns. Their big play here, which is putting their boost on with Zimdog, who's up the inside of 2 drivers, heading 3 wide now into turn 1. Saw South open up the gap there to his outside, trying to run as smooth a line, and Zimdog muscling his way through. They're still going to be side by side as we head down towards turn number 2. South wrestling his way across the curbs, has to filter in. That's a touch. All right, all or nothing now for THR as we head through the final couple of turns. They're going to be left-handers. Virus too far back, too far toward the rear, and JOTA Commando will cross the line and take victory in race number 1 of the day. Just further down the field, we're seeing Chemical now. He held on, he stayed cool, and he's going to lock up that second place with Virus forced to chase down in 3rd. Get trackside, we're straight on board with Storm as he heads down towards that run, that drop down off the banking into the infield straight away at the start. Storm monitoring the cars ahead, just like back in COTA. We're hearing he's been in the wars. He's running in 4th place up the inside of TQ into that first corner, dips a tire. So easy to do, out wide and into the wall. Virus with too much speed through turn 1, and it's gonna pay the price for it. Slipping back now into 4th position, and wow, Shay, that looked like an absolute wreck of an incident. And getting this thing finished off. What a round from Commando, who crosses the line and takes victory here in race number 2, forcing Chemical back into 2nd, settling for those 15 points. And Sauber will be scratching their heads saying, what can we do to beat JOTA? TQ as well. Wow. AMS getting him across the line in 3rd place. With this race, the final race of the first match of the day. We're going to have another match in just a few minutes' time, though, so plenty of racing more to come as Europa gets heavy on the brakes into T1. That's Hurricane off the track.
So we've got JOTA right now in 1st, 4th, and 7th, with Bokit being the weakest of their drivers so far in this race. And take nothing away from Bokit. By the way, buddy, that was not an insult aimed at you, the 19-year-old from Wales, but they are running very strong for the points. They've already accumulated enough points where this will be stronger than their drop round. Wow. So it's been a very good day for JOTA. I think he needed to try and ensure that JOTA Esports takes that 1st position.
Commando will take the victory. Chemical a few seconds behind, but he will roll across the line into 2nd place. And a strong run from Chemical as well. And further back through the field, TQ will take his 2nd third of the day, covering himself in glory today.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ForzaRC 2019 Invitational Series. It's time to get into our second match of the day. And just as the same as the first half, I have our analysts here to bring you all you possibly need to know. Every question imaginable. What are you going to eat today? They have the answer for you.
Chicken gizzards.
Gizzards. Clearly, that's the answer today. Is gizzards.
That's what it's all about, right, in the end? So kind of moving on into the second match, and we'll get into each team individually in just a moment. But as far as who you have your eyes on most, who do you think has the most on the line?
Well, we know that Williams is going to be in the top 3, top 4. They're guaranteed that. I think, and if I'm have any insight into Williams, it's they want to be the top dogs going into the finals. So for me, it's Williams pouring on the pressure on some lower class teams in the sense of competitive, not, they're just a lower performance capability. Williams is going to be pouring on the pressure today.
It was going to be FRF.
Yeah.
That's changed with THR's performance. So now FRF can kind of certainly relax, and they start to look ahead. Now, how do they stack up against a team like Williams?
For everybody relaxing at home, though, want to let you know you have plenty of broadcasts that you can relax through, including the Wednesday show that we have with Inside Line, hosted by our very own Mellish. And I've been tuning in every week. There's a lot of interesting depth that is afforded through here, particularly on what you're seeing throughout these broadcasts.
You see a lot of insight into how they build these cars. Mellish went into the Lamborghini pretty deep in last week's show, and I was hoping we'd see some Lambo builds today. Didn't work out that way, but yes, if you're looking for that kind of insight, Mellish is fantastic for that.
He's really good at this game, really, really fast. So you can certainly learn a lot. I've learned a lot, so I encourage everyone else, if you haven't watched, tune in.
Yeah, and I know you've been hosting your show as well, is that correct?
Oh yeah, Forza Friday. Ali joined me against my better judgment. Ali joined me last week. No, we had a great time. We raced in Nürburgring. We talked about all of today's races. It was a fantastic time.
Cool. Now, if you need a bit of a refresher on the format itself, we got you covered, everybody, because this is round number 4, and these are the only opportunities for these teams to accumulate points, because once we get to that last chance qualifier spot, all the points are wiped away, and it's only those teams that will be competing. And as you said, Andy, we're kind of starting to see it shake out a bit on who will be having to compete once more.
Yeah, I think pretty much standings are going to be set. There may be 1 or 2 positions or teams moving around, but still, FRF, I'm watching them. I'm watching Williams. RDE and RZM, though, they've been pretty close in the past, haven't they?
Absolutely, and they're fighting for a spot in the top 8. They're in the last chance qualifier, I think.
Yeah, very likely.
Yeah. For me, it's that Williams. They're looking for top seed. They want top seed.
Yeah. And who's going to be the one at the top of match number 2? Let's find out and get to know the drivers that are taken to the track. So first up, right off of the bat, we are going to have Fast Racers Forza. And they're coming at you with Handicap, Tesla, and Bull with Coach Solo King. And FRF have sure made a splash and impressed many of us.
If we were looking at a graph of their performance, it's an arrow going up. They come into this round with a lot of momentum, with teams, with drivers getting on podiums, winning races for the first time. FRF's got to be feeling really good.
They were lights out last week. Lights out, 92 points, 51 is their lowest score. They will likely beat that. Handicap, though, no PI today. And it's been a while since we saw that last time. He's been their best driver all season.
But of these drivers, Bull has really been making the podium his best friend, hasn't he?
Absolutely. He's had 2 rounds of fantastic performance, 4 straight podiums. I mean, that's amazing. And he's getting a lot of PI today. They're investing in him, hoping he can repeat that performance.
Bull pretty much had a disaster in the first round of this race, or this Invitational Series, scored only 2 points. But since then, 4 podiums. He's a good attacking driver. He's earned a couple of hard chargers, and he is in the Audi R8 today.
Well, also ready on the attack, it's Williams Esports featuring Roadrunner, Mitch 7, and their coach Harmonic, of course. And they've let us know in the past that they want nothing other than first place.
And why shouldn't you? You're the Williams Esports team. You should be gunning for the top position overall in this competition. Like we mentioned at the top of the show, all 3 drivers have won a race in this, the only team, I believe, to do that. So they are primed and ready for this day's competition.
84 points is their drop round. That's their target for the day. Mitch has 15 PI. He has a power build. So expect him. They put power in his car. He expects to be on the defensive today.
And based on JOTA's performance, they're about 86 points ahead. They need 86 points or more to pip JOTA for that #1 seed at this point.
Going into the R categories, first R1 up is Racing Dragon Esports with Cami, Hydra, Chasmo, and their coach Major Kirchhoff. And they are coming at us with a lot of a split-up tactic compared to most here with Racing Dragon Esports.
This is the closest thing we'll see to a non-alpha build today. You know, they've put some points into. They put 12 points, I believe, into one of the cars and 8 points into a NASCAR. Andy, that's the biggest investment in any NASCAR stock car that we've seen today.
They continue to go against the grains. You're right. They've done it again today. Hydra is going to be in that NASCAR. They shaved weight to his car and added race brakes. He needs to win his class. Cami, though, Cami's easily going to be 1 second off of pace because of how much they invested in the NASCAR.
I also want to apologize for keep saying Racing Dragon ever since. Dude, the first time I wrote up my notes, it auto-corrected to Racing, and now in my head, I can't seem to correct it.
They should change the name so we can make it our lives
so then
easier.
we can,
you guys help us
we
out
can
here?
look better in the process. But Raging Dragon Esports there with Ryze Motorsport coming hot on their tail because it's been neck and neck between these two teams with Renault, Chris, and their coach McQueen here for the last team.
Chris in the Alpha build today. He's in the Audi R8. He's easily 4/10 faster than Mitch is. So I'm watching Mitch versus Chris.
And this battle between Ryze and RD has been going all season long. You know, it's 51-50, I think, last round. So these guys have been clawing points away from each other, tooth and nail.
Chris, quickly, an interesting build strategy here. He put the heaviest rims in the game, in Forza, on his car in an attempt to get back some PI. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, he's been very impactful, getting 50% of the points for his team here. So he's been doing wonders for RZM.
Yeah, this is the clear case of a star driver. You know, it's 50% of the points scored. But as you see, he's also had 16 seconds of penalties as well. So a lot of expectation, but you're going to have to drive clean today if you want something to happen for Ryze.
Yeah, I think the biggest one, I remember back at Road America, him and Commando had to get together, had a big impact on that race.
Yeah, and all of them, remember, this is round number 4, so who you see racing today, this is their last chance to get points. And as far as the standings are telling us right now, some have a bit more to worry about than others. And these do include the drop rounds, so slight adjustment if a team ends up scoring lower than they have in the past, as opposed to big jump up possibilities for other teams.
Yeah, I actually want to question if this does include the drop rounds because RBR does not have 284 total. They have 202 with their current drop round. So this is total team standings. So yeah, you know, if you're JOTA, whether you're first or second position, you're feeling really good about the day. There's still a lot more racing to come. FRF feels pretty comfortable in that 7th spot there as well.
Yeah, we'll get a clearer picture after this match. Williams racing right now. Lazarus and Red Bull will be racing next week.
Now, you had mentioned, Andy, that FRF can maybe relax a little bit because of THR's performance, but do you worry that that could end up being a detriment if they allow themselves to relax a little too much?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we're going to Watkins Glen, I believe, first, and there's a lot of on throttle. You're 100% throttle around this track a lot. So maybe I was wrong. Maybe you can't relax.
No, there's no relaxing, and we've seen incidents with NASCAR stock cars at Watkins Glen in the Forza RC last year. Roadrunner Williams flips up in the air at
almost goes over the catch fence.
Almost goes over the catch fence at turn 2. So especially in these cars, in these stock cars at Watkins Glen, it's going to be prime for an amazing spectacle. I can't wait.
Well, the engines are revving, smiles are coming across the face of all ForzaRC fans out there. And you know who I love to see smile? Our casters, Ali and Shay. So what's putting a smile on your face today?
Well, the promise of FRF, Williams, Raging Dragon and Ryze battling it out on 3 excellent tracks is definitely putting a smile on our face. Watkins Glen, Bathurst, and then Indianapolis, the GP circuit. It's going to be an awesome set of races for race number 2. Shay Adam back with me here, and wow, Shay, if the first match was a tight competition between Sauber and JOTA, this second one is surely Williams' chance to put a flag in the ground.
It is, but also Fast Racers Forza going to be tough competition. They have impressed us in every single round so far. Can they upset Williams? Can they do something dramatic? Well, they're going to have a great opportunity starting at Watkins Glen.
Okay, well, we've seen a little bit of what these cars are like on track. We've seen the first match of the day. And Shay, I wanted to ask you what you expect to see out there at Watkins.
Equality is what I expect to see
okay.
at Watkins Glen, because these cars are really even when we get to Watkins Glen. The NASCAR is designed to go well at the short course at Watkins Glen. That's a track that was actually created for stock cars to run around. That's going to be very competitive, and particularly when you throw the supercars in there, sort of an in-between of a stock car and the GT3 purpose-built car. It's going to be fun battling. But Watkins Glen, let's go to upstate New York. We are just outside of Elmira and Horsehead at the bottom of one of the Finger Lakes. Beautiful country, wine country for you, Allie. You'll enjoy it a lot. The short circuit, 2.45 miles, 7 turns means we're going to get 13 laps around this place. And the final turn is the most important of all, because if you don't get a good run out onto that straight, you will be passed by the time we get down into turn 1 by probably a couple of cars. In this place, Allie, I know how you love the food. Ice cream machine in the media center, always my favorite, and they have toppings for you too.
That's excellent. Well, I can tell you that on this track, we qualified on the track beforehand, and just 0.7 of a second separate the fastest driver from the driver at the back of the pack. So very, very close indeed for all the drivers out there. And like you say, equality at last. All three different types of car getting the chance to race against each other.
And I guarantee it's the last time we're going to say that today, because when we get to Mount Panorama and then onto the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the road circuit, there will be a lot of discrepancy between these cars. But coming to Watkins Glen first, anybody can take a shot at the win.
All right, well, we've got a grid on this first race. All the teams choosing where to put their drivers, and we can check out how that's shuffled out. Williams electing to put Mitch on the pole position spot, with Roadrunner in 5th and 7 at the back in 9th.
Okay, so what they're doing here is hoping that Mitch can run and hide. He has 15 of the 20 pre-allotted points and the boost upgrade. Good luck catching Mitch.
Second on the grid, Ryze Motorsport. I'm looking down through the sheet here where I can see all this. Ryze Motorsport electing not to use their boost upgrade. That's fascinating to me.
Yeah, their best driver will be Chris in that Audi, starting in 2nd. He is the lightest of all of them, but he was given 19 of their allotted points, a single point going toward the Ford Falcon of Chris. So Renault is in for a long day in that Toyota Camry.
Our third seed are FRF, perhaps disappointed by not qualifying higher up the field, but the Fast Racers Forza gang, who have done so well so far in the series, putting Bull up in the front.
Again, another good start for Bull. He's the guy with the most boosts accrued for the team, and he does perform best when he's out front, but no boost upgrade. He'll have those 15 points, and then 5 points towards Tesla and the Falcon. I'm interested to see him starting further back. Handicap is going to move backwards, that's for sure.
Well, our last team out there are Raging Dragon Esports, one of the teams who are fighting their way out of the last chance qualifier right now. There's a slim chance, Shay, with very good results, these three could find themselves in the final straight after today.
No, not likely. It's very
a little
slim.
too slim.
It's way too much of a slim jim for that. But it's interesting because they have split their points fairly evenly. Kami in the Audi only got 12. Hydra in the Camry got 8. It's the lightest stock car that we're going to see today. And then, of course, Chasmo running the Ford Falcon. That's the supercar version, so he's going to be somebody to watch in the mid-pack. I would expect Chasmo to move backwards and to see Hydra move forward.
Well, let's check up a battle that we're going to see out there on track, which is between two of the sort of fastest drivers, or the sort of hares from two of the teams, the people who go out there and run and hide. That's Williams Mitch and FRF Handicap.
Yeah, 200 points between these two drivers, close in age and close in the percentage of their team points that they've managed to get. 12 points gained for Mitch. He's not going to gain any off the pole. And just to reiterate, every single one of our drivers qualified in 1 minute and 8 seconds at Watkins Glen. This is going to be a fast race.
It's going to be a very fast race indeed. All the drivers sitting on the grid now and getting ready to get throttles down and head down towards turn 1. We're going to go trackside at Watkins Glen for race number 1 of our second match of the day, on board with RDE Hydro in that hopped up NASCAR, trying to find his way around the outside of Renault. It's going to be a little bit optimistic, even for Hydra at the start of this race. A driver who we know goes the opposite direction to everybody else. If you're going to go left, he'll go right. Hydra back in 12th right now, looking for a gap, finds it up the inside of a 7, who was throwing it sideways there at the top of the hill. And wow, up into 10th for Hydra.
7 got a huge tank slapper coming through the S's in his Ford. Not something you ever want to happen, particularly when you're in a Ford Fusion NASCAR version. That is not good. Chris, who was well off the track going through turn 1, now struggling once again to hold on around the outside of turn number 5.
Chris dipping all 4 tires there outside of track limits, and he may pick up a penalty for that as we run down toward the back of the track for the first time. 2 flowing corners are all that separate us from the end of lap 1. That's why we've got 13 laps on the counter here, because it's over so quickly as the cars power down and push out Handicap with a little wriggle from the rear of that car, but keeps it straight, keeps the power down on the asphalt, and just like Handicap, Hydra with a sweet run out of the last corner is up the inside of Chris.
Ooh.
It's all action here, Shay.
Racing Room asked for and not given in the case of Hydra. He wanted a little bit more space going in through turn 1. It was a very clean move by the 15-year-old Irishman. Very impressive to move him up further 1 position. Now he's up into the 9th spot. But our leader, Williams Mitch, goodbye. He's nowhere to be seen. Is he even on the same track, Allie? I'm not even sure.
Checking out in the lead. We're hopping on board with him right now. The Audi R8 being put to good use by Williams' top runner. He's a driver who loves to be up there at the front of the grid, loves to have plenty of PI underneath him, and well, you can see why Williams keep giving it to him, Shay. He just delivers.
Well, and he struggles the most without those points invested in him, so it does really work out better if Williams just gives him the points and says, hey, go run away. He's earned the most boost for the team as well, so their trust is not misfounded.
So you're saying they're playing to his strengths here?
Yeah, exactly. They're doing exactly what they should, and Williams, the coach, Will Harmonic, I can say those 2 things separately, 24 years old from Detroit, knows exactly what he's doing.
Let's get on board with RDE Cami here, running in 3rd position, holding out the last place on the podium from Roadrunner, who's looking increasingly hungry, increasingly anxious to get on past him. And Roadrunner fishing around now as we head toward the inner loop and then toward the outer loop for the 3rd time of asking.
That moment that we saw in lap 1 where Williams 7 got completely sideways through the top of the S's, that wasn't completely unaided. Williams wasn't at fault there, the Williams driver. It was RZM Renault who is getting a 3-second penalty for doing the punting, which basically means moving the car in front of you out of the way because you want that space.
Getting his nose in there and pushing the car around. You can't do it. You can rub bumpers and you won't get penalized, but if you push someone offline, you start really knocking them around, then you're going to be in trouble with the marshals. Roadrunner up the inside, down the back straight, and will take that podium position. We run into the first corner, heavy on the brakes, hold the apex, and Roadrunner looking pretty tidy there, although making us all draw breath as he wobbles the rear of that car out of turn 1.
Super impressive job by Williams RR in that Falcon. He did have 5 points to start this one off, so that was a big help. But this is a driver who's been sensitive in his grid starting position. That's dictated a lot of how he performs over the course of the race. 1st and 3rd right now for Williams. That is an excellent performance.
Let's hop back in this field to RDE Hydra, a man on the move and somebody who's been in the wars since lap 1. Last time we checked in with him, this was the person who started the race in last place. He'd already moved up to 9th. We're joining him now in 8th position, and he's fighting his way up towards that mid-pack. Absolutely unstoppable buoyancy here from Hydra, who's breathing down the neck of FRF Handicap.
He's coming in for the strike. Hydra looking to make the move down the straight. He should have this done easily. Handicap defensive driving, moves over to driver's right to try and keep the optimum line through that turn 1, but now he's exposed himself in turn 2. Uh-oh, Ali, this is getting ugly.
Beautiful over-under there from Hydra, who runs the momentum up the inside and through the second turn, up their hill now, and into 7th position. No answer for that from FRF Handicap, who files into the slipstream, tries to get a little bit of that moving air from Hydra's car and get himself back into this battle, back into contention. But you gotta think, RDE Hydra, with the benefit of all those extra PI points, is just gonna check out into the distance as Handicap gets it so wrong on the exit to the inner loop.
He lost it at the bus stop, and coming out of that turn also lost 2 spots, possibly even 3. So a very bad lap for Handicap. He'll have to put his head down and try and recover now.
Running on 8th position with RZM Chris. It's been a little bit of a tricky race, a tricky start to the match for Chris especially, who was on the grid in 6th position, Shay, but has slipped back now a couple of spots, and we'll be looking at damage control, I think, in this 13-lapper.
Yeah, particularly when you consider the 23-year-old Frenchman has scored 50% of the points for the RZM team. That is catastrophe for him, but we say that maybe Chris is just starting to share a little bit and maybe giving his other teammates an opportunity. He does have a reputation as being a little bit of a lone wolf, so this could be a turning point.
RZM Chris is joined on the track by another driver with a very similar name, RZM Chris, but a very different car at least. Chris in the Audi R8. And running a little further up the field, threatening right now on RDE Cami, and looking positive about making a move into these back corners of the track. It's possible to defend here, Shane. You can see Cami on the inside into this left-hander. Might pay off for him, but Chris is great on the brakes and makes that pass happen.
They look like the same car, but below the surface, they are very different cars in the way that the points have been allotted. We've got Cami in the Audi with only 12 points. Chris in the Audi with 19 points. And by the way, the lightest car in the field, so he is more nimble on the brakes and on the turn-in. With this serious advantage is Chris, appropriate German, driving a German car. Just sort of all flows well together.
It's an awesome race that we're seeing here at the first race of the second match of the day.
Right now, Ali, 5 overtakes for Hydra. 5 overtakes for Tesla.
How interesting. We're on board right now with Hydra, who's heading down into the bus stop chicane and rolling over those curbs. Looks like a move around the outside of 4th place there for Hydra. Is that 4th place already? Is that? I can't believe it. It's not.
No,
it's
that's
6th
7th.
place.
Yeah.
And that's 5th up the road from us, RDE Cami. But wow. Wow, Shay, how well has Hydra done here at Watkins Glen?
Well, that gives him one more advantage because Tesla has 5 and Hydra has 6 positions gained as he went around Tesla. So that actually means Tesla's down to 4 positions gained.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Just 4?
Just 4.
Just 4.
Just the 4.
Remember, these are overtakes at the Forza Racing Championship. This isn't a public lobby. This isn't all the cars going off at turn 1 and people mashing into each other. This is the fastest drivers on Forza Motorsport 7, and passing them is no mean feat. It's incredible to see when you see a driver like RDE Hydra put out a stand-up performance like this, up 6 positions already in this race, and looking very positive for one more spot at least as he closes in on RDE Cami.
We have been singing the praises of Hydra all tournament long. Last week was a blip on the radar. Didn't have great performances, wasn't that impressive. Hydra clearly has completely disregarded everything we said last week. He's gone back and listened to the first 2 rounds of the match to respond to the sort of driving, and hopefully last week will be the drop round for them. He's hoping to drop that reputation as well.
Well, I gotta say, Shay, with RDE currently sitting 5th, 6th, and 10th on the track, I'm starting to think about how this relates to their overall leaderboard, to their strategy in general. They're looking very, very strong here in the early parts of this race, and I think they could do something positive. For example, overtake THR on the leaderboard. We wrote off the idea of them threatening FRF,
yes.
But is that looking? I don't know. I still hold a glimmer, a half a sniff of a chance in the back of my mind.
FRF are 2nd, 7th, and 9th, so no, the average still goes the way of FRF.
Put down.
Nope.
Just like that.
Just yeah. I mean, we don't want to waste time here, you know, we're being honest with everybody. So in my mind, FRF have had more consistently impressive performances than THR, and that's the difference, because it's not being great 1 week, it's being great for 4 weeks, and maybe taking the week where you're a little less great and just forgetting about that.
Well, let's remember the incredible performance FRF put in last time we saw them out on track. Absolutely putting their name up there, way out of the midfield teams, and really being considered as one of the top teams in this championship, and have been shooting up through the leaderboards ever since. I think maybe a rocky start to the season for FRF made us all underestimate these drivers.
Well, even in their first week, we looked at the builds that they made, and they used points on a clutch. Mellish couldn't get over that, and then they came out and they did impress us. It wasn't their best week, but it was still a better week than we had given them credit for. So I'm not getting off this Brazilian bandwagon right now. I believe in them, and let's see what else they can do.
Well, in terms of the leaderboard race, FRF are going to struggle to look upward or indeed fall back down if they keep putting in performances like this. Looking like they're going to be able to hold steady there as Tesla closes up the gap to Cami. By the time they reach the bus stop chicane, it's going to be close, but not quite in with a chance of a pass yet.
I think I heard a little bit of contact for Cami as he came up through the S's just at the top. It sounded almost as if he ran wide and perhaps clouded the right side of the car on the barrier. That might have slowed him down a little bit, allowing Tesla, who had a much better run through, to close the gap. And indeed, the tail light looks like it's out on Cami's car, so that's a little bit of drama.
Interesting to see. Lap 11 of 13. And Tesla continues the hunt. Up in the lead of this race and running away with it is Williams Mitch. The Williams team have put in such an impressive performance so far between Mitch and Roadrunner.
Ooh.
But I will say, Shay, as Tesla makes that move on Cami, gets up the inside at turn 1, I will say that although Roadrunner and Mitch are performing incredibly well here, 7 is currently in 12th place on track.
Ooh, that's not good. That means the least points possible. A big fat goose egg for 7. 24 years old from France and was 10th in the Forza world last year. He's somebody that we associate with being fast and hard to defend. It's not hard to defend if there's nobody behind you to defend from.
Out of the Williams team, we've seen some definite roles emerge throughout this season, Shay.
For sure.
And Mitch has been this driver who they often load PI onto. They often give the benefit of grid positions. 7, the other side of that coin, has maybe not received the resources that the other drivers have.
No, but he's only earned 1 point. He hasn't really carried his own weight. Yes, every single driver for Williams does have a win associated to their name, but Williams 7 has gotten 23% of the points for the team. Compare that with 40% from Mitch and 37 from RR. That is a serious deficit.
Let's keep in mind that given that lower equipment, we've run all sorts of stats throughout this season. Given lower PI equipment, given fewer grid positions, 7 has been able to outperform Mitch on track. So with the same equipment at the back of the pack, 7 is Williams' best bet for this role. But it is something, Shay, of an inglorious role on track. It's not taking checkered flags. It's not winning races. It's fighting it out at the back of the field and doing your best with lower quality kit.
But he just passed Chasmo, so yay, Williams 7 has a point. That's better than it was before, and unfortunately now for Chasmo, looking at 0 point scored. So for RDE, not a great race as far as Chasmo is concerned, but for the other ones, for Chris and, from Hydra and from Kami, it's been much better.
Well, we've been singing the praises of FRF throughout the day, and Handicap is on the hunt in what's probably the closest battle on track right now, and chasing down the rear of RZM Chris. Chris, you can see with a 4-second penalty there, so Handicap doesn't necessarily need to overtake Chris for that 8th spot, but further up the road, the shadow of a hope of maybe overtaking 7th might make him put a move here.
Last lap, I don't think there's enough time. Watkins Glen, this configuration at least, not necessarily long enough, 2.45 miles worth of track. If they had the boot, if they had a little bit of extra track, then yeah, maybe, but I don't think they're going to get up that far.
Well, here's our leader. He's led from pole since lap 1, and Williams Mitch coming out of the final corner to put his stamp on race number 1 and secure 20 points for the Williams team. FRF Bull, though, will take that second spot and those 15 points for the Fast Racers Forza, with Williams Roadrunner in 3rd place. Wow. Brilliant run from Williams, but FRF standing up here, Shay, and showing us all what they got.
Yep, that's what I thought was going to happen. I thought FRF was going to say, you know what, you've been putting us in the wrong sentence, Allie. We don't belong with the back of the pack teams, with the ones struggling to make it into the top 8. Guess what? We are in the top 8. We're fighting it up with the big boys.
Oh, suddenly it's a we. Shay's like, I'm FRF now. I'm going with them. I love it. I love it.
If they want to invite me in, then sure, I'll jump aboard. But no, in terms of what they're saying, they're approaching this as they feel like maybe they've been a little bit shorted. Maybe the fact that we haven't been cheering for them the whole time and putting them in the same breath as Red Bull and Lazarus, maybe we've been the ones mistaken.
All right, well, we're going to see all of those top teams race it out at our awesome final, which is coming up in just a few weeks' time. $250,000 on the line, Shay, and it really puts into perspective what everyone's racing for out there on track right now. Yeah,
it's so much to play for. You've got honor, you've got pride. This is it. This is the one event of the year that you want to win. You want to get a piece of that money, but more so, you want to go into the off-season saying, who won that last that Forza Racing Championship? Oh, me. Yeah, that was me.
That was me. That was me and my boys, me and my team.
Yep.
It's been an awesome series so far, and what an interesting first race. Let's dive a little bit deeper with Gabby and our analysts.
Lots to dive into after that one because, hey, penalties all across the board. A lot of switch-ups happening, including for RZM Kriz. Let's first put our eyes on him and maybe some of the trouble that he was facing here all the way from the start of this race.
Go ahead, Andy.
Remember, Alpha build.
Yep.
All 20, I think, right? The only team to do that and may not have worked.
That's the danger of the alpha build, right? You put all your eggs in one basket, and a mistake, some penalties get in your way, and that strategy can be easily unwound. So, yeah, it looks like that's what might have happened, unfortunately, for Kriz.
Yeah, do you think it was other factors that were coming into play here, or some things that he could have controlled?
We were talking during the race, we were marking about how many FRR penalties were across the board, and maybe 2 or 3 drivers didn't get FRR penalties. I don't know if that's just the track itself with the cars they're driving, but yeah, it's mistakes, it's bumping, feels like it's a combination of multiple factors there for Kriz.
Yeah, turn 1's very easy to extend. And then the bus stop can be tricky. It can catch everyone. I think the biggest thing here was how close on pace all of these cars were.
Yeah.
Remember, every single car qualified in a 108. So you got to imagine they're going too wide at some point, multiple parts of the track. Not surprised.
But one driver that was really taking advantage and pushing himself forward was Hydra for RDE. Yeah. Really great performance coming all the way from that 12th spot provisionally into 5th. So what do you make of his performance?
Most overtakes on the day, driving the NASCAR. Remember, RDE was the only team to put any points into the NASCAR as well. So as opposed to Kriz, where they put all their points and it didn't work out, feels like 8 points into the NASCAR is working very well for this driver.
Yeah, again, repeat it. He started last.
Yeah.
Okay, and very likely he's earned his Hard Charger award. Again, the strongest NASCAR build. I said he needed to be the fastest NASCAR, and he was the fastest NASCAR.
Well, why do you think they chose to put such an emphasis on the NASCAR when so many other teams have kind of left that in the backside?
I wonder if it's a matter of comfort level. Maybe Hydra just said, look, I'm comfortable in this car. I like the way it feels. I can handle it. I'm feeling really confident. There's something for the driver standing up and say, I like this kind of thing. That gives the team confidence into putting points into the car.
I like how they continue to go against the grain. They continue to do something different. We saw it in the very, very first match. Remember that Viper?
Oh, yeah.
And here we go with the NASCAR around Watkins Glen.
Hydra's building a lot of confidence within his team that he knows what he wants.
Yeah, and that actually brings up an interesting point when talking about preparing the builds themselves, and you think, okay, these are the strategies that seem to be proven and objective to a certain point, but then there is that comfort level that as a coach you have to think of. And this feels like, is this one of the only instances we're really seeing that balance maybe taking into consideration, or have we seen this kind of thing before?
We've seen this alpha build strategy become the sort of pattern here for the ForzaRC in 2019. for me, it makes sense for a team like RDE to go against the grain, try something different. You're not going to be necessarily competing for race wins, but you can make a name for yourself in the mid-pack and make something happen, earn some boost for your team, and then who knows what happens in race 2 and 3. I think it's good for a team that this far down the field to take some chances.
The one thing with Hydra's performance, there has to be someone else who struggles or isn't up to pace. And today that was Cammy. I said it before the race, he's going to be 4/10 down, and he was, provisionally 7th in an Audi R8. That's going to change very likely in the next race. But with Hydra being so far up the field, someone's going to be down. And today that's Cammy.
And for Cammy, remember, he started in 4th.
Started in 4th.
7th provisionally is not what Raging Dragon needs.
Definitely, but if you're looking back on that positive kind of on Hydra, the thing is, this isn't just a one race instance. We've seen him really being prioritized in that overtaking position. So is that something that's been working out, especially if looking at match 1 even, where that's been such a priority, trying to get that hard charger?
Yeah, hard.
Well, yeah, I'll take this one. I think the strategy here was they did it. Okay, Hydra earned the boost, likely, with the hard charger. Now, that boost very likely, and it should go to Cammy, right? Because now we're headed to a track where the R8 should be the fastest car on track. Cammy's in the R8. It's a very dangerous car, or track. Give it to Cammy.
I wonder if they skip Bathurst altogether and bank them for Indy, where that car will be much more comfortable. I worry about the stock cars, the NASCAR stock cars up in the hills of Bathurst. That track can eat cars alive.
And one thing that's going to influence that decision is how they all performed here in race number 1, because as the results tell you, Mitch and Roadrunner were right in those top 2 spots, and Renault, with the penalties that he was afforded, knocked all the way down to that last space.
Yeah, bad news for Bull too, finished provisionally 2nd. It looks like some penalties might have meant that he finished behind Roadrunner, so 1-2 for Williams, making their statement early in race number 1.
7, no PI.
Yep.
And got hit.
And is the big beneficiary of some penalties there. So great racing.
That's
one
true.
of the only guys with no penalties in the entire field.
Yeah, because I believe he provisionally finished 11th.
Yep.
Yeah, 7 might be feeling the best about that, since it was Renault hitting 7 that
that's right.
resulted in that.
He got his revenge.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a warm, fuzzy feeling for him seeing that.
Yeah, we all know that 7 doesn't like to be at the back, especially after he's won a race last week. He wants to be up there and scoring some real points. In this case, 4 is real points for the Williams team. Great result.
And speaking of results and the points that everything is adding up to, players and drivers like Tesla, who have really put their pedal to the metal to make an impact for their team. FRF in that number 2 spot with 21, but it's Williams. 39 points here accumulated in the first race, which is more than we saw from our first match of the day.
It is very difficult in this format to get a 1-2 finish in 2019 in the ForzaRC. And Roadrunner and Mitch just did it. They haven't done enough yet. They've still got 2 more races to go. Boy, have they set themselves up for success.
Yeah, 39 points is a great start. 84 points is their drop round, well on their way to doing that and reaching that target.
And while it seems like so much emphasis has been put on teams like Red Bull, Williams are still right up there trying to get that number 1 spot. So every point does count. And I want to look at Mitch in particular, because he had a great race here today. But it's been the case time and time again, because they seem to really emphasize the PI with him in his builds.
It was a commando-esque performance, a Lage-esque performance from Mitch, right? This is what you put the points in the car, you want them to run away with it, and that's exactly what Mitch did.
Well, we didn't get a lot of the action of Mitch there, but I can tell you he qualified today with a 108.2. And he got faster, and he got faster, and he got faster. I was watching the fastest laps. Started out, I saw a 107.9, a 107.8, a 107.7. I'm like, how much faster is this guy going to get?
Can he get a 106?
Considering his individual performance, 37 of the points afforded to him, and I think going into it, especially him being a fairly reserved person in real life, when you speak to him, he has not been reserved on the track.
No penalties, right? I mean, he's driving clean. Doesn't have a lot of position in his game because he often starts from the front and just stays there. But yeah, the majority of the points scored for his team he's making a case for another contract with Williams is what he's doing.
Now, one thing that the casters themselves said during the race was that he maybe struggles if he's not the one with the most PI. Do you agree with that or disagree?
Boy, it's hard to know because there's always this aspect of the roles that these drivers play. We've talked about Seven being the number 3 driver for Williams in the past. I don't think he considers himself the number 3 driver. They're all serving a role within the race. I think that's one of the things they've done well is like they understand here's what you need to do in this race, here's the role you need to serve.
And especially if you're looking at drivers like Roadrunner, who I think before going into this team-based format, you expect to be there at the front. He's done that in the past. So what does that say about their prioritization as a team to really put him in even that second driver position role and let Mitch have that leading spot?
Roadrunner, remember, won a Forza Racing Championship.
Yeah, he is up there. For sure.
And did not get on the podium last year. Mitch did. So I think there is, and certainly this season, a changing of the guard, but it's still team racing. They got a 1-2. Williams, I'm starting to think this is a similar strategy way back to the first week. They did it at Catalunya, they got a 1-2, and here they did do it in the last round, and they got another 1-2.
The team trusts Roadrunner to put him in the middle of the pack, and he's going to make up some positions. He's not doing Hydra type numbers in terms of overtake, but he got all the way up to second there. And it's on the track, right? He's very comfortable in that 4th, 5th spot. He's going to make some overtakes and use his raw pace.
Well, and if Williams wants that number 1 spot, 39 points is a pretty great place to be. And I'm ready to find out who gets the biggest portion of that pot of points here in race number 2. So, Allie and Shay, why don't you bring us into our second track?
Here we go. Welcome to the home of Brian Eckbird's nightmares. Bathurst. He was saying how scary it was, the idea of stock cars around this track. And Shay, there is only so much asphalt, and there is an awful lot of car to fit on it.
It doesn't look wide enough for a Bentley to go around, and yet somehow they're passing up there. But Allie, shall we go to Bathurst? Shall we go to Mount Panorama? Just get the little logo in there. I love this place. And guess what, Allie? One more present for you. He's from Australia too, so we got you covered. We're getting you suited up to go to Mount Panorama.
I feel like I should sing the Australian national anthem, but I don't know it.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, tune in later on Forza GT on Monday for that. Shay, talk me around this track. I love it.
Mount Panorama Bathurst, my favorite track in the world. 3.86 miles of tarmac that you won't find anything better. 23 turns. We're only going to do 7 laps around here because every lap takes your breath away. Turn 1, Hell Corner, leads on to Mountain Straight, and then Griffin Bend. You've got the cutting, which is a very, very tight portion of the track. By the way, this piece of asphalt is driveways for 16 houses. It's a 2-way street. You have cars coming at you in the wrong direction if you're driving around the track. You've got the famous skyline where you really can see all the way back down to the pit straight. And if you happen to get a roll going and you go the wrong direction, you'll probably just roll all the way back down the mountain into the paddock. You've got the S's, you've got the Dipper, the Falcon Elbow, as I'll always call it, then the long straight back to the chase. And finally, that last turn, turn 23, one of the most important on the circuit. Try and get a good run across the start-finish line, which sometimes is right under the bridge. Sometimes it's about 3/4 way down the start. It depends on what you're racing.
What an incredible circuit, and what an absolute legend of motorsport this place is. Right, we've got a grid, and we're going to have a look at how the cars are going to line up into Hell Corner, but more importantly, up into the mountain for the first time. Mitch takes pole position in that Audi R8. It's going to be Roadrunner and 7 back in the walls, though.
But no boost for Mitch in the Audi, which is going to be the critical thing. Yeah, he can probably hold on to the lead going through Hell Corner, but good luck holding on to it down the mountain straight if you're not the fastest car.
All right, well, hold that thought. Mitch on pole with no boost, because we're going to check second-seeded team right now, FRF. You can see right next to him another Audi R8. This one, Shay, with a boost.
Yep, Bull is coming at us strong with that boost on his Audi R8. Handicap in 6th in the Camry. Now, that's going to be interesting because as long as he stays there, Handicap won't be able to let people behind him pass, unless perhaps it's Tesla, who in the Ford Falcon manages to claim back a few positions.
Our 3rd seed is RDE. And as we look at the Raging Dragons eSport team, it's starting to feel like it's going to be a slug fight, a fist fight in the mid-pack. All the Audis sitting at the front of this field, and then it's NASCARs and it's Aussie V8s at the back of the pack.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to try and get around these NASCAR brand stock cars because they are big, they are bulky, and guess what? They tend to clog things up. So particularly over the top of the mountain should be a bit frustrating for particularly a guy like Chasmo in the Falcon a bit further back.
Final team on the grid is Ryze Motorsport. Chris in the Audi, topping things off for them, making it 4 Audis in 1, 2, 3, and 4, again with the boost.
Yep, 2, 3, and 4 with the boost. So we're going to be watching everybody except for the pole position driver. Renault back in 12th at the back of the pack in the NASCAR, and Chris in the mid-pack in the Ford Falcon. If he can get a better run down Mountain Straight and perhaps be ahead of the 2 stock cars in front of him into Griffin's Bend, it'll be a good day for Chris.
All right, well, one battle that we've thought about a little bit already is Mitch versus Bull, but the battle just behind them on the grid, the second row, if you like, is going to be RDE Cami and RZM Chris.
They are very equal in terms of their contributions to the team in terms of percentage of points, but look at the positions gained for Cami. He's a guy who's coming in, he's so much older than his teammates. He's 28, they're 15 and 16. It's a big difference there. He's been a team leader. Chris not needed to be a team leader because everybody's pretty much the same age.
All right, well, these two drivers are both going to be running in that Audi R8. We're going to see a whole pack of R8s at the front of this field. This is going to be a fascinating battle because Mitch, without that boost, is going to be really slow for speed, I think, especially at the top end of this, at the top end when he's down on the throttle. So if he wins this, if he can pull it out of the bag, Shay, this could be the drive of Mitch's career.
It would be the drive of his life, for sure, and it's going to feel like that off the start. As soon as they get the green flag, he's the only one without the boost, so he's the only one without that added advantage. Now, we've got boosts for the other 3 drivers in the top 4 on the Audis, and how do these boosts come about? Well, they're earned.
That's right, boosts are single-use upgrades that coaches can give to a driver for one race. They can say, hey, I think you can really optimize here at Bathurst. I think you can do a great job at Watkins Glen, and I want to give you an extra chance to do that. Here's a few more racing parts. Here's some stuff to make your car a little faster.
Yeah, and it's really a sign of confidence to give your driver a boost because you're saying, hey, I believe in you more than I believe in your teammates for this race, for this track. And when you're coming to Mount Panorama, the track is alive. It bites back. So just because you've given your driver the best possible opportunity doesn't mean the mountain won't think otherwise.
That's right. Well, all the drivers out there on track are going to be trying to win racing points, but they can also, in this second race, earn more boosts for their team. There's a few different ways they can do that, and one of them is the hard charger. We've seen drivers trying to overtake as many people as they can out on track, Shay, and that's been, it's worked for some people. For THR earlier today, notably, it was maybe something that threw their game.
It was something that they were aiming for sure, but they didn't plan on Hydra passing way more cars than they possibly could. So that threw a wrench into the plan. You've got the clean sweep. You want to keep all of your cars clean, ideally. Not going to happen here for sure. Australia doesn't do clean. And then we've got the perfect forum. We haven't seen that yet in this round. That's something to watch out for. Maybe if you're not running up toward the front, you sacrifice and say, hey guys, let's go for 9th, 10th, and 11th and see if we can't get 2 extra boosts for the next race.
All right, well, if you guys are tuning in on Twitch, then we want to know, who do you think is going to win this match around Bathurst? You can get your votes in, and, well, it could be anyone's game. Shay, it's always a track which challenges the drivers, which mixes things up. Who's your bet on?
It's going to be an Audi. Audi haven't won here since 2018, so it's been a couple years, and let's see who takes it today.
Well, we're running down towards Hell Corner for the first time on board with the straddled car, the back of the pack car here, Renault, who makes a couple of moves up through Hell Corner, through that first left-hander. We're heading towards the mountain already. I want to hop up as soon as possible to the Audi R8s at the front of this pack because Mitch will be scrapping away, trying to hold that lead. And Bull's round the outside, through the right-hander, into the barrier, and Bull tumbles down the order. We can see him into 3rd already. Might have gotten away, just back onto track, back into racing speed. Happy to see it, Shay, but whew, you don't want that to happen, and off and round Bull goes again. Tumultuous start here for FRF's leader, and spinning, knocking barriers, falling down the order.
He got some help there from Chris. I'm sorry to say, the RZM driver getting into the back of Bull, but Bull not helping himself at all. There is no grip around the outside of Griffin's. he should know that. But how about RDE Cammy, who's up in second?
Well, Bull was, if you like, the first suitor for Williams Mitch, the first person who wanted to take that lead from him. Cammy will be the next on the road. So now Bull's slipped down the order. Cammy becomes the pretender to the throne here and will be able to use that boost to try and attack Mitch, to try and break down his barriers. We're onto the back straight now, and that extra power on the R8 should pay dividends.
There's a vineyard just off to driver's left, right about here, where the driveway is, and this beautiful section of track, 1.1 kilometers long. When you're doing the track walk, you really wish you had a motorized scooter for that part. Mitch doing a very impressive job, though, to pull away from everybody. We knew that if he was staying in the front when they got over the top of the mountain, that, hi guys, staying in the Ridges Hotel, by the way, if he got that position, he would be able to hold on to it a lot easier. I'm surprised that Cammy hasn't closed the gap down even more.
Cammy is slowly nibbling away at that lead that Mitch had. It was, looked like 10 car lengths coming out of the final, well, coming out the mountain last time around, and now he's managed to break it down to a little bit less into the slipstream now as we head round to begin lap 2 of 7. This battle for the lead continues, and Mitch looking cool as a cucumber right now, Shay, up there in the lead.
Yeah, he is. He's got enough of a gap where he doesn't have to sweat it, and I think Cammy's progress was definitely hindered by the fact that he hit a cone coming out of the exit of Hell Corner, which slowed up the momentum. If he had been able to close the gap a little bit more, that would have been because of a good run out of the corner. Not attained. It's going through the cutting. We see Mitch hitting the wall on driver's left. Mitch, what are you doing?
Mitch pushing very hard indeed. It was a very difficult first lap for Chris. I think we have a replay of that we can check out. It was the run through the cutting for the first time, and just catching Bull. You can see it was a small touch, but it was enough to get that car rotated, to get it spinning, and to really separate the pack. You can also see what an advantage that was to Cammy and Mitch, who headed off into the merry distance.
Mika Salo said to me a couple years ago, this is the scariest track in the world. At the Nordschleife, the scary bits come up once every 8 minutes. Here they're once every 2, and you get that feeling. We're seeing sparks coming off the car from Williams Mitch. We see sparks coming off the car from Cammy as he comes down through Skyline and into the Dipper. Everyone is meeting the walls, and the track is starting to bite back.
I'll tell you, I don't think it's any coincidence that it's the experienced drivers we're seeing out here at front. The drivers who have so many laps under their belt. Speaking of that sort of thing, Flipmode was talking about how he previously was a champion in the Series 3 of the Forza Racing Championship, and another very experienced driver pushing his way up through the field here and threatening RDE Chasmo, who holds on for now through the chase and down towards the end of lap 2 for these mid-pack fighters.
Chasmo with no points on his car, no help there. Williams RR with 5 points before it began. Now, I mentioned that he's sensitive to his grid start in the last race. He started in 5th position and fell all the way back down to 9th. So a terrible first lap for Williams RR, trying to fight back and regain some of that dignity.
Let's keep in mind, though, Chasmo, the car that Williams Roadrunner is all over, started in 11th, so even slipping back to 9th, it's been a strong run from Chasmo. He's not going to let it go easily, though. That's not his style, not the way he does things. And the RDE youngster going side by side now, up toward the start of the mountain and heavy on the brakes, trail braking across Roadrunner's nose there, and no quarter given. Shay, you were looking shocked and appalled.
You do not go too wide through there. It was ironic, actually, that the contact from Williams RR actually helped Chasmo make it through the cutting, but then it disrupted him a little bit more as they come through the portion of the track where we have the famous great turn in, go through Skyline, and again, another kiss of the wall. Everybody's getting fresh with this track.
At these speeds, a small mistake like that, a clip on the apex, which can slow down the rotation of your car, can stop you turning, can easily see you flying off the track on corner exit. You're carrying so much speed and there's no time to react.
Well, and if you want proof of that, tune in to what happened last night at the Gold Coast qualifying, where the fastest car on track was Chaz Mostert in a Ford, by the way. It's a Ford Mustang, though, the new version of the car we're riding on board with right now. Small mistake in the top 10 shootout. He was the last car to go out, just barely brushed the inside of the wall at turn 4, went straight head on into the wall at turn 5, and wrote off the chassis, so his weekend is done. Small mistakes in Australia have big consequences. And everything might be upside down down under, but physics still pertains.
Well, we saw a very close bit of contact in the first lap with RZM Kriz and a car close to him, and it was a little bit of a gap that appeared between first and second and the rest of the pack after that. That gap, Shay, has been closing down lap on lap, corner on corner, until here we are, lap 4 of 7, and Kriz now back in touch with this battle for the lead.
Chris has done a good recovery job, the 23-year-old from Germany. His favorite circuit is another one that's got a bit of technicality to it. That would be Catalunya, the circuit of Catalunya, Barcelona. But it's a little bit less complex than driving at the mountain, as Kami again gets right up close to the wall at the exit of the grate. A lot of these drivers taking a lot of liberal opportunities with these cars, making me nervous to watch.
Well, talking about experience paying off here at Bathurst, talking about the drivers with maybe a few more years under their belt starting to shine. Kriz is certainly one of them, a driver who's been around the Forza Racing Championship for a very long time. Sees Kami make a little error there at the top of the mountain, and I feel as though the move might be coming soon. You've got to think that Kriz is going to have to get past Kami quickly if he wants to close down that leader.
Yeah, definitely draft up behind him on the long straight. You've got time, Kriz. You don't have to make the move right now, but he is the lightest car in the field is Chris, so he does have that advantage up his sleeve. Now, looking to make the move down the inside as they go through the kink and then into the chase. Nope, a little bit too far back on that lap.
Kami feeling the need to go defensive, though, and does hold that line in the center of the track.
Well,
does say to Kriz, don't even think about it. Well, there are a few drivers, perhaps with cool heads, who might have chosen the racing line there. So interesting to see that Kami is aware of Kriz, is saying, I'm aware that you want to get by. Not aware enough to cover off, though, at Hell Corner with absolutely no struggle from Kami. Kriz slips on by and up into second place. And this is the first time, Shay, in this championship where I'm looking at RZM Kriz and thinking, this guy looks stanced, he looks predatorial, and he looks in control of his car.
As they say down in Straya, get on you, mate. That was a beautiful pass as Kriz got around. Now can set his sights forward. He's got the better part of 3 laps to make the move on Williams-Mitch, but Williams-Mitch still out front, pretty calm.
Well, putting yourself in Williams-Mitch's shoes, Shay, you'll know that there's been a change of position behind you. You'll know that Kriz is through on Kami now. Is that something that starts to worry you, or how do you think about that?
No, because Williams-Kriz hasn't proven to be a threat yet. So it's not as if Williams-Mitch knows how he's driving right now. He's not watching screen and screen, or maybe he is. Maybe he's watching all 12 screens at the same time. But it's still one of those situations where he doesn't know to fear the person behind him. But I guarantee you by the end of this race, he'll know.
Well, once more for the people at the back, Williams-Mitch is running this race without a boost upgrade, without the advantage of a few extra horsepower to get his car to go a little faster around that track. That is a disadvantage that is not shared by any of the 3 cars behind him. All 3 of the other Audi i8s on track are running a boost, are running extra horsepower, and are running at an advantage to Mitch.
Williams right now, 1st, 5th, and 8th. So a good showing from them. They'll be getting more points. They'll be happy about that, as RR is back, still trying to regain those positions lost off the start of the race. Started in the 5th position, now back into 8th. Not the kind of race that Williams RR would have wanted.
Rare mistake there from Hydra, who gets wide coming into the chase. Punished for it quickly by FRF Tesla, and Roadrunner hoping to do the same. Hydra regains the racing line before the final corner here. Williams Roadrunner looks for the over-under, and we're going to see a pace matchup between the NASCAR and the supercar. The supercar with plenty of squirt down that straight. Nothing wrong with its legs, and it's through on turn 1.
This is a car, Ali, that was built to do one thing, race and win at the mountain. I'm not at all surprised to see it going well, especially against a NASCAR stock car, which probably wouldn't even know how to pronounce Mount Panorama. I say that with affection, too. Watkins Glen was the NASCAR territory. Mount Panorama is completely supercars territory.
That's right, it's a legendary race. The
Bathurst 1000.
Massive Bathurst 1000 happens here once every year. Yeah,
And on that, just before you move off of the happening once a year, Bathurst being a normal street, it is actually just a road, so the pit complex sits most of the time completely unused, has very limited days where it can function as a racetrack. About 6 racing events per year are allowed to take place around this course. The National Council has been pushing for a bit more. The Mayor, Graham, is a huge proponent of auto racing, so he's been aiming for more. But that's one of the reasons that I love Forza. You can drive Mount Panorama anytime you want. Not so in real life. Well, at least not at racing speed. There are cameras everywhere to make sure that you're not speeding. No more than 30 kph.
It's an amazing circuit, and the tight concrete barriers on both sides of the track are a massive challenge for all the drivers out there. Bull, after a first lap spin with a little bit of help from Chris, is back in contention this race. The rear end of that Audi R8 looking a little bit second hand at this point, but hasn't hurt his speed, hasn't damaged anything to do with the internals of the car, and Bull has managed to claw and scratch his way back into contention here with RDE Cami.
One more lap, that's it. So Bull needs to make the pass on Kimi for that 3rd position. And the final spot on the podium, it's a 20-year-old in Bull who's been playing Forza for 8 years versus a 28-year-old in Cami who's only been at it for 4. Methinks advantage Bull.
Advantage Bull then as we head up toward the mountain for the final time. Such a challenging circuit, and as Shay said, it's a track that bites back. It's a circuit that you have to really race against. You know, it's another competitor out there on track, if you like. A 13th car is these concrete walls on the side and all the things you need to keep the car out of. It can so easily snap and bite and get you like it has for Cami. He comes up the hill, just gets a little tap on the left-hand side. It's enough to slow down his motion just a tiny amount and allow Bull into, well, right into his rear view mirrors. Bull looking for the move here across the top of the track. We've all tried it once on Forza, Shay. We've all tried the move once there, and well, you try it once, you never try it again.
Yeah, no, I've never tried it because I've seen it tried in real life, and the cars come back with lots of spare bits for fans to take home.
That's right. It's more of a sort of souvenir collecting site than it is an overtaking opportunity. Up the top of the mountain there, but we're back down and running down towards the chase. The leaders of this race are Williams Mitch and RZM Chris heading down toward the final corners now. And it's been a brilliant race here from Mitch Shea, who's done a great job to lead from pole.
It really has been a super defensive race. It's not all said and done, though. Chris is on the tail of Williams Mitch. He's got that last turn, not going to be enough. And Chris will settle for 2nd.
Mitch then crosses the line. Chris in 2nd place. 3rd will be Cami, who's going to be able to hold off Bull for that battle for 3rd. It was all about the Audi R teams. Let's be real here, Shay. Yep. They were in a class of their own on this track.
This is a track that favors the GT3 car. I mean, even looking at the lap times that we see from the Bathurst 12-hour, you're looking at about 2 minutes and 1 second for the lap times of the GT3 cars. You're looking at 2:03 for the best of the modern-day supercars. So the Virgin Australian supercars only able to turn 2 seconds a lap slower. You get a NASCAR stock car around the track, it'd be 2 minutes and 30. I mean, it would be a big ask, and it would come back with a lot of paint on the side of the car.
Well, I guess apart from driving an Audi, your strategy in this race was probably best played out by Williams, who really moved up the field quite nicely. Yeah,
Williams did a really good job with all 3 of their drivers. There was a little bit of question about Williams RR dropping back at the start of the race, but that's not something you can plan for. In terms of what they needed to do, no boost coming into the race, hold position. If you cannot get past around the mountain, then guess what? Hold your position at the start of the race. Just fight, elbows out, do whatever it takes. That's what Mitch did, and he earned this win today.
All right, well, a lot of KG racing there in the second match of the day, and it sets us up incredibly well for race number 3. I know that Gabby and the analysts are keen to look at RDE, and I can't wait to find out more about them.
Oh, you bet yourself that we are, Ali, because there was a lot of switching around going there. Speaking of with RDE, if we take a look at Hydra, we were singing his praises during the first race, but he unfortunately had some trouble that he ran into here.
He almost continued the streak, right? He had a pretty good start. I think he started in 7th place, he made up a few spots, and then he fell back again, right? So Hydra could have had a much better finish. I'm sure he's kicking himself, looking for a much better finish here at Bathurst.
I said before, the strategy was Hydra earns the boost in race 1. He did. I said they're going to give it to Cammy. They did. Cammy, though, 3rd provisionally, and likely, perhaps, a penalty coming. We saw some contact in lap 1.
And even that 3rd place provisional finish, even though he started in 3rd, kind of benefited from the trouble that Bull got into, which we'll touch on a bit later. So yeah, he's stopping in that even spot that he started in, but with the resources they poured into him, how big of a deal is it that he wasn't able to really do the most with that?
You're talking about Hydra here still.
No, we're talking
about
Cammy.
Cammy having the boost in him.
The fact that he got passed by Chris straight up, right? I mean, forget all the penalties that may be coming to Cammy. He got passed by Chris in a gorgeous move there. So Cammy can't be feeling good about that performance.
Yeah, Cammy had the boost, right? And then Chris also had the boost.
Yep.
And Chris also has the alpha build. So Chris should have passed Cammy, and he did pass Cammy.
And sticking on RD for a moment more, I want to talk about Chasmo because he started in that 11th spot and climbed all the way up to 6th at one point, but then fell down to 9th, and it looks like he finished off in 8th place. So what was kind of going on there with a lot of the flip-flopping?
Yeah, you wonder if that's a little bit of that early bumping that we saw there on lap number 1. You're right, he started there in 11th spot, made up as many as 5 positions, but fell back down. Felt like there was some parallel racing there happening between Hydra and Chasmo. Starting strong, not finishing where they wanted.
Yeah, and clearly that's the story here with Raging Dragons. Their strategy started out the way they wanted it to, and it's unraveled.
Yeah.
And heading over to Williams, who feeling pretty secure with the 39 points that they accumulated in the first race. And here, Mitch, once again, securing in that top spot. But how do you think that he did when it came to navigating, for instance, that contact he had with Bull, but it was done in a very clean way?
Yeah, to me that was clean. If there was a contact, lap 1, I'm thinking Bull and Mitch.
Yep.
I took a second look at it. It looked pretty clean to me. If the adjudication comes down with a penalty to Mitch, I would be surprised. I'm no adjudicator. Good thing I'm not, but no. I think that was a clean move. Bull went off on his own.
And remember, that's a turn 2 pass on the outside attempt from Bull. That's not an easy place to pass on the outside there. So Williams, it seemed like he didn't go very wide. So I agree. I don't think there's a penalty there.
That section of Bathurst continues to be infamous for the Forza Racing Championship.
Yes, indeed.
Just call it Sauber Dave Corner, and then call it like, FRF Bull
Rename
Corner.
them, yeah.
FRF Bull is that turn. The next one's Sauber Dave Corner.
That's right.
Yeah, a lot of drivers had difficulty with the walls running into them. So you're saying that this is something that we've seen before from the drivers, but how, I guess if it's on a scale of how much trouble you typically see drivers having with this track, how do you think it fared with that?
Bathurst is undefeated when it comes to against race drivers. So Bathurst always wins. You saw even Mitch in the early laps scraping the walls, right? As fast as Mitch is, Bathurst is always going to challenge you, and there's always room for mistakes and disaster.
The saying is Bathurst chooses its winners.
Right.
And clearly I think Bathurst chose Mitch today.
Little did we know, a 13th driver there in this race number 2 of the match, affecting the results that you see before you on your screen right now. Choosing Mitch in that number 1 spot, and then everything trickling from there. Chris really making a statement there in the number 2 for RZM.
Absolutely, but I can't take my eyes off of Williams. Look, a clean sheet for them. No penalties at Bathurst and a clean sheet. That's incredible driving, not just from Mitch in the front, but 7 and RR getting away scot-free on penalties and finishing in 5th and 6th, setting themselves up nicely for Indy.
Looks like a clean sheet for RDE as well. No penalties. Cammy, Chasmo, and Hydra look to be clean so far.
You got to give it to 7 coming from that number 9 starting position all the way to 5th with the clean sheet finish. So how has he been upholding really his role on this team?
Look at this, another boost for the Williams team coming because of 7, because he got that hard charge award, made up 4 spots. 7 has earned his money today.
And then if you're pivoting over to Roadrunner on this same roster here, it's easy to look at what was happening well when things worked out, but he tended to actually make the most out of a bad situation, dropping all the way down to 11th at one point. So Andy, what does it say about Roadrunner that even though it wasn't exactly where he started in that 5th position, it was his teammate there and he still was able to make up that ground?
Yeah, Roadrunner, second fastest V8 supercar in the Ford Falcon, did his job, as I like to say. They're looking really strong for this next race. I'm trying to add up boosts, so they got a clean sweep.
Yep.
And I see a hard charger. That would mean everyone gets boosts.
Everybody's going to be boosted for Williams.
Oh yeah, so RD and Williams, everybody has their boost coming in through.
Nice.
73 points to Williams Esports so far. And look at that jump, 73 to 36. Is that something that you were expecting to happen
It feels
today?
like two different leagues right now. There's Williams and everybody else. We expected more of FRF today, but yeah, wow, Williams.
It's a good thing. Sorry, interrupt.
Yeah, go.
It's a good thing THR did pretty poorly in the first race because FRF's not really doing great so far. It's in the middle. I mean, it's close racing.
Well, and that's what's difficult when it's not just a matter of trying to get the most points possible, but when another team is grabbing so many of them, that leaves less for everybody else to try and grapple for. So with 36, 32, 31, and when you have RDE and RZM there being in such close contention with FRF, what does that say about Williams' dominance of this to put them on such an even keel level for the rest?
They saw what happened in match 1. They saw JOTA with a really good result, and they're like, oh, really? Checkmate. Here we come.
Yeah, that's a very good way to put it. Just each team individually, it seems like both the matches today, one has really come out on top for the rest. So if you're FRF, yeah, like you said, Andy, probably happy that THR didn't have a great performance earlier, but you still want to make a statement. So what different do you want to see from them in the final race?
Well, it's going to be tough. I mean, Williams likely is going to break 100, so they just need to beat Raging Dragons and Ryze Motorsport. Let Williams do what they're going to do. I think at this point, just beat the other teams and get as many points as you can.
Do what you can to hold on to second place here, because RDE's got boosts going into the final race. So the entirety of FRF is trembling with fear right now, I believe.
Yep. And making a note on RZM, unfortunately for Renault, he did have that technical difficulty. Didn't work out for him dropping to that last spot. But the rest of the team, you're looking at Chris and Kriz. What do you think that they can do just as a dynamic duo here in the last race?
Well, we saw Kriz really bringing it there at Bathurst with that overtake over Cami. So Kriz doing what he needs to do for his team. You know, there's a battle for second in this round here, and no team, it feels like, is eliminated. So get another good result from Kriz. Chris fills in as the #1 driver there. You know, could happen for him.
Kriz is in the alpha build, so he's going to have to depend on that build without having the boost here.
Well, interesting point there. Bringing the alpha build to the table, we've talked about how much pressure that puts on that driver to make the most of what's given to them. So if you're one of the drivers without the alpha build, though, do you think that's kind of a crutch you can lean on if you're putting a little of that pressure on somebody else, or what do you make of that?
Yeah, you mean that they have their excuse bag and they're going to reach in and say, I got no point? I have a hard time believing that the teams with the best chemistry are probably very honest with each other. These guys know their capabilities. They know what a boost can do for you. They know what a PI build can do for you. So I'd like to think they're all honest and that there's lots of open communication. They're being honest with one another. I don't think anybody's making excuses at this point.
Yeah, I like to poke fun at the drivers, try and put them on the edge a little bit. But Seven, for instance, not making any excuses. He didn't have a boost. He didn't have anything major going for him build-wise, but was still able to perform in that way.
I want to say Seven has got 1 PI point this entire season. Did I hear that correctly?
They don't give him much. He didn't get any today.
He didn't get any today, and he's turning in results like this. So Seven, like I said, an amazing day for him. As part of an amazing day for Williams all up. All 3 of these drivers have performed fantastically.
It almost feels as if you're putting that driver in that position, Seven, saying, hey, we're not going to give you a lot of PI, but we still are relying on you to pull ahead in that way. Maybe he's actually feeling a bit more of the pressure.
I'm sure he feels pressure. We know Seven is a passionate driver. He's outspoken, but compared to where he was in the beginning of this season, it feels like a lot of growth for Seven in this team.
His goal is always to win the class. If he's not given PI, try and win the class or scrape as many points as you can, and he just did it there.
Speaking of classes, we talked so much early on about just the Audis and how they were stacking up in the front of the pack. But what do you make of some of the finishes of the other divisions that we've seen just rocked by these rosters, including even pouring more sometimes into NASCAR, which we didn't expect?
Yeah, we saw it, a strategy for RDE, as you mentioned. Let's put 8 points of PI into the NASCAR for Hydra, and we saw the results of that in the first race. Worked very well. I kind of questioned whether that would be a strategy that would work at Bathurst, and Hydra had his troubles. So we're going to Indy for the third race, wide open, very wide track, lots of high speed there. So maybe those NASCAR stock cars will perform a little bit better there.
Yep.
Still watch the Audis. They're still going to be top.
You're making the call.
Confident.
Okay.
You just mentioned the wide aspects, some of the characteristics of the track that'll come into play. Andy, what is your opinion on how Indy is going to affect this?
Indy, flat track. We're going to see a little more roll from the NASCARs, certainly a little more roll for the V8 supercars. That's going to be really, really difficult for those to navigate without any banking. You know, a lot of horsepower. They're bringing boosts now. That's probably going to be the most difficult car to drive in Forza and one of the most difficult tracks for a V8 supercar.
And that section right before you get back on the oval, that right-hander into that, there's some couple really tight turns there before you get to the start-finish track that I think the V8s and I think the NASCAR stock cars are going to struggle on.
I just hope the supercars are facing the right way and not turned the other way around. We'll see headlights into the screen. Good chance it happens, but that's the goal. Keep it facing the right direction.
Right direction's good. And as a reminder to everyone, because this is round number 4, that means that when you see these teams racing today, this will be the last race for these 4 teams, aside from the potential last chance qualifier that some of them are facing off against. Standings right there on your screen, and it's a pretty big gap between that last spot into the last chance qualifier. But what is the importance of, even if you know you're going to the LCQ, trying to not be kind of in that tail end cutting into it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's psychological more than anything else. If you're RZM, you want to be ahead of AMS at the very least. And of course, they have one more race to do it, so that seems like a sure bet. But there's some bragging rights, there's maybe some trash talking, there's a little bit of like, we are the #1 seed in the LCQ that might help give a psychological boost to that team.
RDE gets 22 points this race. They will tie THR. So 22 points, they got a goal.
All right. And also, thank you to everybody watching. We hope you're enjoying your time in chat. And I know we've got some people peeking in, looking at what you've been saying throughout. And we really appreciate the enthusiasm we've gotten to see from these drivers across the board. Because speaking to them and the passion they bring to the Forza RC, I think is one of the greatest characteristics that we've gotten to witness here coming into week 6.
And they give insight, right? Like, I was just doing this race. Here's what I was thinking. Here's what happened to me in that race. I love having that insider perspective. You don't really get that in regular racing.
You just wait till they're here, you know,
right,
at the land. We'll get it. We'll see their emotions.
We're gonna put
We'll
mics
see,
right in their faces.
Yeah, we'll see the pound the, the desk.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite things, just seeing also the little nuances, like which ones sit with their knee up while they're driving. And it seems like a joke, but seriously, it's a lot to consider there. So right now, when you're kind of facing off at home and you're thinking about the coaches and the role that they play in this, of the coaches that we see for these teams and the innovation they bring to their builds and the way they manage their team, is there any coach in particular that has kind of really stuck out in your mind?
I look at what Williams has done today, and yes, we've talked to Harmonic before. He's a great coach for the team. This feels a lot like these guys making the most of situations that happen on the track, right? The builds matter, but 7 isn't getting to 6th place in a race because of the build. It's a little bit of lucking it and taking advantage of those situations. So, not to say that Harmonic's doing a bad job, but I put a bit more of the credit on the driver's side this week for Williams.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you're going to navigate Bathurst,
right.
The coach can only do so much.
That's right.
on the driver.
Yep.
Now, one thing that I'm getting my words about the polls and everything coming in, and I want to check back in on the first match that we had of the day and who everyone thought was going to bring it home. And 56% of the poll participants put JOTA as the top one, which isn't much of a surprise, but what do you make of their impact then and just the statement they have made as a top contender here in the league?
I think they're saying, look, we are not a top 4 team, we're a top 3 team. we deserve, and maybe even higher than that. That's what JOTA was saying to me today. Yes, we're going up against Red Bull, Williams, and Lazarus, but we deserve to be considered in that top podium spot. They're looking for the best seeding possible going into the championship.
100 points in one match is a good way to do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but Sauber, though, have a pretty big fan following for themselves, and they also have a lot of confidence behind them. So I think it's 31% for that. Kind of a disparity between them and JOTA there.
Yeah, I wonder if that's based on what we've seen today, right? Sauber didn't have necessarily the results they wanted. We saw some good stuff from their coach driver, Zimdog, but maybe they're missing Dave more than they let on at this point, and are hoping that when he comes back, they'll have a strong performance in the finals.
Well, and that's interesting. We talk about how well stepping into that from the coach role Zimdog did, but in the end, you have to remind yourself of that. Oh, wait, he hasn't been drafted here as a driver. He's actually here as the coach stepping in. So
Double duty.
Yeah.
It's double duty for Zimdog this week, and he is, like I said earlier, he's helping with the builds, he's coaching these guys, and he's got to drive, which means he's got to get some laps in during the middle of the week as well. So this is a pretty heroic performance from Zimdog all up, and Asics on the RBR side as well has been doing the same thing. So.
Yeah, back to Zimdog quickly. Last round, no PI. And I think he got 2 points. You know, someone can maybe correct me on that, but he didn't get much. Much better performance, and today, and still no PI.
Yeah, that's got it. I mean, we've talked again about the fact that PI and kind of where that distribution happens really affects your role within the team. But back on that coach's position, you mentioned being very impressed by Harmonic. And there was a lot of decision making into selecting the coaches, and Williams was very particular in that. So do you think there is an advantage to the fact that they did pick a driver that has so much experience on the track as well as being analytical?
Yeah, I think we've seen a few teams do that. Certainly Williams did that. Harmonic is an experienced driver, was in the World Finals last year. Good pick. Clearly he's helped him out with strategy, but you know, Williams, did they need it?
I think at the beginning of the year, we might have been questioning Harmonic as a coach there because we didn't know how he fit in with the rest of the guys. Roadrunner is a car builder. Do they need that from Harmonic? And so I wonder, but what impressed me about Harmonic so far is when we interviewed him in week 1 and he stood up for 7. Remember, we were a bit disparaging 7. He's like, look, this guy performed exactly the role that we needed him to perform, which told me that they understood early what they needed to do and how each driver needed to contribute to the overall Williams effort.
And that's the thing about Williams. If you go all the way back to, as some of you in the audience may know, we had our test. We worked really hard to put this format forward. And one of the things that Williams was very proud of was the fact that they are one of the longer standing rosters. They've driven together for a very long time, and that chemistry really plays a role. So how much of a factor do you think that is, the time served as a team compared to some of the others?
Yeah, no other team raced together, maybe Lazarus, but Williams has raced together the entire summer. Throughout community leagues, events, and community racing, if there was one Williams car on track, you can bet there was a second and a third this summer.
Let me tell you about the personalities of those 3 drivers. In some cases, couldn't be more different from one another. You have Mitch, who is quiet, as you said, Gabby, quiet and reserved and barely says a word. And, you know, 7 is the guy who is passionate and will be yelling at his screen. Exactly. And so there's also that matter of, boy, they've got these an interesting stew of personalities here that just adds up to something spectacular.
Yeah, it kind of brings through, I think, back to, I don't know if there's any It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia fans, but talking about the just dynamic trios and how everyone has to play a role. And yes, it's been used in comedy, it's been used in entertainment, but more so than anything else in competition. So aside from just the skill differences as far as different styles they bring to the table, it's almost like the personalities not stepping on one another and being complementary of another. How does that just improve the overall experience in the ForzaRC for them?
Yeah, each one of them, like you said, knows their role. They know what they have to do. The other good point, too, is Roadrunner and Harmonic. They're both this, I'd say they're a little similar. They both approach the game similar to someone like Rossi, someone similar to Sparky, but they're like a checks and balances on each other. So I do think there's probably some interesting communication between the two of them, and probably some disagreements. I'd love to know a little bit more about that. But there's certainly a good team chemistry between the three of them, and it's working. It's working.
Because we've seen moments on the track where teammates have gotten between each other, and that's never a good feeling when it's somebody else on your own team that's kind of costing you points in a way. So if you're looking from week number 1 when we first got started to now, it feels like those instances are less though. So
in terms of cars getting into each other?
As far as teammates getting into each other.
It's the #1 rule in racing, right? Never hit your teammate, right? And sometimes accidents happen on the track. I actually think they've done a pretty good job of staying out of each other's way. I think we saw Sauber Zoom, and maybe it was Zemdog in an earlier race today, going 3 wide a little bit, but one of them backed off. And you have to at that point. You have to realize where you are on the track, how much PI you've got, what role you need to fill. If a faster guy's behind you, you gotta let him by.
Yeah, I think going way back to match or round 1, Ryze was probably the best example of showing teamwork not working out or just not communication. And clearly I think that actually is down to language. There are language barriers on Ryze. So I think, hopefully Renault gets back into this race, which is probably the reason why we're still talking. But watch communication. I think it's getting a little better, but got to be close, right?
Still got one more race.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we're doing our best to get into that race number 3. So, Ali and Shay, I know that you've been sitting here since week number 1 until now. What are some of your favorite improvements that you've seen so far from drivers?
Well, all these drivers have had amazing strategies coming into it. It's awesome to hear Gabby, Brian and Andy just unpacking it all there. It's been fantastic to get their insights throughout the season. For you, Shay, what's been the sort of highlight strategically that you've seen out there on track this season so far?
Well, if we're just talking about today in itself, it would be the distribution or lack thereof of the bonuses, the boosts towards Williams. They had confidence in Mitch to keep the lead at Bathurst, and he repaid them in kind. But over the course of the season, gosh, we had the bounce back from Lazarus. They had a terrible week 1. They only scored, 65 points in that first week.
Right.
They've come back on really strong, proving that they're a team to contend with in terms of Red Bull, Williams, to keep them in the same sentence. That would probably be my best strategy move.
It feels like right now, as we head into the third race, we're kind of in the closing act of a heist movie, and you're watching all the Williams drivers on their mobile phones walking out of the casino, and we're kind of finding out through flashbacks how they have managed to pull this off, because it feels like right now they're about to bank big points.
Heist movie or Hangover? Which movie are you thinking
I was
of
going
there,
for
buddy?
Ocean's 11 personally, but I'll take Hangover.
Sure. Well, let's go to Speedway, Indiana, off to the Grand Prix circuit of Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We do cross the yard of bricks, but going in the wrong direction. So into turn number 4, at least in that general direction. For turn 1, it's a long straight, the long braking zone, particularly with these heavier cars. You've got another long straight ending in turn 7, which makes for a lot of good passing opportunity. We always see people trying to make some magic happen here. Then they go back out onto the banking for what is turn 2, but it's really the end of the lap for these cars, and then a difficult portion of the track that the guys were talking about, particularly in the stock car and V8 supercar category. They're going to have a lot of issues with 13 and 14.
It's a little difficult piece of curbing there, really, coming over the bump, and as you come down off the bank, you're carrying a lot of speed. It's hard to trail brake in these big, heavy cars.
Nearly impossible to do any sort of trail braking. When you apply that left-hand pedal, that middle pedal, you really want to be applying all the pressure that you can muster, because slowing the thing down, it's more of a request. If the car decides to slow down, that's one thing, but you certainly don't want to lift off of that brake pedal and give it an opportunity to do something different.
Yeah, it's a bureaucratic process. You have to file Form 13B, send it through to the bureaucratic headquarters. They'll have a look at it and approve it. Yeah, exactly. And then you'll find out whether or not you can make that apex. Williams have done such an amazing job here, Shay, that I almost feel like we can discount the other teams on track. They're kind of obstacles to how well Williams can do here in getting their championship just on fire at the end. Well, what do you make of the chances of the likes of RZM, RDE, FRF out there in this final race?
The team that can take it to Williams, and in terms of just pure numbers, will be RDE, because the Raging Dragons eSport team, every single one of their drivers with a boost. The same can be said about Williams. So they may not be on paper the fastest drivers, but right now, theoretically, they've got every ability that Williams does have too. So it's going to be an interesting mix-up to see whether they can pick themselves up by the bootstraps and really take it to the number 1 team.
So if you're Red Bull or if you're Lazarus or Williams, then you're going to be looking to those kind of drivers out there on track and kind of thinking, oh, you can be the thorn in the side of Williams Esports here. We can check out the grid as we head into this final race and see how the cars are going to stack up. Of course, that's what we've been talking about all this time. Those 3 massive boosts for the Williams team, Mitch, Roadrunner, and Seven.
And it has been 5 wins so far for Williams. Mitch, is he going to make it 6? Getting all 3 of them today. He's in the best position. He's got the boost. It looks like it's all but written in the clouds.
All right, second on the grid, joining Mitch on that front row will be RZM. Chris, I should say, nominated to that front spot with Chris and Renault down further in the field.
Yeah, for Chris, the airline mechanic, I don't envy his position because he's only going to be going backwards with the car in 3rd position, also with the boost advantage on the inside of row number 1. You're going to be on the undesirable portion of the track going into that first turn, the right-hander. It's not going to be a pretty day.
Well, third on the grid is that last thin line of defense that a few of the teams will be looking to stop Williams banking all the points here in the final race. RDE, all 3 of the drivers with a boost, and Hydra especially, Shay, has been such a shining light throughout the season.
Yeah, Hydra is going to be somebody to pay attention to in that Toyota Camry. Remember, this is the car that got 16 wins in 2017, the Drivers' Championship, the Teams' Championship, and the Manufacturers' Championship. So that Toyota is something to contend with, and by the way, it raced at Indy that year too.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but the 4th seeded team on this grid is Fast Racers Forza, the Brazilian team. High hopes for these guys coming into this match, and it just hasn't gone their way. What can they do? No boosts and the lowest grid seed here on the track.
Hold on and hope for disaster in the cars ahead. Yeah, put your nails in the ground and just pray that the wind blows everybody else around you over and you can just still be hanging in there when all the damage is done.
Well, it's going to be a really interesting race to watch. The FRF guys will have to push pretty hard, but it's these Williams drivers, Roadrunner, Seven, Mitch, way up at the front, who have done such an impressive performance today. We haven't looked a lot. Mitch has been so impressive, Shay, that we haven't looked a lot at Roadrunner and Seven. What do you make of the matchup of these 2?
Well, Roadrunner in himself, Williams RR, 124 points so far. That's more points than 4 teams combined on the grid. So for the Forza Racing Championship, Williams RR himself is pretty darn good. Not to take anything away from Seven, though. With 77 points, he has as many points as coming into today, AMS, Alien Motorsports. But he hasn't done enough to contribute to the full team effort. That really has been Williams RR and Mitch.
In your opinion, does it spoil it if Seven scores more points now that he's on 77 already for Seven?
No, I would like to see him scoring more points to perhaps get 20 more. Then, maybe he gets a win.
Yeah, but then it's 797.
No, then it gets Matrixy. we don't want to start thinking about that. Then we'll make Scott mad, and we don't want to make Scott mad.
Well, we're closing in on the start of the final race of the day, and so it's going to be an incredible run. It's the Indianapolis infield circuit, Shay, and it's a track which actually, real talk time, not my favorite. I don't love it.
Really?
Not compared to Bathurst, not where we've just been.
Well, yeah, completely agree. I mean, if you're going to send me a plane ticket and tell me to go to Speedway, Indiana, versus a plane ticket and tell me to go to Bathurst and then, fly to Sydney and drive 3 hours, I'm all about getting on the big bird and going across the Pacific. It's not the best flight in the world, but you know what? Hey, I'll take it. This track, though, 2.439 miles.
Right.
It's another one that has its own personality. It does come alive. And when you're sitting there, you could be surrounded by 400,000 of your best friends for the Indy 500, or you could be completely alone because it's a closed track day. It still speaks to your soul. And when you lean down and touch the Art of Bricks, because I'll never kiss it, I will never win a race there, but when you touch it, you feel the history pulsing through that little bit of concrete. It's amazing.
Absolutely awesome. It's a track which has a great history in the Forza Racing Championship as well. I remember fondly one race called by a certain Mr. Flip Mode sitting over there during our Seattle playoff, which was incredibly active. A lot of cars getting into each other. We always see great racing at Indianapolis Speedway, but it is very flat, very technical, and it's all about getting your braking right and running those apexes, Shay, in a very sweet way.
Yeah, I mean, you've got 14 turns. This isn't the most straightforward track on the calendar, and it is a very technical one. It does demand perfection. When you have to do one lap around here, that's asking a lot. When you have to do 7, 9, 10, 20, 100, then you're really, really in over your head.
We are getting geared up, getting ready for the final race of the day. The drivers all sitting on the grid and getting their eyes forward down the road towards turn number 1. You've got to keep in mind that it's a long, long run down that oval straight before you get to that first corner. We're not going to use the banking. We're going to turn infield across the flatland and over the curb. We're running on board here with FRF Handicap starting at the very back of this grid and looking forward down the road to all the cars as they're heavy on the brakes. The front suspension loads up and 7 is sideways and already falling down the order, manages to gather it up somehow and back into 9th position. That could have been disastrous, Shay, for Williams' back runner.
That was pretty bad though, Ali, because it was contact between Chasmo and 7. 2 of the boosted cars at the back of the field. So Handicap looking forward, says thank you very much, passes 2 cars going into that first one. But we have a battle at the front of the field, Ali. All the Audis are looking to lead.
Bull up the inside of Chris here, and they're going side by side through this little left-right section of the track. The final one's going to be a right-hander, and Bull, with the disadvantage round the outside, hangs it in there. But I cannot see how he's going to find a way round, Shay. He's on the outside of 3 right-handers in a row. Here we go into the final one, and he's finally got to file back, surely, into position.
He is, and he does finally cede the position, but Williams Roadrunner in that Ford Falcon now going, hey guys, you taking speed off of one another works perfectly well for me. I'm going through.
All right, well, coaches everywhere, all the ForzaRC drivers and competitors watching this will be getting in their notebooks, jotting down, all right, Roadrunner up to 4th, Mitch in 1st. And we've got 7 still, I think, back in 9th position, just waiting for the ticker to roll over there. There he is, 7 in 9th, but moving forward.
Well, it's no wonder that Williams RR is moving forward. 808 horsepower in that Ford Falcon. Yes, it does deserve an evil laugh, Ali.
That is incredible.
As we talked about it before, we'll keep mentioning it over and over again. Boosts on all 3 of the Williams and all 3 of the Raging Dragons Esports cars. We're seeing it play out more for the Williams as now Roadrunner sets his sights forward on RZM Chris.
I gotta tell you, Shay, we don't talk enough about how awesome Roadrunner is. Just looking at how this driver is handling what is essentially a drift machine.
Yeah.
It's basically a creation of Hoonigan out there on track. So much horsepower going towards skinny rear tires, and he's just making it look as smooth as anything.
He's making it look like this car was designed to run well around this track. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. As he's closing in on RZM Chris. Chris is going to have to look backwards and get a little bit nervous, but Roadrunner, 22 years old from England. He was 7th in Forza last year. Been at the game for 10 years. He was the champ 2017, and right now, Ali, he is driving like a champ.
Heading down the straight here and beginning lap number 3 up the road. RZM Chris looks like a possibility for Roadrunner, but that 2nd place runner in RDE Cami, who does have the benefit of the boost, might be a little bit too much for Roadrunner to set his sights on. Cami, Shay, has had a great run today.
Yeah, Cami really has. He's been super impressive, also running with the boost, so that would be a big ask for Roadrunner to catch up to him. But Cami, with a huge gap up to Williams Mitch. Williams Mitch is doing a better job.
Well, let's be clear. That gap between Cami and Mitch that we've seen in this race, that we saw at Bathurst as well, is down to class. It's the class of the driver.
It is, and there was less of a gap at Bathurst because it's a more technical track. There are fewer places to really stretch your advantage. Mitch is a master of getting off the corner well, and that's a place here where that really pays off. He's got the ability to keep it smooth smooth to gain the extra speed in a straight line. And that pays off when you come to Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Famous pagoda on the right-hand side. Mitch putting on a show.
It's time to make a little comparison perhaps between Williams Mitch, the driver we're on board with right now, and LZR Racers. Not somebody who's out this week, but a driver who puts his race experiences up on YouTube. He'll chat about them. And the way that Racers talks about leading a race is often about controlling a race. He won't try and gap second place, he'll just hit his apexes. Very, very different approach from Mitch.
Yeah, Mitch is very calculated. I mean, he's a mechanic in England, 24 years old. Gary Mitchell is his real name, so you can figure out where the nickname came from, but the gamer tag Mitch. But he's very, very smart. You can see in his driving that he's doing exactly what he needs to stay ahead of the people behind him. He's almost managing the gap instead of trying to stretch it.
Mitch's teammate, Seven, got into the battles at first turn, and we've got a replay of that all ready to go. There you go, you can see Seven getting sideways in that battle with Chasmo. It was super impressive, though, how quickly he got his car back in order, got everything pointing in the right direction, and regained 9th position. That could have been disastrous, Shay, for Seven, but he caught that car nicely.
Yeah, he did. It's the last thing in the world that you want to do in a stock car, plant your right foot and just hope that it sticks, because you're likely to get a massive tank slapper with the back of the car coming around, but that didn't happen for Seven. He played it cool and now is fighting for that 7th position.
Tasty, tasty move here from Seven, round the outside of the penultimate corner, and managed to make that one stick as we run down to begin lap 5 of 10 in the mid-pack here. Seven doing a fantastic job of moving up through this field in 7th position now, and I would say has a sniff, has a chance at 6th.
You're just saying it's tasty because you're hungry and you wish that pass was food. Yeah, it's been a good climb so far for Williams. Seven started back in the 9th position, so no points got for the hard charger in this one. There's no bonus in terms of that, but there is a little bit of pride on the line, and that's what Williams 7 is going for.
A bit of a sort of back of the napkin maths moment here. With the results of this race, Shay, if my calculations are correct,
which is a big if.
Which is a big if, let's be real. If they're correct, then every point that Williams score over and above 11 points in this final race will see them close the gap to RBR in the lead. And RBR only have an advantage of 6 points over Williams, which means to say that if Williams as a team score over 17 points in this race, they take the lead of the championship. Provisionally,
because Red Bull Racing Esports have not had their last round yet. That will take place next week, but with the big asterisk there with the big but, they've got a much tougher grouping next week. They're going up against cars like Lazarus and TX3, so points might be harder to come by.
So Red Bull Racing could see their lead challenge. That's a spin up ahead. No. That was a moment for Cammy there, who slipped off the track, and that is massive in this race, massive in the context of the championship, because we were saying, Shay, Cammy was the only car Roadrunner was not in with a chance of passing on pace alone.
Yeah.
Cammy slipped off the track all by himself and basically gifts Williams the extra points.
So Williams is now 1st, 3rd, and 7th. RZM having a rough race as Renault has dropped out of the game too. So that means FRF guaranteed at least 1 point with their driver, their weakest driver right now in 11th position. But what a moment for Williams. Roadrunner seeing an extra 3 points coming his way like magic. It's almost as if he's got magnets in his fingers and the points are just sort of off a little bit further and he's going, hello, come to me now, please.
Williams 1st, 3rd, and 7th right now, and that's an incredible performance from them. That will see them well surpassing any other previous score. We're sitting on board with RDE Cammy, the driver we were talking about, who had a little bit of a moment, a little spin on lap number 6 of 10, and we can check that out. What went down? It looked like a sim twitch, leans it into the right hand, clips the grass, and it was enough to get the rear of the car moving, overcorrected, and Cammy off into the gravel. That, Shay, was all down to driver error.
Yeah, that was a little bit too much of a situation, and it really sabotages the team because RDE 22 points out of taking the spot from THR. That looks like a very, very tough uphill climb now as Cami fighting to try and get back into third position. Keep in mind, he had a very solid locked on second, which would have been 15 points. Now he's looking at, what, 12? No, he's looking at 12 points, trying to get to it.
Hoping for it, sitting on 10th and hoping for 12.
Yep.
Sitting on 10 points, I should say, sitting in 4th and hoping for 3rd. I will say RDE are less points critical than a few of the other teams out there. And the reason I say that is because they're already basically locked into the last chance qualifier. It's going to be very, very difficult. Well, it was very difficult at the start of this round for RDE to move out of that position. And now I would say it's impossible.
Yeah, no, completely agree. And that one move in and of itself completely erased any hopes that they had, because even a second, third, and fourth place finish wouldn't give them enough points to move up into a position where they would feel safe.
I will say, though, any single one of the drivers from the Red Bull Racing team, from the Lazarus team, will be hoping that Cami does put a move on Roadrunner here and does take a few points away from Williams, because they're looking dominant right now. They'd be leaving this race with 37 points as their total, a huge takeaway.
I wonder if Cami, who's 28 years old living in Germany, feels that extra wind of support at his back from all the other teams that they'll be racing against, or hoping to, for a little chunk of that $250,000 prize pool in a couple weeks' time. Because right now, Cami has a lot of friends out on the internet.
Well, looking at Williams' performance today, Shay, it just makes me, speaking of hunger, makes me hungry for the final.
Hungry hippo.
Yeah, a hungry hippo for some tasty, tasty racing at our offline final coming up very, very soon, and a $250,000 prize pool on the line there as well, just for good measure, as the leader starts off the penultimate lap here at Indianapolis. It's been such an incredible online season so far, watching the teams develop strategies, outthink each other, enact upon thoughts out on track. And now we're here at the close of the online season, or nearing it at least. It's so impressive to see how these teams are performing.
808 horsepower in that Ford engine. And
Can't get over it.
The Audi V10, the 5.2 liter naturally aspirated 4-ringed beast, is clawing it back in, is desperate to try and figure out a way to get Williams RR to slow down just a little bit. And Cami, who's really had not a great race, looking to try and make us forget about that spin by having a great moment, a great pass on track, and something that we can all hang our hats on at the end of the day. It's getting a bit cloudy in Indianapolis. Wonder if maybe there's a bit of rain in the air.
Maybe getting a little bit of rain on the wind here at Indy in the closing moments could make for an interesting denouement to the race and to the day of racing. Cami with a tap on Roadrunner there. I think, well, with one lap remaining, Cami hasn't got a lot of chances left, but Roadrunner will defend here. He will fight for this tooth and nail. No penalties for either driver on track. And I wonder if that will still be the case at the end of this closing lap of the race, as we see the fight for that last podium position between Cami and Roadrunner get a little bit more complicated, because FRF Bull is closing in.
Yep, and he's going to be a part of this before too much longer, as Cami goes way wide to try and do the over-under and gets contact from Bull and goes around.
Big spin there, Cami off the track. Bull with a bit of a punt mid-corner and has cost Cami the chance of third place here. Roadrunner will be, I'm sure, slipping a few dollars Bull's way after this race and saying, thanks very much, mate, I needed that.
Roadrunner and the entire THR team as well, because now they're safe in their spot. Cami was the real threat to try and take away points. And Bull might have just made a couple new friends who drive for the Highlands racing team.
Well, this race has been all about that battle for third, but up in the lead, uncontested, Williams Mitch has logged another win, and what an incredible performance, pulling over to the pit wall. He will be ecstatic. What a performance from Mitch today. 3 wins out of 3 races and a total of the perfect 60 points.
Williams Mitch brings home the win. It's RZM Chris who comes home second, and Williams RR in third. What a day for Williams.
Wow, what a changing of the guard at the Forza Racing Championship as well.
Yeah.
Red Bull Racing looked so dominant throughout the online season, but surely the gauntlet being thrown down here by Williams.
This was an impressive performance. This was a statement of intent because this was their last opportunity to show what they can do before it gets really serious. Everything leading up to this has been a qualifier. Well, next time we see Williams, the money is going to be on the table.
That's right. Next time we see Williams will be at the Forza Racing Championship final, where $250,000 will be on the line, and it is going to be fought to the death between some of the fastest teams in the world. We've seen some great strategies here in the online series so far, and Shay, we still have a week more to go of online racing.
Yeah, next week is when the claws really do come out, because everybody knows one last opportunity to make the show. It's go or go home. So we're going to be seeing a lot of tempers flaring.
Okay, well, here we are. End of the racing for today, Shay. And what are your takeaways? What are your big sort of thoughts coming out of today's racing?
This grouping of cars, it really worked. Evan, nailed it, buddy. You've got 3 categories of cars that on paper should be nowhere near one another. On track, they were. We had very competitive lap times. Thinking back to the Watkins Glen round, holy cow, they were right with each other. They were dicing it up. So it was really good fun. I think it was our best grouping of cars thus far.
I've absolutely loved it, and a good opportunity for a little bit of door-to-door contact, a little bit of wriggling left and right.
Rubbin is racing.
Rubbin's racing. We didn't do any Days of Thunder bits.
Nope.
Well, the whole...
I'm proud of us for doing that.
All right, well, I mean, my streams this week on the Forza channel will be filled, I think, with Days of Thunder isms.
Oh boy.
Oh,
sorry,
boy.
everybody.
Wow. Okay, let's find out a little bit more about those races. I can't wait to see what the analysts have in mind.
Whew. I gotta take a breath after that, because we're finally nearing kind of seeing how these teams are going to shake out. And one thing that was extremely impressive across the board, Mitch. Lots of victories under his belt here today with 3 consecutive first place finishes. And he made it look easy, didn't he? But it's anything but that.
It's anything but easy, but yeah, we've been talking him up all day. I'm not sure we can do enough of it, right? Because he performed exemplary throughout this entire race, and so did his teammates. But yes, right now, put your guy in the front, let him do his thing. Same with JOTA Commando earlier today. We saw sort of parallel examples here of fantastic racecraft throughout these races.
It was a copy and paste formula. Boost Mitch, put him out in front, and get the fastest lap each time. And he did it.
He did it.
Yep, really great handling of the corners, and that's the thing. It comes down to being very clean in your own style of driving when you're in that front spot. So do you see a lot of that prestige from his past finishes in ForzaRC and seasons past really coming through in the limelight here?
It tells me that it doesn't matter what kind of track you throw at him, because Indy and Bathurst in some senses can't be more different from one another. He's still perfectly comfortable at the front in either situation. He feels amazing.
He eviscerated the rest of these guys out here today.
That's right.
It wasn't even close. Like I said, fastest lap each race, just like Commando did in the earlier match. Mitch did it again. 3 wins, 3 fastest laps, and 60 points.
The rest of his team also doing really well. If you look over at Roadrunner, for instance, finishing off provisionally in that number 3 spot. And despite he and Tesla even having similar builds themselves, very different performances from these two.
Yeah, and again, we talked about how comfortable Roadrunner feels in this spot. Put him in the middle of the race. I'm going to overtake a lot of folks. I'm going to earn boost for us. I'm going to earn points. And even if things go bad for me, look at this, 25 positions gained. If that's not the leading for the Forza Racing Championship in 2019, it's darn close. And he's still managing 35% of all the team's points with no penalties. The guy is doing everything perfectly.
Roadrunner probably asking himself, give me 808 horsepower and no assists every week.
Yeah.
I'd be happy with that.
That's right.
Well, and every driver kind of has their preferences. You look like someone like Lage, who likes to be in that top spot. Mitch, it's looking like he's really comfortable starting in that leading position. So would you say that Roadrunner is in his largest level of comfort when he's in the middle, having those places to try and catch up to?
I mean, it's one of those things where maybe you don't realize it until you do it. But he must feel very comfortable here because he's getting these kinds of results. So I'm not sure if it's necessarily where he thought of himself the beginning of the season. Yeah, I want to be in the middle of the pack and I want to be fighting constantly with pressure all around me. But he's stepping up to this challenge and doing incredibly well.
I think the one time he was not Mitch was not in the Alpha build car. Roadrunner was, and that was in the Cadillacs. And that could have gone either way. Lazarus pulled it out by maybe a couple points, but I think he's comfortable no matter what kind of build and no matter what kind of car he's in. He's got a lot of versatility.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, and for a while, the battle was between Roadrunner and Cammy, and we were looking real closely at that. But something happened there in the end that took Cammy right off of it and pushed him all the way to 6th place.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Cammy because he was looking good there for a while, starting in 4th place, moving up to 2nd. But boy, just as Ali called it, a little bit of sim twitch, get a tire in the grass, the car loses everything. And it could have been a lot worse. He could have gone deeper into that dirt. But yeah, you got to expect more there.
That little mistake right there has implications for THR because now possibly that 8th spot, I mean, they're both going to the last chance qualifier, but RDE had a chance at taking that 8th seed and being the #1 spot in the LCQ.
And you got to think about how many factors you have to consider, though, from a strategic standpoint, because RDE did have all 3 boosts on all 3 drivers, but because they ended up banking a boost in their past race, they actually had 1 left over.
Yeah, and I was kind of like outraged at the beginning of the race. I'm like, wow, they left something on the table here. At the same time, you don't know what's going to happen in these races. So the banking the boost strategy has worked for teams like Sauber. It's worked for teams like, I can't blame them. It's just unfortunate at this point they left something on the table.
Yeah, imagine being Raging Dragons Esports and being told you're going to have 4 boosts, and Ryze here and FRF have 0.
Right.
That was share the love.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and it does feel like from week 1 until now, though, we're seeing less of these instances of, oh, maybe they didn't get to account for that or didn't expect this, but there is still that unexpected factor. So do you think that's always going to be something present that they're just going to have to worry about?
It's a natural risk when you bank boosts and you want to put everything into your final race and you want to give your chance the maximum points in the final race. There's always the boost that either the strategy is going to go wrong because you mess up on the track or because you leave something on the table.
Teams have also, by accident, found themselves in the perfect form being consecutive finishes.
Yeah,
so they've done it by accident.
Form.
Yeah, perfect. Sometimes it's 10, 11, 12,
That's right.
but it has happened, accidental boosts in the past. So you can't account for those.
Yeah, one thing we can't account for are the race results. We have those for you. Our last race of the day, race number 3 of this match. And what do you know? Mitch in that #1 spot, of course, with Kriz and Roadrunner. They're following shortly after.
And let's not forget, down in 7th place, 7, a great start for him considering he started in 9th. This might be the first penalty for the Williams team. Not that it matters, but it's just interesting to say they've had some awful clean racing day. Just the first penalty for 7 today.
And would you say that the fact that they've had really clean racing on tracks that are so diverse makes it that much more impressive?
It's just a testament to their skill, their practice, their preparation. They build these cars the right way. They put in hundreds of laps a week. It shows.
This is going to be close. 84 points was Williams' drop round, but looking ahead, it's going to be real close between Ryze, RDE, and FRF.
And we love to keep it close, everybody, and the match results are in.
Told you. I told you.
And Williams Esports have more than doubled the next finisher with 50, 49, and 49. Yeah, you did say it was close, but hey, you didn't say it was going to be exact.
No, I didn't know it that
Right,
close.
you didn't nail it. But look at this, 1 point separating 2nd through 4th. This must be the closest finish we've had in those positions, but wow, what a performance, 110 points from Williams.
Yeah, and because of this, these are the last points that are afforded to these teams to add and contribute to their standings because they won't be racing any longer until the last chance qualifier. So Williams, 304 in that top spot. That's pretty darn impressive. Did you think anyone would pass the 300 mark?
Yeah. I mean, these matchups week to week become easier weeks, and frankly, while Williams has drove brilliantly today, the quality of their competition hasn't necessarily been up to snuff. They didn't face Red Bull, they didn't face Lazarus. So yes, we've seen it's possible to score multiple 100-point rounds these days.
Williams Racing is done until the land finals. Red Bull is not, and neither is Lazarus. So they'll be back racing next week. I expect both of those teams to be probably even above Williams.
Well, that's the crazy thing. Yeah, we're saying that, but Williams blew everybody else out of the water, whereas Red Bull and Lazarus and TX3, you know they're not going to let that kind of gap end up passing through.
I think that's a great point because none of those teams have an easy road to 100 points next week. They're all going to be fighting one another. TX3 Lightning could go on a run and win 3 races in a row. So it is, yes, they're still racing to go. There's still more points to earn, but they're going to be split a bit more evenly today than they were next week than they were today.
I want to give a quick congratulations to FRF because at the beginning of the season, I thought that was a last chance qualifier team. And they're in the LAN finals, 7th spot. They beat THR handedly today, albeit they didn't race each other, but they earned their spot into the LAN. Great job from Fats Racers Forza.
At the same time, they struggled today.
They barely did enough,
right?
But they did it.
They did it, but
and that's, you know what? And that's because last week they scored 92 points.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and
that's when it changed.
Yeah, we've seen them do a lot over the past matches throughout the format that we have been displaying here for the ForzaRC. Right there from week 3, you can see when round 2 kicked off, and little did we know we would get all this amazing action that we've seen all the way through. But I am looking at next week, y'all. Round number 4 finishing, that's going to be a good one.
It's going to be fantastic, and we talked about it earlier. This is the last chance for the final 4 teams. TX3, Lazarus, Red Bull Racing, and of course Mortar as well. And then, Gabby, we get straight into the last chance qualifier, which is going to be, as we said at the top of the show, all points are put aside. It's winner take all here.
Yeah, and remember, everybody, that you can tune into the finishing of our round number 4 and our last match next Saturday, as well as the last chance qualifier. That will both be going down at our standard time here on Forza. But I know with everything that we've been giving you out today, it's a lot to keep track of, and lucky for us, we have a show that is every Wednesday to help you through breaking down everything we bring to you, that is hosted by our boy Mellish, ForzaRC Inside Line. You can catch every Wednesday at 8 a.m. Pacific time. And remember, there is tons of programming for Forza across the week at many different times, no matter what time zone that you're in, that you can look forward to. Even someone right here on the desk with us, Brian, hosts his show every month with Forza Monthly, so I always love tuning into everything there. And any hints at shows we can see?
Oh, well,
any spoilers?
I'm hoping that we're actually, I can't, first of all, I can't wait for the Inside Line on Wednesday because Mellish is going to he's got a bumper crop of things to talk about based on the races we saw today. Looking forward to that. I'm actually hoping to get Mellish on the Forza Friday, this Friday as well, via Skype, and do some racing and talk about the final weekend of competition.
Oh yeah, I'm super excited, everybody. And it's been great seeing you all interact in the chat and with the polls that we have too. So make sure you go ahead and answer the poll that we have currently going on right now if you're sticking around. And also, guess what? It's the end of the broadcast, which means our survey officially opens up with aks.ms./ForzaRC survey week 6. And 200 of the respondents will be randomly selected to also enjoy our good old pass, because who doesn't like free games and free gameplay? Am I right?
I'm going to go take that survey right now. I want that all.
If you're taking it, I'm taking it.
Now
I need the fastest
way.
Right, where's my phone?
Where's the computer? Yeah.
Yeah, we're finishing up the week though. Any last thoughts from both of you before we sign off things here today?
I'll start. Number 1 spot is still up for grabs. Is it going to be Red Bull, Lazarus, or Williams? I'm thinking Red Bull.
And because it's those 3 teams, I'm not sure anyone can pass Williams at this point.
Ooh, man, that's a pretty bold statement right there. I don't know. Chat, you'll have to let us know if you agree or not. But thank you to both of you for joining us here today with the ForzaRC 2019 Invitational Series. Remember to tune in next week on Saturday for the continuation and finalization of round number 4 and our last chance qualifier to determine who will be joining us at the LAN. So thank you again on behalf of our production crew, the talent here, the drivers and coaches themselves. And until next time, good morning, afternoon, evening, and good night.
Watkins Glen for race number 1 of our second match of the day. On board with RDE Hydro in that hopped up NASCAR, trying to find his way around the outside of Renault. It's going to be a little bit optimistic, even for Hydra. Absolutely unstoppable buoyancy here from Hydra, who's breathing down the neck of FRF Handicap.
He's coming in for the strike. Hydra looking to make the move down the straight. He should have this done easily. Handicap, defensive driving, moves over to driver's right to try and keep the optimum line through that turn 1, but now he's exposed himself in turn 2. Uh-oh, Ali, this is getting ugly.
Beautiful over-under there from Hydra, who runs the momentum up the inside and through the second turn. Well, here's our leader. He's led from pole since lap 1, and Williams Mitch coming out of the final corner to put his stamp on race number 1 and secure 20 points for the Williams team. FRF Bull, though, will take that second spot. With the straddled car, the back of the pack car here, Renault, who makes a couple of moves up through Hell Corner, through that first left-hander. We're heading towards the mountain already.
Out of the exit of Hell Corner, which slowed up the momentum. If he had been able to close the gap a little bit more, that would have been because of a good run out of the corner. Not attained. Is going through the cutting. We see Mitch hitting the wall on driver's left. Mitch, what are you doing?
Once more for the people at the back. Williams Mitch is running this race without a boost upgrade, without the advantage of a few extra horsepower to get his car to go a little faster around that track. That is a disadvantage that is not shared by any of the 3 cars behind him. Brilliant race here from Mitch Shea, who's done a great job to lead from pole.
It really has been a super defensive race. It's not all said and done, though. Chris is on the tail of Williams Mitch. He's got that last turn, not going to be enough. And Chris will settle for second.
Mitch then crosses the line. Chris in second place. Third will be Cami. We're running on board here with FRF Handicap, starting at the very back of this grid and looking forward down the road to all the cars as they're heavy on the brakes. The front suspension loads up and 7 is sideways and already falling down the order, manages to gather it up somehow and back into 9th position.
Last thing in the world that you want to do in a stock car, plant your right foot and just hope that it sticks, because you're likely to get a massive tank slapper with the back of the car coming around, but that didn't happen for 7. He played it cool and now is fighting for that 7th position.
Tasty, tasty move here from 7 round the outside of the penultimate corner. But up in the lead, uncontested, Williams Mitch has logged another win, and what an incredible performance, pulling over to the pit wall. He will be ecstatic. What a performance from Mitch today. 3 wins out of 3 races and a total of the perfect 60 points.